And welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the X Games Open. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, Gibbs, Desert, and Cheese, and we got a nice little pre-show package here for you guys. Before we get into the action, we'll be crowning a champion here for the X Games Open, the first regional of the winter split for North America. Before we get to that, though, I want to say hi to everyone joining me in the action here. Gibbs, we got a champion today for X Games Opens.
I'm very excited, Leaf, but I have one question. No whiteboard segments, because I'm going to get in trouble again today. All right, please? No whiteboard.
Please.
You guys make sure, Daz, please make sure that if he says anything silly again, you put him in his place.
Listen, Gibbs, I'm gonna be here all day, okay? I'm not going anywhere, so you better buckle up, all right? I'm not letting you get away with this stuff again.
Well, you said some dumb things too yesterday, okay? We'll bring those up later. Okay, listen.
Right? yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, sure.
The Chiefs will be our voice of reason.
I'm glad to be here. I'm happy to be experience the slice of life that is the desk today, you know?
It's the best way to put it. Before we get talking about North America, though, I want to take a look around the world. We know Rocket League is international now with this season, and there are so many regions also having their winter splits ongoing. And we have some winners, actually, from some of those regions. Just to call them out here, shout out in APAC South, the Three Rats have taken yet another win. They've won all 4 regionals for their region this season so far. So they're kicking butt over there. But OCE is the one I want to focus on for a second here. We have Dire Wolves taking it over for Kidden.
Wait, what?
Those are the 2 names you expected me to say, right?
What? Where's Ground Zero? Where's Renegades? What's happening, CJ? You know
what? I think this is a big brain play because, again, we try to get CJ on the desk, so maybe he's just setting it up so that he makes it close, but at the end of the day we still get him. I hope that's the case because CJ, what's going on?
But I love it though. Spiciness in OC is great for them because then that means there's more competition and then they'll get better and better.
And it also means that if Dire Wolves keep winning, then we can all say Walcott and scream it during cast again. So
that's fair point. Fair point.
And she's taking the selfish approach. She's like, I just want to yell.
Walcott's an amazing name. That's all I'm saying.
I guess that's a question to be asked then. I mean, now that we're getting those international lands back, do you feel like this is going to be another spark achieves under everyone's butts to get moving on? Are we gonna see these mix-ups in those?
I mean, complexity coming here bombing out after the major, and they're gonna be like, oh, that's right, we don't want to do that, and everyone's gonna kind of see that and be like, okay, let's make sure that we get to go to the next one.
That's for sure. Now let's take a back look at NA because that's what it's all about today. We're covering those games, so. Let's get you guys caught up. Let's recap a little bit what we saw going on yesterday. It was Sweep City. It was just we started off the day real fresh. We got a little bit of spiciness near the end of it there, but it was a quick start to the day for anyone that was watching. So let's look at some of those highlights, look at some of those replays, and get you guys visually caught up as well. Gibbs, you want to start us off? Let's get this recap going.
Yeah, I just want to quote someone that said the worst roster trade in the history. G2 with Atomic coming out, playing Complexity, and they looked fantastic. We talked about Ray's Bull and his tweet and said they had 4 days of practice because they went on a long vacation. Hey, Ray's Bull, don't do that. There's only 3 regionals. It's going to be very difficult to make it back, but G2, 11 goals. To 0 goals of Complexity. They scored more goals than the total shots. 10 shots. 10 shots came out through 3 games. Complexity, don't go on vacation ever again. Please don't.
But it was good to see G2 also find a way to bounce back after a really scrappy group stage back in day 1. They had a lot of defensive miscues, so kind of having that cleaned up in their first match against Complexity gave you a good taste of what you can hopefully come to expect from them going through the rest of the day.
Yeah, another team that had to bounce back was V1 after they played FaZe. We gotta look at it again. Roll the tape because my goodness, absolute dominant. Look at this goal from AJ. That's 2 dunks back to back. How are you stopping that? Of course, V1, they did stop, I will say, the perfect sweeps going on for the day, but they couldn't stop themselves from getting swept, especially with this man. Hold on, let's look at it. Okay, he gets another touch. Is that a flip reset? Oh, yes, it is. It's going in your net. My goodness, the big 3 FaZe Clan, they're here.
And Cobb scored 2 goals, so you made some highlights, I guess. But First Killer was just fantastic throughout that series. FaZe, they look like possibly the best team in NA.
Real good cap for me, though. Again, the rematch from day one, G2 versus V1. They had a lot of great defense on version 1 side during day one, and that continued into yesterday and was a big part of the reason that version 1 was able to come through, knock G2 out of the bracket, and they're looking good doing it. A lot of people saying Beast Mode was a big pickup, and he certainly had an amazing series for them yesterday.
He did. And like I said earlier, they needed to bounce back, and boy, did they against G2. Listen, I might have lied. It's not the worst roster move ever. But when you got against a team like version 1 and you see Torment hit a game winner with the ice like that, I mean, you got to think maybe V1's coming back into the fold.
So I want to get some general thoughts now that we've seen some play coming into this day 3, coming into Championship Sunday. We can put the bracket up too while we're doing this. Let's get some general ideas of the region here. Daz, you know, we looking at these teams, the teams that are left, the teams that got eliminated, how those teams got eliminated with these sweeps and stuff. What are you feeling with North America right now? Is this just an adjustment to some of these roster moves right now, or did they make all the wrong roster moves?
There's a bit of both here. Again, I think I was definitely hard on G2. They are now questionable. The roster move is questionable. It depends on what goes on in the future. But that being said, for Team Envy, you don't see them in this bracket at all. That's going to be a big question mark for the rest of the event. Then you also have to look at how well SSG are doing. It seemed like they're adjusting very well with Daniel. A lot of people were questionable that because remember, Cypical left them. And then of course, FaZe Clan, they're sitting in the upper bracket final playing against the General NRG. That matchup is going to be crazy because right now FaZe look unstoppable.
I want to get everyone's thoughts on this too. To be honest, Cheese, I want to see what you're thinking about the region.
So I think across the board, all the roster moves, with the exception of Envy, as they've definitely had a real bad regional one, of course. I think they're all looking pretty solid. I think that if Envy is going to choose a time to, you know, really kind of bomb out of one, regional one would be the time to do it. So I think there's potential for Envy to bounce back. But otherwise, I think all the roster moves have definitely helped more than hurt for some of the rosters.
But then we talk about all these roster moves, and that's to become the #1 team in NA, and that's Energy sitting there, no roster moves. And when you make a roster move, it's to beat that team. So we'll see today, V1, Spacestation, and FaZe Clan. Can any of them beat the Kings of NA, who don't need to make any moves ever?
It's true. It's all to be at that top spot, and we'll maybe need to see some of that dust settle a little bit, but we'll get a better picture after today is done. I already see chat, everyone watching up there, they're already starting to spam. I know they want that fan vote, but that's later, guys. Keep spamming. That's later. That's all I see chat right now. Patience right now, but we'll get to those matches soon. Get through the rest of this pre-show. First, you got to listen to us talk, but I want to dive into some of the best of the best. You know, I love my top plays, and that's what's time for. Start spamming again, but this time it's going to be numbers, guys. We're going to list out our 7 plays that took it to 11, and we'll get you guys voting on which one you think was the best. So pay attention. Starting us off, Reddles with a musty. That's speed. This man has been going fast. There is no way stopping that one.
Fantastic from him all tournament long. Space Station coming through that lower bracket, getting a lot of extra games in. Some more highlights from that boy Reddles.
Oh, let's look at number 2. Again, look at this double dunk from AJ.
Yeah.
Beast Mode and Torment stood no chance. AJ on top of the ball, and that's really so difficult to pull off. Speaking of difficulty, his teammates getting style plays themselves. Look at First Killer again. This was a highlight play of the tournament for sure. And that flip reset, I mean, it's posted everywhere. If you haven't seen it, you were under a rock.
And First Killer really not slowing down as well. He was continuing all throughout the day, firing great shots on target from some tough positions.
And achieves. You casted this shot on day 1. It happened again. Beast Mode, the redirect. He goes up in the air incredibly early, so much power behind it, and gets the goal.
Don't stop, though. Double tap. Look at that. JNaps had to get on the board. There was too much phase going on here in these top plays. JNaps, that's clean. Look at that precision, that placement. I love when you get that placement off a flip reset.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, God. This is Champions Field. The only time we saw it all day. Clutch goal off the seal on top right corner to at least tie that game, to bring it to an OT where V1 wins it.
All right, I'm going to rename these out here, guys, and I'm going to get the analysts in. It's time for whiteboards. I know you don't want them.
I know.
It's time for whiteboards. Get them out. Get them out. I want you guys to choose your favorite play here. We're going to get you guys voting. Just get those votes in now. I'm gonna relist them out here. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 in chat, and we're gonna see which one you guys think was the best play so far. So we got Reddles with the musty as number 1, AJ the double dunk at 2, first killer flip reset at 3, 4 was first killer again with the ceiling shot, 5 was beast mode with that redirect. JNaps had that double tap flip reset with the 6th spot, and in 7 was calm off the ceiling with that double tap.
It's
Beautiful
just
placement. Top.
This was hard.
That's just a mouthful, man. Like 2 years ago, we were like, what? What are these?
What are these?
All right, I'm
great.
ready. I'm ready. Luke.
All right, if analysts are ready, we'll
first
see
or not?
yours first, and
Yeah.
then we'll get what.
Sure, Chiefs,
what chat's saying.
because it doesn't matter what we say. It's all about Twitch.
All
chat,
right,
so.
all right. I can tie for first.
Yeah. It's both on that.
Hi.
Okay, let's go down the line here. Let's start
All
with
right.
Cheese. What do you got?
Oh.
So I went with the JNaps double tap and calm off the ceiling double tap.
Okay.
Big,
We can say
big
2?
fan. Yeah, well, that's why I was asking. Can I tie for first?
Chiefs can, because he's the mediator here. So go ahead.
I love the JNaps double tap, like Leaf was saying, the precision all the way to the back post, had to do it to beat all the defenders. And calm with basically the same thing, except this time it's not even looking at it. It has to come off the ceiling and still placing it top right corner to beat all the defenders. Love them.
Okay, Dazrin, what you got?
Okay, so wait, hold on. Let me put my little parentheses in since the Chiefs is doing his thing.
What
Oh, that's
what
so
is this?
ugly.
This didn't play.
Okay, you know what? Whatever. I picked number 2.
man,
AJ's
Daz.
double dunk.
My man.
You already know,
Let's go.
Gibbs. You already know,
Bring up
Gibbs.
something.
You already know.
All right. I
Listen,
wanted to put it on there, but
it's up for me today. It's about the shot difficulty, and I think getting a double dunk on 2 really good defenders. We're talking beast mode and torment of all people. To score that requires, I'd say, a lot of mechanics and a little bit of luck on top of it. And AJ was in the perfect position, handled it well, and that's one of the reasons why FaZe are so good, because of his ability to be able to make those types of plays happen.
I got to admit to because I know Gibbs has always been hot on AJ. You know, I think he's had some ups and downs, so it's always kind of iffy on him here. But what he's been showing recently is Gibbs. I'm on board with AJ because what we've seen this weekend, he's been looking good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's for sure.
And gotta find out what that top play is from Twitch. Leaf.
Yeah,
Do we have it in yet?
I got it right now. I got it right now.
What is it?
Our top play from Twitch. Twitch thinks is number 3. The first killer flip reset.
Man.
And that was the popular
It
one.
was good.
We see a lot of flip resets. You know, we see a lot of them in the RLCS, but we can't underestimate how hard they are still to get against players like this.
tight too. Oof. Calm. I mean, the timing's important with this one as well, because if it doesn't hit that ball hard enough off the backboard, Calm's clearing it out and game over, man. No.
And then not a lot of space either. Beast mode was trying to dive it because you can't give first killer any space, because when you do, then this happens.
It's
That's
so
3
funny.
players.
If you look at the replay again, you can see as soon as first killer pops the ball up, Torment immediately goes up the net because he knows, like, okay, he's shooting this high. I got to get up there. Calm is diving. The whole team is in shambles. They're like, don't let him score that.
All right. Thanks, chat, for getting involved. It's time to get those whiteboards some more work, though. So keep those things ready because it's time for who's that player. That's right. It's basically just trivia, but I got a new little segment here.
I like it. I like the flair. All right.
But Gibbs wanted me to wear like a fancy jacket. I don't got any fancy jacket.
You would have looked
get your
great.
fancy jacket.
Would have been great.
I'll have
Yeah,
to get
go
one for
shopping.
next time we do this segment. But basically, I got some stats thanks to D-Rex, who's working hard behind the scenes, making sure that we got all these wonderful stats and cool stats that I tried to narrow down that you could identify a player by me saying these things. Some of them are going to be a little harder than others, but these are unique to these players. So you guys are going to guess who the player is after I tell you. I think chat, feel free to get involved. We're not actually tracking what you're saying, but feel free to spam who you think it is, and we'll see if you guys can get some of these right. So I got 4 questions here. Last one will have a bonus point on it here. Let's start this off though. So with your whiteboards, I need you to write down who you think this player is. This player has the most RLCS LAN attendances paired with never placing below 3rd to 4th. By the way, this is all North America across all time of RLCS though.
With North America.
So everyone has to be 3rd or 4th or better? Or
You had to be
how many
placed
appearances?
top 4 and a LAN appearance. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Good guess. I feel like I have a very educated guess.
This one should be. This is the easier of the most of these. So
No, I feel good. I feel good.
I see chat.
So they have to have a perfect ratio of 3rd or 4th, and if they like,
So
if they were
basically,
fifth,
you
then it doesn't count?
get a point here for being out of LAN and placing top 4. So if you get fifth, this is not counted.
So total
Yes.
third and fourth.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That changes my answer.
So you have the most RLCS LAN attendances paired with never placing below 3rd to 4th. So it's an and.
So top 4s.
No.
Top 4s.
Okay. I am confused, but okay.
Simple. Top 4 at LAN.
Most top 4s at LAN.
Most top 4 at LAN.
Okay.
You
so
ready?
it doesn't nullify when
Wait,
they're in
no,
eighth
no, no.
in some other land. It doesn't nullify them like off this list.
No.
Okay,
It's just
okay.
totals. Just
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready, Luke.
okay. You guys are ready. Okay. I got to tell you, chat. Mostly you're wrong. I want to see these. I want to see these flips here. You know what? Let's get them all at
probably
once.
wrong, too.
Let's get them all at once in 3, 2.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Catherine.
0.5.
Sorry. Okay.
0.3. Okay.
It's probably wrong, but I'm going with it anyway. So
I feel good.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Flip them. What do we got?
oh,
we have a-
Squishy's probably better.
That's turbo. My thing is really messed up.
yeah.
So yeah, I did say NA.
He's
Turbo
technically in
counts,
now.
I guess,
Turbo
right?
counts.
And he is. So that would be a Gibbs thing. Can I see your answers again? Sorry, I was looking at the turbo one.
Oh, I
What
put
else?
Garrett
Squishy. I just
G.
erased it. I put
Garrett
Squishy.
G.
You had Garrett G. You have Squishy. Okay.
I put Squishy.
The winner with a point on the board right now
I think it's Squishy.
is a cheese. Squishy had
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, it
5
was all those
top 4
Cloud9
placements.
top 4 placements in every land they went to. I knew it.
Wait. But those RLCS lands. Is that RLCS? Okay, whatever.
It was RLCS lands.
Oh, so we
RLCS
said
lands.
5 top 4s at Worlds? Okay.
Yeah, so Squishy takes it with 5.
Good on
5
you,
total
Squishy.
there,
Good
placing
on
top 4. Yeah, he's doing good. All right. Achieves 1 point. Let's move on to the next one here.
That's the easy one.
That's the easy one here. Maybe, unless you guys pay
Hey,
attention
Chiefs.
to stats.
All right,
This
calm
one
it
could be
down.
easy
All right,
too.
Chiefs. Your stats are struggling.
Yeah. I'm over here trying to find loopholes.
Yeah, I'm not
That was a
Gibbs.
good
I
guess.
won't.
I think
Okay.
Turbo is actually a reasonable guess. It depends how you want to split the hair, but
Sure.
Yeah.
So this is the only player to have over 600 assists in North America. So if you're paying attention to your stats, you might have.
I think I know this one.
Get off Liquipedia. Get off Octane. Okay,
All right.
I'm pretty sure I got this one.
top of your head.
600.
600
I
assists.
feel reasonable. I feel again reasonable.
I'm ready.
And this is RLCS.
This is RLCS of all
Okay.
time for North America.
We're ready. Let's do it.
In 3, 2, 1, flip it. All right, a point for everybody. You guys.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't have to erase it. I shouldn't have even bothered.
You know what? I'm happy you all got it because you all look good. You all know your stats. You all been paying attention.
Thanks, Leaf, for the gimme.
You're welcome. My job is to make you guys look good. So if you get points, I'm doing a good job. But
There
I
you
can't
go.
make
Good
it too
job,
easy.
Leaf. Keep it up, buddy.
You should have told us the answers if you wanted us to look good.
I can't make it too easy though. It's time to get into some of the trickier ones here. Again, unless you're paying attention. I feel like Stacks might get this one. He knows this kind of
He
stuff.
would. He would.
Oh God.
He's not here. All right, let's go.
All right.
Yes. This player has the record for making regionals. So starting in season X, since that's when they started. This player has the record for making regionals with the highest number of teams, standing in 4 total. He's made regionals with 4 separate teams. Who is this player?
And it's
4
NA,
separate teams.
and Turbo
in
doesn't
NA.
count.
Turbo does well. Yeah, it's.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
again, I could see that being a loophole, but I'll
say
give
he
you a
just doesn't
hint.
get-
It's not Turbo.
Okay.
4?
4
Making
separate
regionals,
teams
like day ones.
making the regionals. Yeah.
Like does
Through the
Swiss
qualifiers.
stage of RLCSX count?
Yeah. I do believe that's a part of the.
All right. All right.
Oh, make it regional. Okay. Oh, man.
Making regionals.
That's tough. Because I
4
can't
separate
think
teams.
of too
4
many.
teams?
Okay,
Bro, who
I
is
think I
team
have a decent
hopping?
guess. I got a good guess. I have a good guess.
You do?
I don't know if I'm right, but I have a
That's
good
just like I have
guess.
no idea. I told you to get
No idea.
I have what I think is a good guess. I'll say that.
It is honestly a hard one. It might
Yeah.
not be
All
a
right.
player
all
that
right.
you're
I'm ready.
generally think of a lot. Okay.
If
you
I get
guys
this
are
right,
ready-
I'm gonna claim that I'm a genius if I get this right.
Chat is all over the place.
I'm
Yeah,
probably
I'm
wrong.
ready just because I know I'm wrong. So let's.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Let's flip
This is
them in 3,
Maka.
2, 1. And our answers are memory 1 to Mike and Leaf X. I wish
You're at every regional.
that would be. That is true. I'm on the same team every single time though. It's this one right
Yeah,
here.
there you go. Broadcast team OP.
Yeah. The answer to the player
I
making
know
regionals
it.
before is Stokely.
Yep.
Oh,
Stokely.
well, we're never gonna get that. I thought
It's
Paul,
hard
what
because
you
there was like 32
doing?
teams and RLCS.
I
It's
bet
hard.
Memory had 3 teams. I bet Memory had 3 teams.
And Paulie's literally DMing me like, it's me. I'm sorry,
Don't
Stokely.
look at your computer.
Yeah, I tell you, I said no resources here. What is going on?
What? I didn't ask.
Yeah. Stokely. Hey, again, I don't know if that's an impressive thing or a non-impressive thing.
We
Either
never
way.
got that right. We didn't never got that right.
We weren't getting that one.
But
I was
that's what I
close.
said. I feel like Stacks might have gotten that one right.
No.
No, he's
right,
not
last-
getting that either.
Last one here. I'm just going to see how well I'm going extra hard on this one because you guys are going to get, there's a point for guessing the player and guessing the stat. We're going to start with the stat
Okay.
so that we have the stat out there. Then you guys can guess the player. So this player has held the record for a core stat, which would be goals, assists, saves, since September 29th, 2018. A core stat has been held since 2018 by this player.
Well, what's the what?
No,
guess
but we
the-
don't know what the stat is.
First, this is the bonus.
So,
what
a
is
player
this stat?
holds a stat
This stat has been, it's a core stat, goals, assists, saves.
as in totals
Yes,
for RLCS.
yes. The record for this stat. Yeah.
Well, record in terms of what? Like game record, season record, all time
Like
record.
goals per game is what you're saying, or like goals
Let me just
total?
confirm here.
So it'd be like goals total, I think, is what he means. Of like, so they took over the lead and then they've held on.
So I'll be a little more precise. It is on a per game basis. A per game.
Okay,
stat.
a per game basis.
Per game stat.
Okay.
I should have clarified that. That's on me.
Okay.
This one's pretty much just a guess for a
Well-
bonus point. This is just a
All right.
bonus point.
Well, I feel it's
I
most likely to
am
be
confident.
goals or shots.
I'm confident.
Most likely.
Oh, I didn't think about shots, but oh man, it might be
Okay,
shots.
since it's bonus, let's just flip it. It's
All
pretty
right.
much just a guess at this point.
It might be
Wait,
shots.
wait,
It's
hold on.
probably
Let
someone
me-
from
let me
G2.
let me write
I don't need your player yet. I don't need your player
okay.
yet.
Yeah, okay.
Just the stat.
All right. Well,
Wait,
you
what?
already saw it. So I got goals as the stat. Goals.
Goal
per
is the
game.
stat.
Goals
That,
per game.
that's mine as well. Goals.
You have goals. Okay, and
It
what's
could
your,
be
what's your
shots.
stat, Des?
So just that. Just say it out loud. You don't have to show it.
Assists. Yeah. I also wrote it
You
on the
put
thing.
assist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Assist
wrote it.
is the stat. So this player,
Wow.
you get a
Okay,
bonus
sure.
point for Daz.
Oh no.
Yeah, I told you it's just kind of a shoot of it. Who has the record
Man.
then for the most assists
Per
in a game?
No, per game. That's what you said.
That's held since 2018.
So per game stat that they
per
just,
game assist. So the
It is
highest
the-
assist per game.
The
Oh,
highest
boy,
assist
this-
in a game.
Oh,
Why is this
okay,
in
never
a
mind. Now this
game?
changes
You
everything.
said it was on a per game basis.
Yeah, one game.
no. Okay,
That's a
no,
per
no,
game
okay.
basis.
No, that's in a game,
All right,
not a
leave
per
This is
game.
going off the
Five
rails. This is
points.
falling
All
apart.
right. Okay. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So
Okay,
the
wait,
highest
wait,
number
wait.
of assists in a single game by a player since 2018.
What?
Okay. Okay.
Since 2018?
Okay.
We've gone chalked.
All right. I'm ready.
I
I
don't know.
am not. I have no idea.
Throw it out there. Just write Garrett G. Why not?
Since 2018?
Well, so that means it happened in 2018,
Right.
and then no one's
was,
broke it.
2018 was what season?
I don't know,
Seven,
man.
seven,
Like 7
eight?
or yeah, somewhere around there. 7, 8.
Okay, I gotta
All right,
guess
we
because I
need some answers because we got to move on here.
yeah.
This is tough.
All right, write them down. Let's get past this. I scuffed the wording, so it's already.
okay.
I feel like
already
I
chalked.
remember this game.
That's okay. All right.
Exclamation
I
point help.
only have a guess because I filled out the sheet that I think you got this from.
3, 2, 1. The answer: Chicago, Memory, and Fireburner. And I think the winner of our chalked trivia is the Chiefs. Fireburner takes it. He still holds a record at I believe 7
Against
assists
Rogue.
in a game.
Yeah.
It is.
I
I
wasn't
filled
getting
that
one.
sheet out. I filled that sheet out. That's the only reason I was like able to like think about that. It's like this is okay. He probably
Okay,
got it
all
from
right.
that dang
Okay.
sheet.
All right, going forward, I'll have better wording next time. Don't worry.
I came in last.
What we need to talk about what's going on today. We got to quickly crush through this. Kickoff is coming up soon. Let's take a quick look at the prize pool that these players are playing for. This is what it's all about. It's not about our knowledge. It's about these players making bank and winning some tournaments. 30K, 100K across it, 30K for first place here. Daz, there's some points on the line too. That's what it's all about.
Right. And of course, you know, the destination is that Winterland Major. We already have 4 teams sitting at 220 points. There are our top 4 playing today. And we'll see which one of those will take the lead in the winter split and really get that comfort start that will hopefully, you know, carry them all the way into the major.
And of course, it's not just about that money. It's the X Games Open. You know, there's always a little bit extra for these guys. And it's these shiny medals. First and second place are looking at taking these buttes home. Gibbs,
yeah,
they're looking good.
Those are looking good, but how is the snow not melted? Because these medals are fire leaf, all right? This snow needs to be melted, thrown into the creek. That's what you're playing for, all right? You know, money's good, points are good, but these medals will last forever. Let's go.
All right, let's take a look at a reminder what's happening. We have 4 teams left. Take a look at that bracket.
Gibbs is truly a father.
Don't laugh at his jokes. You encourage them.
Thank you for laughing at Chiefs. You win trivia. Thank you.
4 teams left. These are best of 7s across the board for the rest of today. And of course, that grand finals, you see those double colors there? That's a bracket reset. V1 SSG, if they climb through that bottom, they'll have to face either NRG or FaZe Clan after their match there. They have 1 life left to run through that. They'll need to get a bracket reset to best of 7s in the end there to win. If they want to take it from that lower, it's obviously going through that upper. The NRG FaZe Clan match is going to be important. Speaking of, let's take a look at the schedule, see which one's coming up first. Yeah, you know, it's that NRG FaZe Clan match. And then after that, we got V1 versus SSG. All these matches are going to be tight. You want to keep it here on twitch.tv/Rocket League, or if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you're hitting those follow buttons and subscribe so you don't miss any Rocket League action coming forward. Let's talk about this. NRG versus FaZe Clan. This is a big one. NRG sitting as the kings of North America, but FaZe Clan is quickly making a case for themselves as we go forward. Daz, I heard you giving them a new moniker here for FaZe Clan.
Oh, yeah, that's the big 3. Like, you know, that's the big 3. See, like, I understand that the Rocket League fans in the past, you know, we used to call teams big 3, but this is an individual roster that is full of 3 impact players, and you are seeing that and witnessing it right here in front of you. This is going to be a real challenge for the general NRG. FaZe Clan at the fall major, they wanted to play BDS in the finals. I talked to them about it after the fact. They thought that they could beat BDS. You talked to AJ yesterday, and what did he say to y'all? I think Gibbs asked a question.
He was upset.
Gibbs said, yeah, so you guys lost to EU teams. AJ said, wait, hold on. Don't say y'all. Don't say y'all. We didn't lose to those EU teams.
But
and
they did. They did lose to NRG, though. So
exactly.
They have to get better than them now.
Well, chat.
But before that, FaZe has beat them 4 straight times before that. So it's not an easy matchup for NRG. It's probably the hardest one in NA for them in terms of win-loss record.
Chat, I need you guys to get involved. It's time to get that spamming counted for. That's right. It's hashtag NRG, hashtag FaZe here in our Verizon fan vote. Now they can actually, you got to make sure it's the hashtags though. So spam those instead. And we're going to get our analyst thoughts on how this one's going to go here. I think it's going to be a good match. I'm excited for this one. This NRG, again, no roster moves, still looking hot, still looking good. But FaZe Clan, they're looking fire. They're looking fast and fierce on the field. And I want to get some predictions out here from the analysts. Yeah, it's good. It's going to be tough on picking who goes first here. But I'm going to start with Gibbs just because.
Right. So this one's huge, obviously, because if you make it, so if you win here, then you get 2 tries. When whoever comes out from V1 Space Station and, you know, FaZe or NRG here. So you get 2 tries, 2 best of 7s to win that X Games gold. And you get at least a medal no matter what. But I'm going to go FaZe here because they've had a tougher road. They've played Space Station. They look fantastic. NRG, it's been easy street so far. They haven't had any competition. So I think they will not be ready for the big 3. I'm going to pick FaZe.
Okay. Daz, what you got?
Wow. So
speaking big on FaZe.
Yes, he is speaking big on FaZe. And, you know, first off, of course, we got to put respect on the general NRG's name because they are that they're technically the best team in North America right now. At least until this matchup. I'm going FaZe Clan on this one. I think that FaZe will end up taking this win. They just look like they look like an unstoppable force right now. And I think for me, knowing that they've been so close to tie it up in matchups against NRG, this new roster was built to beat NRG. So they should win this one. I think I'll go FaZe.
Okay. That's big from Des. Chiefs?
I pick NRG a lot.
We all do.
But this is the first time I'm like really questioning it. I'm thinking back. I'm pretty sure NRG, it was the grand finals. NRG won one of those games. So it's 2-2 more accurately, but I think FaZe has looked better, so I gotta go FaZe. I don't like.
You sound so conflicted. I can just feel how conflicted you are.
I don't like saying it. Like I'm not gonna be surprised if NRG wins.
Yeah,
FaZe has looked so good.
So I am in the exact same boat. I feel like this was a tough decision for any of us here to put on paper so that people can call us wrong afterwards. It's a hard decision.
Are we sweeping Leaf versus NRG? I don't think it's ever happened.
I wanted
somebody has to go to general.
You know, this is what I'm saying. I was on the fence, but I really feel like FaZe has a chance to take this one. But I want to see what you guys did because I want a little bit of balance on the desk. We did this too much yesterday. I am going to stand by the general NRG on this one. It's so close, and there's a really good chance they come up with fire. But I'll be that one standing there with them one last time. This is one of the lowest I think we've seen NRG get in a fan vote, to be honest.
74, so low.
For NRG, that's pretty down there right now. But we got this matchup ready for you guys coming your way over in the Verizon Skybox. You know it's Jorby and Turtle waiting to cast it for you guys. Our winners finals are bound to be explosive with both NRG and FaZe taking the field. Let's find out now, though, which team shows their dominance. This title for NA's best is surely to be a continued discussion topic as we see these two duke it out.
FaZe trying to usurp the North American crown off of the general NRG's head. They got 3 regionals to get it done. In the first regional so far, Turtle, FaZe looked pretty good.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and you can tell, I mean, like they were talking about on the desk, this might be one of the first times where we almost got a full sweep of predictions against NRG, and that just bodes to how well FaZe Clan have played throughout this entire regional. I mean, the stats so far have been unreal. All 3 of them are the top 3 for goals per game. FaZe Clan, that offense is something that it looks like it's unbeatable right now, Dorby.
It really does. You know, FaZe second in goal differential in the tournament, only behind Spacestation. They have a 22 goal differential in their favor. NRG isn't that far behind with a plus 19, and you heard them saying it on the pre-show. A lot of them feel like NRG had a bit of an easier road, but it's Garrett G picking up the first goal for NRG.
Yeah, and this would look like a bit of a free one. Justin was doing a lot of work, and I said this was a free one. We definitely have to give credit to Justin, but the defense from FaZe Clan was all over the place, a bit disorganized, and was not ready within the first, 22 seconds of the game to take on that NRG offense.
And there were times yesterday, FaZe against version 1, think back to the last 2 games, version 1 finally started finding holes in FaZe's defense.
Yeah.
But Turtle, we were talking about it a little bit before this game got started. How FaZe, that aggressive playstyle that they have, that ability to control the ball, could benefit them against NRG's playstyle.
Absolutely, and NRG, they're going to try and lay down that trap against FaZe Clan. And if you watch that Oxygen series versus NRG did that a lot, where they just kind of huddle back on defense and wait for Oxygen to push forward, and then NRG would catch them on that transitional game, one big clear downfield, and then they'd get an easy goal. But for FaZe Clan, they're going to control the ball a little bit more, like you were talking about, Jorby. So that transition game, that explosive play that NRG want to go for, might not be as easy. We're going to have to see what this defensive FaZe Clan, what that control on offense can really do for them.
FaZe just have 3 players that can punch through the hole as the point man on NRG's defense at any time. It could be Sypical, it could be AJ, or First Killer, but every time one of them touches the ball, it's an immediate threat.
And to be fair, we have said the same thing about NRG. It might just be the fact that NRG aren't the fresh roster at the moment, but that is something that has absolutely been stated about NRG. Every single one of them can pop off at any given moment. Maybe Squishy a little less likely online, but definitely whenever you're at an event, you can expect him to really take charge on the offense.
Well, so far, NRG have held on to their 1-goal lead. and had a little stint in the blue half. They're going to get back there again as Squishy tries to stop First Killer. First Killer forces Gary G into action, and Justin can play it back towards midfield. So NRG, good enough job holding the line on the blue half, but AJ coming again, pre-flip into the ball. First Killer bumped into him, and they tried to draw that one up, but just didn't execute perfectly.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slower game. I mean, the pace is definitely starting to ramp up here. As you can see, AJ going for something off the backboard. He kept his flip, and then First Killer crashing the net. Does not find the follow-up, but things slowly start to pick up for FaZe Clan. The mechanics coming out.
And that's what made them look so dangerous against version 1 yesterday. To have the ability to just catch the ball in front of the box, really at variable speeds, variable angles, and sometimes it's a hard shot from midfield that gets the job done for FaZe. Typical scoring.
This one's from Typical off a monster clear from First Killer, and nobody else from NRG were in the air. We had 2 players rotating to the back of the net. Nobody wanted to go in the midfield, and Typical, he is going to take that shot any day of the week. Nails it into the back of the net, and we've got a tied-up game.
Breaks NRG's holding pattern. They will need another one now. A challenge out over to Squishy. Ball gets away from him. AJ can play it away, but NRG starting to close the sides down. Squishy wants Garrett, but it's too close to Typical, and Garrett has to wait. It's cleared back to the blue half.
A little bit surprised there that Garrett didn't go up for that pass from Squishy. Maybe playing a bit more passive than we're expecting him to, rather. But here comes Typical in the midfield. We saw him do some work previously. AJ looking to outpace again in the midfield, but here comes Garrett G. A fight right now to win these 50-50s, Jorby.
That ball gets away from Justin. That makes an easy challenge for Typical. Back to First Killer. He just missed it, but AJ blocked by Squishy, and Garrett's there to follow it up. It's a big chance for FaZe. Probably a couple segments there that could have gone a little better. Typical no boost, lets it drop for First Killer, and Squishy plays it back over to the side. FaZe. A couple players no boost. Typical's going to retreat back to the corner, and he's going to be rewarded with the ball.
Well, it looks like that absolutely should have been a goal with that accuracy plaguing them a bit with the follow-up. I'm not sure who was behind the ball, but it was right in front of him. Squishy, while he did get the save, I mean, he was dead center in the net. Anywhere else, and it would have fallen in. Bit fortunate for NRG, but lucky to have Squishy on that defensive line.
Yeah, tough to pick your choices there if you're AJ as well. Have to get those defenders out of net. NRG, as good as any team in North America on the defensive side. And they're continuing to show it here. They haven't spent a ton of time in the blue half. And a few threats from FaZe. Here they come again. First Killer trying to outpace Garrett G. Pulls off the play, flips it around. Garrett gets the bump onto AJ on the follow-up. And a little mishmash of bumps there. Get the ball back down into NRG's half. Typical wins another 50, and it's not a real angle for FaZe to work with, but they do have midfield. First Killer over Squishy, and just nothing yet for FaZe.
We've got the final 30 seconds left in this first game of a long series, a best of 7. You can definitely make the argument that neither team has been tested so far. Just with their matchups alone, this is going to be the first time where their backs are against the wall, all tied up. Final 10 seconds. Somebody's got to make a move.
FaZe ran into each other. It gave a clear to NRG, but First Killer made quick work of it on the defensive half. Squishy hops over First Killer. Can't beat Typical to the ball. First Killer freezing Garrett G. Quick shot denied by Garrett off the box.
And you're reacting and recovering to First Killer, trying to harass you in the net. Garrett G somehow keeps NRG alive, and we go into OT.
AJ collects his own boost. Bumps one out of the way. That was Squishy, and Garrett will pick this up. Justin spawns as well. It was a little hectic there for NRG. Typical's got control. No boost, though. First Killer just jumps for it. Justin collects his boost and the ball, and NRG get out of a tight one off the kickoff.
Yep. Oh, Justin off the backboard looking for something there. And again, this is when FaZe Clan, you know, we have to figure out what else they can offer, the aggression, the demos. It's not working as well as it has in the past against other teams because, of course, this is NRG. They can recover. They can deal with that pressure. What else do FaZe Clan throw at that defense?
And they are trying to test NRG in multiple ways still. This one, a hard hit from Typical. Justin had the defense against AJ, and now First Killer all by himself. Garrett G not tough enough, and First Killer's able to grab it.
Really smart play from Garrett G to go slower. He knew that First Killer was actually going to rotate back to net and didn't panic to get the shot early on. Still got the save on FaZe Clan. Justin back down to Garrett G, who is falling but Squishy. You've got him in the backfield. That third man crashes the net and secures game 1.
Garrett just stuffs that ball, and it makes it really awkward for First Killer, who was coming back. You saw him come low off the sidewall and tried to predict where exactly that shot was going to come. Garrett never touched that ball. It left a little opening for Squishy, and the general NRG squeak game 1 away from FaZe.
We almost saw a flashier play there too, Jorby, where Garrett G was falling after getting the touch. I thought maybe he was going to land on it. If he had any boost, I'm sure he would have tried to get that follow-up touch. But again, NRG, I really think it came down to them surviving on defense. This was a defensive game where they had to withstand those demos, figure out how to recover and get back in rotation after getting bumped, and also Squishy on that goal line save. They earned this win.
NRG had some key physical plays as well. I mean, the most notable one I'm thinking of is Garrett slowing down AJ on an approach. He bumped the follow-up man after losing the initial 50. And that's the type of play I love seeing out of Garrett. You know, there's always some sort of value in that rotation that he can create before he ends up rotating out. And it keeps FaZe's rotation not as quick as they'd like it to be.
Yeah. Now, what is plan B here for FaZe Clan? The demos aren't working. In my opinion, I think you throw First Killer up for maybe some more solo plays. So far, we've only seen First Killer go for those demos, go for the physical team plays to get everybody else opportunities. But now it's going to come down to him making things work with the space he's given on offense by himself.
I think it's tough because I do think FaZe has tried multiple different angles to get by NRG. You think about the hard shot from Typical on their counterattack.
Yeah.
But then a lot of these carries that FaZe are doing, you've seen it from AJ and First Killer specifically, where they'll carry the ball, act like they're just going to carry it for a solo play, but then they'll just stop boosting and the follow-up man will come in and steal the ball away. And so those types of situations and those types of plays can get FaZe on the board. And this one from Typical, he delivers one himself.
Yeah, and all game one and game two, it's been nothing but typical for FaZe Clan. He's following it up all by himself. AJ looked like he was going for a bump, maybe even an extra touch, but they don't need it. Typical's just that good.
Yeah, I'm not sure Garrett would have gotten to that one, but AJ taking Garrett out of the play regardless. And a good start for FaZe. Took him a while to score in the first game. Now in Forbidden Temple, things start a little differently. No boost for AJ, so he's just going to let that ball go. Can't challenge Garrett. Now Garrett back over to Justin for NRG. Garrett gets back in front of it. First Killer dives in front for the stop.
That was a lovely touch, I believe, from AJ, who got in front of Garrett G. It looked like he might have owned gold it, but that delayed Garrett from getting the touch and following up Justin's immaculate touch. Now we've got AJ going off the backboard. That's a really uncomfortable bounce and Typical. He's got so much time in the air. What does he do with it? He keeps the flip and then goes for another backboard touch, but it doesn't work out. But FaZe Clan, they are trying to starve out NRG.
Oh, Typical shot just denied. First Killer tried to dive in front of it, but Garrett got in the way. Another quick shot. FaZe taking any kind of opportunity they can at the net. Justin squeezes by one on the 50. AJ picks it up. Big demo from Typical, but Justin saves NRG with a big 50-50.
FaZe Clan are heating up. You can see they're now attacking from multiple different angles. You've got Typical, the solo plays, double demos from First Killer and AJ. And there's more space on the field, but hold on a second. The defense kind of bunched up here from FaZe Clan. They do escape, but it does look a bit risky.
Justin getting kicked out of the way from Typical, and Typical's had himself a good series so far. They're going to let AJ go up for this one. NRG sitting back on defense. Squishy. Nice catch off the back wall. Sees Typical. Lines up the 50. And Justin can progress forward for NRG. Gets another 50. Squishy's ready for it. Quick shot back over to Justin, actually, for the pass. It was a strong side on the defense. FaZe don't have to defend the shot.
And you saw what Justin was going for. He pre-jumped the shot, or the pass, excuse me, from Squishy. But Squishy had no boost in that situation and couldn't get the power that Justin desperately wanted. A bit of a miscommunication. Here comes First Killer. Off the ceiling, maybe, leads to something, but no, Garrett G does meet him with a challenge, and we've got some back and forth, Jorby.
Justin got the carry. AJ was immediately up for it, and NRG still pushing the ball in front of the box. FaZe doing what they can. Typical trying to manage his moves as well as he can to get that ball out. And Garrett gives Squishy the first chance at the ball. First Killer diving in front of it. AJ another 50 in front, loose ball, but Typical so far back, so Garrett G gets first look. Oh, what a squeeze from Justin off the back wall. First Killer handles it. Both Squishy and Garrett a little too far off the play. Big demo. Big shot, but Justin flying in for the save. AJ cuts him off. Nice catch. Gets it around Justin. Still a little boost. Pitches it down, and, well, that's the kind of effect AJ can have on your team. Couldn't put the shot on net, but boy, is it dangerous when he's behind the ball.
Yeah, and he's wasting a lot of time and forcing NRG to waste their own boost to get to that challenge. Here comes Typical off the sidewall. Doesn't get the follow-up. But Garrett G looking for that transitional play. This is what we saw work out against Oxygen. They would start in their own half and have one big clear downfield. So far in this series, FaZe Clan have had an answer, but maybe that will break as we get further and further towards match point.
Look at Typical go. Got by two defenders. Squishy doing a lot of work in that third man spot. Garrett, not the best touch. It's going to give it the first killer, and a hard shot out will be taken away a little wide. Another big 50
That
from
should be a
Justin.
3-1, Garrett.
And Garrett's in front of it. He'll get the goal. Justin doing work on defense, setting Garrett up for success.
FaZe Clan not ready for that pinch, that win from Justin, the 50-50. AJ was pushed up, expecting a smaller 50-50. Meanwhile, Garrett G has so much momentum moving forward, getting the touch and getting behind the ball. A very awkward one for NRG, but they will take it.
First killer again, off the ceiling. Squishy's right there to meet him in midfield. Light touch, Garrett G can play it away. Here's FaZe again. They haven't had the space that they really had too much of against version 1.
Yeah.
NRG have gotten up to a lot of these challenges. It's forced FaZe to go for hard touches from midfield.
Absolutely.
Rather than carry the ball as often as they would like to in the offensive half. And can't speak enough about those 50s from Justin. There have been multiple moments where his challenge has saved NRG on defense. Yeah. Squishy setting that up, but no one. It's going to be Typicals.
Well, and this matchup is a lot more difficult, for FaZe Clan with that space, because NRG much more decisive on when to go for the ball, when to boom it, how to keep the ball close to them. They're not going to be giving up free space or just simply giving away possession that we might have seen in a previous series for FaZe Clan. So they've got to adapt to that, figure out how to create their own space. But thankfully, you've got First Killer, a man who can basically make something out of nothing.
I mean, you got 3 players on this team that could make something out of nothing.
Oh, yeah.
We see this typical score, a simple air dribble with a bump. So anything goes. You got to send the whole house.
Are they going to keep it up? Oh, they do. Wait, hold on.
Garrett's
Could
got
be
the
something,
touch.
Jordan.
Little chain dash to keep possession of that. Nice little mechanical work from Garrett G, but we got overtime.
I thought maybe we get something squishy. Looked like he had a game plan to go for, but unfortunately we don't get that buzzer beater that we did see yesterday. First Killer on the defensive side. There is some space in the midfield, and maybe something for AJ. The firepower behind that shot was intense, but it's still saved from NRG.
First Killer far back. He's picking up pads on his way to this challenge. It is away from NRG, but FaZe a little far off that ball. Squishy could get the 50, but it looks like FaZe are going to win it. First Killer quick off the side wall, off the ceiling, can't find the touch. Garrett pops it away. Typical next up for FaZe. Off the ceiling, second touch, flips forward. AJ playing really close as last man is able to steal that ball away and keep the push alive for FaZe. By time, maybe get a goal. Oh my goodness, FaZe deliver the Game 2 victory.
And you feel for Squishy in this situation. He was up against so much difficult challenges.
What do you do there?
And that was so weird. That's what I'm trying to figure out for Squishy. What do you do? Do you go for that challenge, or do you wait in net to try to get the pre-jump?
No, I think you go for it. I think Squishy was between a rock and a hard place there. You see AJ carrying it on the back wall, and it's just, is he going to go to the side? Because First Killer's also starting to commit, and he could go down. Like, Squishy just has to get up and try to challenge that ball.
Wow.
And a difficult save to make on that goal line.
Yeah.
And FaZe just a little too much there, Turtle.
And I really want to take another look at it, because I was just baffled at how that even came to be. I don't know if Squishy got up a little bit later, if he just really had no choice. Here it is again. AJ off the backboard. Squishy did jump for it, and there wasn't really a follow-up. I don't know if he just misread the touch. It was so awkward to look at, but regardless, FaZe Clan do clutch it out in a game that I felt like NRG was going to slowly take that away, because you saw so many opportunities for FaZe Clan not go their way, and things were slowly building up for NRG with their decision-making and their ability to break down the defense slowly.
Yeah, NRG were holding on pretty well for the majority of that game. Their defense has been great. They've been able to stop a lot of these FaZe attacks. Again, keeping FaZe away from controlling the game as much as possible. NRG are willing to let FaZe control the ball out of their own half, but they're always going to sit around midfield, at the farthest point. They might even get a little closer, but you see them, they'll stick around midfield. They'll let FaZe try to carry that ball out, gauge where it's going, and then go for the challenge. And that makes the rest of the rotation a little easier. First Killer made that a little harder. He set it up, but what can you do? Inertia was your worst enemy.
Yeah, so unfortunate for First Killer, because he had the air dribble, then got the mid-air demo, but he was just falling in that same line and path of the ball to the net. But still, they continue on offense with some possession. AJ into the midfield looking for the mind game, doesn't get it. Garrett G winning a huge 50-50, maybe a pinch in the midfield. And one thing we haven't seen since that first game, Jorby, has been Justin on offense. Remember that one goal from NRG where he was alone on offense, making things work, creating space. We haven't gotten too much of that, especially in the last game, and now continuing into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we talked about NRG's defense, they have had some decent offensive tries. Here's another one, but AJ's able to pick up that save. First Killer beating Justin to the ball. It's going to slow down for a second for FaZe. That touch got away from First Killer. Squishy took it himself. And not much to do about that ball, but he will swing around for a potential boost steal. And NRG set up shop in the orange half.
We did see a great touch, though, from Squishy Muffins to get it around the defender, something that has been difficult for almost any team that's up against FaZe Clan. Their ability to read the play, get pre-jumps. We just saw AJ get this ridiculous pre-jump save. So for NRG to have that ability to get around them speaks volumes to what they can do on offense. We just need to utilize it.
First Killer shading AJ's approach. Justin, another nice clear back over to Squishy. Good catch. Garrett G down on the other side. Can he find it over First Killer? Off the back wall. Justin's too far off. He's going to try to close down the corner, but AJ collects the boost. First Killer flies past his camera. Now AJ's got the carry over Squishy, and FaZe get out of another tough one.
And a really close opportunity for Garrett G. He tried to get the backboard double tap using his own flip. It didn't work out, but the idea was there. The pass certainly was there from Squishy on that extra touch. Here comes AJ. In the air, Typical can't win the 50-50, but they're keeping possession. Look at how FaZe Clan moved throughout this offensive side, Jorvi.
Oh, and NRG really starting to stretch. They had given FaZe the entire midfield. Nobody was able to jump up for the initial challenge that started this whole sequence, but they've survived, and Justin got a nice catch off that pass from Garrett. Squishy, the catch again. Garrett picking up a lot of pads. He's giving himself 40 here for this counterattack. Here comes AJ, and immediately challenged by Garrett.
Man, I'm just so in love with how FaZe Clan can keep that possession and how quickly they do it with those back passes. You saw AJ, he's reacting, and as he's rotating out, he's not just looking for boost or trying to get back as fast as possible. He wants to keep possession and make sure that they can maintain their offense. Justin, though, the far left shot, and it slips in. The first goal for NRG.
And you're also seeing NRG adapt to that. That touch before that was a hard touch from Garrett G. FaZe trying to rotate up the field quickly. Garrett took advantage of it with a huge touch, and that led to that sequence there, that pass from Squishy, opening for Justin. Big goal for NRG. They are slicing through FaZe bit by bit, but they're finding the holes.
And the crazy thing is, I believe Justin tweeted out before this series started that he didn't get any sleep last night. I don't know what this man's schedule is like. I don't know how it's working out, but he's playing well. So maybe that's the strategy for him.
I don't know if I recommend that for, any lengthy period of time for Justin. Maybe it works this time as he's pushing up for another goal.
I don't know. This seems pretty effective to me. Look at this guy go in the air. He's so speedy. Gets above typical and uses the ceiling because he knows if he goes off the backboard, it's going to waste too much time, and AJ will be able to recover just in the nick of time. There he is. Justin making things work. I called him out, said he wasn't doing too much on the field, and there he is to answer.
2 hours of sleep a day, keep the whiffs away.
Yeah.
Don't take that advice at home and use it. I do not recommend it. For Justin, it's working today. It's typical. Popping it up downfield, gonna move it for FaZe. We now have to find several goals to get by NRG. Nice little bump here for Justin. I do feel like he was effective on defense in the first 2 games. He's now been able to punch out and create some opportunities again for NRG down the field. A nice challenge for Sipical. Maybe AJ can get this set up. Good touch over to Sip, and that's a goal for FaZe.
All right, there it is. It's Sipical yet again on the striking side of the ball, and this one was an immaculate read from AJ. That pass, oh my goodness. Justin couldn't even get a piece of it, and AJ not only got a touch on it, but it was the perfect pass across the Sipical.
Hope in game number 3 for FaZe. First Killer, 68 boost, and a pass, and a shot! Oh, off the boost, and in! AJ delivers again!
Woo! FaZe Clan, they're on fire, baby. Look at the striking from AJ. Top right corner, the speed, there is no saving that.
Beautiful work from First Killer. Just the speed of that. The catch, and NRG were quick to that challenge you saw, but First Killer, he was seeing his teammate the entire way. I got a sick pass out to give FaZe that tying goal, but Justin wants it right back. Had a 50 out to Garrett, coming in close. Squishy, no boost. He has to stay back. Justin cuts in front of the rotation. Garrett also cutting in front as well. Here comes NRG. Squishy misses the ball completely, but FaZe were waiting for it. And so now Justin's got space. Pass over to Garrett. Not good enough on the shot. Typical can play it down, and FaZe can breathe.
Here we go, Garrett G rotating back. Takes the corner boost. 30 seconds remaining, all tied up in a game that you expected NRG to take away, but instead it's AJ getting involved in every single play and doing it with style.
Everybody comes off the back wall. Nobody could get that touch. You saw where Justin and Squishy were positioned. They were both playing the ball. Nowhere where it went. It bounced out away from them. You saw Squishy had to stretch to even get to that challenge. And AJ punishes NRG with their third unanswered goal.
This is unreal. I mean, all three of these goals for FaZe Clan, they weren't freebies by any means. They have earned and worked for these goals. The mechanics have shown up. The decision-making, the ability to control the ball. We need an answer from NRG. They've only got 5 seconds. Can they make it happen?
Off the corner. AJ playing it down. First killer next up. He's got it. Garrett got another catch. This is going to be tough to do. Typical's in front of it. Squishy keeps it up. 0-second drill for NRG. Caught again. AJ keeping that ball close. He gets chipped off the play. Here we go again. Squishy denied, and FaZe Clan take game 3.
Oh my goodness, what a game and what a turnaround from this FaZe Clan offense. You saw multiple different styles of goals, one where it was solo plays, one where it was a catch from first killer. Of course, it started out in typical FaZe Clan fashion so far in the series, where it is typical, making that first stride, but off of some fantastic passing, dare I say, from AJ.
Really good rotations as well from FaZe. They're still playing really tight, but they've been able to get back every time.
Look at that pass. That is so insane. Bro, I can't get over that read. It doesn't look too fancy or too flashy, but the thing of it is Justin couldn't even get a piece of it. Justin just has to find one touch, and AJ not only gets the read, but it's the perfect pass across the field, man. That is everything you could ask for out of a teammate.
And I think that you can see the comfortability that First Killer and AJ have with Typical. So many of those carries, Typical coming out of his own half and punching through the NRG defense with a solid 50, or just getting the ball over the first defender. And so many of those opportunities have opened up for AJ and First Killer. You know, don't get me wrong. Each player is definitely creating value in each role on the pitch. But you talk about the big roster move that this team made. A lot of people were critical of it. A lot of people loved it. But I think we are seeing the benefits of what AJ and First Killer do when they're feeling comfortable and they have confidence in their third man Typical. When their mental is there, it feels like FaZe can do anything. Like mount a 3-goal comeback against NRG, but NRG just missed the pass. Garrett can't connect.
And that's the thing about FaZe Clan with the new roster. Anybody can step up at any given moment. We're just waiting at this point. We have seen a lot from First Killer, but he's been a bit more team-orientated, which is a great sign because he doesn't have too much pressure anymore. Justin, how did he slip this one in?
Justin, big goal for him. First, he wins that 50, gets back into the rotation. First Killer, Justin says, hey, thanks for that ball. Save that one. Nice try.
Oh my goodness.
I thought he saved it for a second too.
you just don't need any sleep, man. That's what I'm convinced after this series so far.
One all-nighter a week for Justin.
Yeah. Somehow it's working out. Maybe another shot here in the midfield could lead to something. Typical. He's been on fire on the backboard too. But I think it's definitely fair to say that both defenses have shown up so far in the series, Jorby. It's almost like every goal really earned for each individual team.
Absolutely. That's what we expected out of this game, and we're certainly getting it so far in this winter bracket final. First Killer, oops, gonna let that one go for AJ, and he got the bump onto Garrett, forced Justin to make the save. Justin able to make it, and now behind the ball again.
Here we go.
AJ,
something
one touch,
AJ
2 touches underneath. First Killer, somehow FaZe, or somehow NRG come away with that.
Yeah,
Justin,
I thought that was gonna be a follow-up. I mean, the double tap from AJ, and then not getting a crash in from First Killer, who's so on fire. But then, hold on a second, speedy shot. Look at how quickly Garrett G was up for this backboard read.
You saw in net First Killer, or not First Killer, excuse me, AJ coming up, thinks that ball's a little lower than it is, and his approach is expecting that ball to come down a little bit more. Instead, it bounces away from him. He can't find the touch, and Justin can collect.
That looked abnormal, how fast Garrett G got up to that ball. Like, he's got some special hydraulics in his wheels or something to spring himself up into the air. That was ridiculous, Garrett G. And we've been in this situation before. 2-goal lead for NRG. They start out on fire, but slowly and surely, FaZe Clan start chipping away at that defense. It's either with demos or just crazy individual plays. And here's the first step to the comeback.
And it's always AJ in the center of things. Gets that hard touch out, cuts off Garrett's approach. He beats Garrett to his own defense. Garrett was in position on the back wall saying like, yeah, I'll carry this ball out. But AJ just boosts right past him and then passes it to his teammate. So it doesn't even matter.
And they don't utilize that speed the entire series. They're waiting to be explosive to catch them off guard because there's moments where NRG think they have time based off historically how FaZe Clan have been challenging them, but then all of a sudden you get somebody like AJ or First Killer using all their boost abruptly, catching NRG off guard and making a play out of it.
Nice touch from First Killer, and AJ uses Garrett as a pole vault to get that ball.
Here's the demo.
Nice little move from Squishy. He's got to beat AJ here. He does win that 50. Garrett next up on the follow. First Killer. They both go for the fake. They'll pull it off on the challenge, but First Killer's got control. Oh, flips it up underneath. AJ denied. Squishy got in front of it. FaZe aren't done. Typical comes in tight on the rotation. Has to contend with Garrett and Squishy.
Not
Justin
in.
last back just off the post. First Killer swings around, tried to control. Can't do it. Justin forced him out. Got a little bump, and Garrett gets a big clear for NRG.
And Garrett G is doing a lot of the heavy lifting to make sure somebody's finding a challenge. Even whenever he doesn't have boost, he's flipping into the midfield, making sure he can get in front of a shot or at least go for the 50-50. Sometimes he isn't there in time, and that's what's plagued NRG so far. Here's Squishy, though, in the corner. Might lead to something. He's going for a slower approach, doesn't get the touch, and he's going to end up staying on the offensive half, taking the boost, but FaZe Clan, they're already in your own half, man. You got to get back.
Yeah, Squishy missed the first corner boost, then decided to go for the other one, and then ended up having a poor recovery on top of it. FaZe will keep going. Garrett gets bumped. And that messes up where he wanted that touch to go.
Yep.
There's another challenge from FaZe, trying to prevent NRG from getting the clear. AJ got to keep that ball close, and First Killer will get to it first, but this is still NRG possession.
Off the sidewall, that was a great pass. Squishy, what does he have off the backboard? It's met by AJ, and my goodness, the backboard defense from FaZe Clan this game have been spot on. Nobody's missed a touch. Here comes First Killer, the musty flick, past one. Squishy, rock solid in defense.
Another high touch for AJ. NRG can't do much with that first touch. First Killer lets that go for Sip, and Squishy's there to cut it off. Oh, and he missed the ball. Garrett got the touch out. That was Typical who ended up missing. First Killer trying to prevent the approach. Justin gets the touch out again. Justin trying to create opportunities for NRG. Here's another one off the back wall, but Garrett's too far back. Quick pass back over to AJ from First. First landing back into the corner. Wants to trap it again. Able to shake that ball off of Justin and allow Typical to come in. Turtle, FaZe are just jumping in front of each challenge. And even if they can't get the one touch, one of these players is getting in front of it.
Oh, that's a
forcing NRG to look. Huge whiff, and it's denied anyway. Garrett G cannot get it done. Big clear from First Killer down the field. Typical cannot make the touch. Up high for NRG. First Killer, high touch off the ceiling. FaZe enacting this siege. Can they deliver pain to NRG's net? Back for Justin, back over to Garrett, and NRG get the clear once again.
It's the final 20 seconds. They can hold on, and they'll tie this series up. NRG. However, Justin just missed that double tap, which would have been huge. Getting the security, especially when your defense has just been all backs against the wall. You need to make every challenge count, especially with only 5 seconds left and a FaZe Clan hungry for that goal.
First Killer trying to get that bump. Here's the last chance. Garrett G hops in front of it again. He's cut the rotation, stopped so many FaZe attacks. He needs to stop another one. Big bump, and it's gonna touch the ground. NRG have tied the series.
And they narrowly escaped from that one. The bump play, which has been routine for FaZe Clan. You think that you're safe on your own backboard against any team, but not against FaZe Clan because they are that aggressive. They will rotate and chase you on your own backboard, getting a bump, making sure you don't get that touch so the ball bounces off the backboard and another teammate can easily clean it up. NRG, much different from last game. They were able to hold on.
Great work on defense from NRG. 8 saves between the three of them, especially at the end. Honestly, there were moments for all 3 players in the rotation where, you know, a player's out. Okay, just got to cut back in, just got to make the 50, got to buy a little bit more time to stop FaZe. And FaZe are really sending the house. You see the rotation. The third man is always in that third. They're just so confident in their ability not only to get to any challenge in front, but to outplay you on the sides and even on the return back. Even when that ball's flying over FaZe's head, they still somehow find a way to flush that ball to the corner. The difficulty comes in some of those counterattacks that NRG were able to collect on.
That's what baffles my mind about this FaZe Clan roster is the fact that against NRG, a team that is so dominant with their transition game and getting counterattacks to the point where if you overextend against NRG, you might as well just drop your controller because they're going to get a booming clear and score on you with Justin in the offensive half. But that's not the case for FaZe Clan. They will send the whole house, have somebody even rotating on the NRG backboard, and still find time to get back on defense and put on some shots like this. Typical trying to score another first goal for FaZe Clan. Doesn't make it count, but it was close.
First killer boxing out Squishy. You see AJ coming in quickly, and he
There it
muscles
is.
his way through for a goal. Payday for AJ.
The 50-50 power from AJ. He squeezes it past that last defender. Garrett G had jumped a bit early, and AJ was all over it to make sure they secure that first one.
AJ, the center of almost every opportunity for FaZe. I haven't kept close track, but his goal participation has to be close to 100% for FaZe.
Is there ever a point where AJ's touches and AJ's shots aren't just so well thought out and executed? I mean, the man is almost always averaging 30% shooting accuracy. Every shot he takes seems like it's going to be powerful and something you have to be scared of.
Even when he's not shooting the ball, he's such a threat in other phases of the game. You look back to that highlight reel pass that he had, but it's also the physical game. It's also his 50s. AJ excelling in all phases of the game. Here comes Squishy.
No pun intended. Or was it intended?
Again, denied. We'll leave that one for you to decide, Turtle. Garrett popping that ball downfield. And that's the way NRG have gotten through this FaZe defense. Turtle, you talked a little bit about them booming the ball by their heads and trying to get over them. And that has worked. And NRG's defense has been good enough to hold FaZe to, there's only been one game where FaZe has scored more than 2 goals.
I want to see more demos. And there it is, Squishy, thank you so much. But then, of course, AJ's going to take out Gary G. It's like you think that there's a play developing, and then all of a sudden AJ, the man we always love to talk about, is getting involved. There's a physical play from Squishy on AJ. Squishy, definitely that player who has the most opportunities, in my opinion, to go for those demos. I'd love to see him step up in that regard. Typical. Look at the mechanics and that recovery. I believe he landed in time and still got the shot off.
Now, how does this one go in as well? Typical gets underneath it, and Justin was on the back wall. It was Garrett who tried to make the 50 happen, and Squishy, just couldn't get it done.
And that's the frustrating thing. I talk about, going for demos and having Squishy be physical, but a lot of times if you don't pick and choose the right moments to go for demos, you're going to be slow on the challenges and on those rotations. That's why a lot of these teams in the upper levels don't want to go for those physical plays, because then you can't rotate back in time. You can't get in position to go for the challenge, especially against the FaZe Clan offense where you need to be at the exact moment. Otherwise, it's going to be a goal. And we just saw exactly how ineffective that can be. Here comes Squishy, though, looking for the 50-50. They're stuck on defense. NRG need to get out of this one.
And thanks to our... Oh, hang on a second. Quick shot. Wow, Typical got back quick for that save. And AJ, again, another catch. Forces Garrett to use his boost and make that challenge happen. First killer, close touch. He's over Garrett. And over Justin, but then gets bumped out. First killer still gets the last laugh on the touch. AJ can't quite muscle that 50. Justin's just got too much momentum. Typical in a tough spot, but he gets back down in time to make the save.
And you think that one should have for sure been a goal. The left side of the net was clear. Gary G couldn't find it. Maybe he thought Typical was going to assume the shot would be towards that wide area. And that one felt like a missed opportunity, Jorby.
NRG need a couple. First killer wrapping around. FaZe just will not let NRG out of their half. Look, Garrett really feeling the boost starvation, trying to get that midfield boost. He was nowhere close to it. And FaZe have absolutely destroyed NRG on this sequence.
And I wish I could hear the comms right now to see if this was actually planned. It looked like maybe even there was a pinch. AJ and Typical were both trying to squeeze that one in. Squishy was crashing from the left side to get a clear out, but they're swarmed right now. NRG, there is a FaZe Clan member in almost every spot on the field to meet them with a challenge, Jorby. How do you get out?
And Justin got demoed on that play. Garrett had to completely leave the play because he's feeling that boost starvation. Squishy losing that 50. And it's just a cavalcade of disaster for NRG. FaZe getting the better of them in the first 4 or so minutes, or 3 or so minutes, if you will. Thanks to our wonderful statistician, Turtle. We do confirm that AJ has been responsible for partly responsible for 5 out of 7 goals. So
right.
Just over a 70% goal participation for him, highest on the team in the series. So he's absolutely been an X-factor.
Yeah. We can expect that from AJ at this point, that level of goal participation, that level of involvement on the offensive side. And it's quite crazy because First and Typical are both now at 4 out of 7. So, you compliment AJ about always being there and being involved, but his teammates are right behind him to back him up and really put numbers up themselves. And of course, you can't discredit First Killer or Typical, 2 players with some phenomenal mechanics and abilities on the field. We need to be able to say the same thing for NRG. Typically in the past you can, but right now they are flat.
I think now it's 6 for 8 because he did score a goal earlier. Oh, no, and it was assisted on both of them, so never mind. Including the game on Wasteland. First killer, only
just
2
lost
goals.
The sauce at this point, bro.
Only 2
The
goals.
numbers,
He wasn't.
they're all combining for me. You just need to know AJ's just a beast at the end of the day.
First killer muscles his way by. FaZe take another shot, and NRG just do not have a response on Wasteland for FaZe.
Maybe a midfield pass could lead to something. You'd like to see NRG get 1 goal if you are a fan of them moving forward, build some momentum. Started early on, but 10 seconds left. It looks like we are going to get FaZe Clan on match point first here in this series.
Big win and a big chance to head to the grand finals in the upper bracket and avoid having to win 2 best-of-7s in a row if you want to make it to the grand finals. NRG, Turtle, they've done a great job responding to FaZe. This has gone both ways. And, when we head to Neo Tokyo, would not be surprised if NRG clutch up on the defense and take us to Game 7.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all, but oh my goodness, it's crazy because I really am lost for words right now on what NRG can do to battle back. And in this game, while it looked, completely in FaZe Clan's control, which it was, the rest of the series that we saw beforehand doesn't speak that same story. And I think that NRG, like you said, do have what it takes to battle back in Neo Tokyo. We're going to see what they have to give and to offer on offense, but they barely were even on the other half of the field. It felt like the offense, it was very flat. There wasn't any creativity. We weren't seeing Justin going for anything special, really, and not any punishment goals either with the transition. So NRG, they've got to do a complete 180 in this game.
Yeah, they just didn't have any boosts. Like FaZe they kept stealing everything away from them, and it made every clear attempt that much harder. You couldn't have a man in midfield because you all had to be stuck on the back wall because you're just either trying to pick up pads, hoping a canister spawns in a timely fashion.
Here we go.
Squishy on top on the kickoff, makes it bounce, and Squishy makes them look silly.
Look at Squishy's camera, he's laughing. He has no idea how this went in, and I have no idea how this went either. He faked out one, and you thought he was going to get the follow-up. First killer just bit at the early challenge, and somehow that one slowly rolls in. The best goal, the flashiest goal we've ever seen.
Sometimes the lightest touch is the best touch.
Absolutely.
Oh, holds true.
Just hit the brakes on him, Jorby. That's all it takes.
Big goal for Squishy, for sure. Justin getting punched off that ball by first killer. And that's a really great response for NRG. We know that they're capable of locking FaZe down on defense, but you know that FaZe are always going to bring the heat, and so that defense has to be at 100%. If FaZe even sniff one error or one mistouch, they're going to be all over it and putting the ball in the back of NRG's net.
Ooh, I do like what we just saw there from Garrett G, who's being aggressive on his rotations back. Instead of trying to go directly towards the net, he's looking to take out the player who has possession of the ball. So maybe implementing that player who's rotating back, and that was a risky challenge from Squishy. He was the last man, but he did get a piece of it and forced first killer, to go for that challenge and not try to take a shot.
FaZe looking for a way out. AJ able to make one attacker miss. And the 50 was good, but nobody can commit to that ball from FaZe. Typical ends up missing the ball. AJ, light shot, he can turn it away. FaZe having trouble getting out of the orange half right now. NRG still waiting around midfield. FaZe tying each other up. Not the best sequence here for FaZe. It's very chaotic. Ball just bounces up in front of a couple players. Squishy wants a pass out, but first killer's going to cut him off.
It's a good demo as well from Squishy. And there's a lot more space I've noticed for NRG moving up on offense. FaZe Clan, I don't know if maybe the communication isn't as strong, but not as organized as we saw in the previous game. Maybe that first goal, that first mistake scared and made them back up a little bit on the defensive line.
Squishy again in midfield. AJ trying to keep that ball away from Squishy. Squishy just drives forward. It's typical able to force that ball out. But FaZe need a follow-up touch. Yeah, they can only make a 50 happen, and Justin barrels that one. Here's Garrett, hard touch off the corner. Squishy committed, and he got to the ball. NRG continued to press this FaZe defense. Another touch for FaZe gets away from them. Justin keeps this close off the stealing, still tries to follow through. Garrett will be first to this touch. Typical collects his boost. Shot on target, saved by Typical. So FaZe in a holding pattern, and finally a big clear for first killer.
Yeah, but they do look pretty comfortable. There have been some solid shots from NRG, but nothing too threatening, except for maybe this one from Justin. Doesn't get the touch he wanted, and Squishy's forced to crash in the net. Maybe Garrett G goes for a double off the backboard, but doesn't find it. Instead, does find Justin, though. The passing game from NRG, top notch.
Oh, we thought AJ had a sick pass. Garrett says, I could do one just as good. Look at that touch from Garrett G. Disgusting work.
Dude, is there anything else you could ask for out of Justin? That ball went straight to his car. It looked like Justin didn't even need to use his controller to score that one.
That's a massive pass. And a great 2-goal lead for NRG to sit on. Time taken away for FaZe. They've had trouble breaking out against this NRG team, but they've just caught the ball looking, and that shot's not on target. Justin clears the ball. First killer, still able to control it with that hard touch, and Garrett puts him right back in the orange half. FaZe, pass in front, first killer boosting towards it. AJ, not gonna be first to that ball. But FaZe starting to grab control. They're starting to get more of these touches in the third. First killer, pass in front. They got another one off the backboard, and they're got to rotate back. First killer bails Sypical out of a tough spot, and Sypical can keep the push going off of that great stop from first killer.
An uncharacteristic shot there from AJ,
Ooh.
where it was actually a little bit high in a situation where normally he's nailing that into the top corner. FaZe Clan have been in this situation before, down 2 goals. They need to make something work. They've most likely got that confidence and know that it's possible, but against an NRG defense that is finding the saves is going to be rather difficult. This could lead to something, though. Double demo on the field. Justin's wasting so much time and finds another 50-50. FaZe Clan are knocking at the door. No answers yet.
That ball, it's tough for first killer to handle, but here they come again. A lot of bumps and demos, and about 4 or 5 shots on that sequence. And FaZe just could not come up with a goal. NRG always had a defender ready in net. Sypical carrying this first killer.
All 3 of them up.
All 3 of them are up for it. And Garrett wants him to hang around a little longer with that second touch. Oopsies. Justin trying to take that ball out.
Bro.
Can he get it beyond first killer? He does.
I'm still amazed that all 3 players jumped and then they still have possession. They're still on offense. All 3 of them were in the air. They rotate in time, and they're still taking shots, Jorby. I can't make this up. FaZe Clan, the recovery is on another level.
AJ puts heavy lead behind this one. Garrett tries to screen across, but it's just too much for Justin to save.
Man.
No chance, and FaZe have been given a chance, Turtle.
It's possible. It's possible. Now, if you're on energy, that thought starts creeping into your mind. Maybe, you know, we give up this goal. FaZe Clan look pretty good. 15 seconds left. We've got to hold on. It's still definitely there for FaZe Clan. They just got to make something.
First killer. Cut off by Garrett. Garrett protecting the ball. Smart to let that ball drop. Justin, a little bit of boost, but he gets by AJ. And NRG, great clock management at the end of the game to take the win. And guess where we're going, Turtle?
Yes,
we're going to Champions Field.
And did we expect anything less? I don't think so. You know, maybe earlier on, FaZe Clan, with how great they looked, especially with Sypical scoring first in almost every single game, it felt like AJ striking was the highest level we've seen in quite some time, still finding that high shooting percentage. But somehow, NRG, they have slipped back in, and that first goal from Squishy was the weirdest thing, but thankfully we got that incredible pass from Garrett G to even it out.
Any kind of goal will suffice when you're trying to get by this FaZe team.
Yeah, that
really
was
impressed me. Something really impressed me about NRG and Neo Tokyo is they really switched up the play. They weren't as willing to give up midfield. In fact, you saw first and second man were routinely pushing beyond the midfield line, trying to aggress and keep FaZe from having any real breakout. And those 50s, I think, really made life difficult for them. And Turtle, this is what has made NRG so tough to beat in North America for so long.
Absolutely, but now we've got Champions Field brought to you by X Games. It's time to get into it. The final 5 minutes between 2 Titans, one with a newer roster, but one with a very established one that we have high expectations of. Who's going to take it?
What many are calling the North American Super Team. Would love to find a grand finals appearance in their first regional together. Start with first killer, quickly up to that ball, and AJ was ready for it. Got a nice touch out. Sypical actually pulls off, gives AJ the lead on that one. Like Sypical might have had a high pressure opportunity. These pitches are going crazy.
Dude, this is what I love about this game, especially with players like this, is, you know, the ball will have a very consistent speed, and then all of a sudden one pitch just sends it flying. You can never know what to expect when you've got such mechanical players on the field. Garrett G off the ceiling might lead to something. Justin actually pulls off on that and then goes for the smarter approach and then leaves this one for Garrett G, going for the mind game. NRG, they found their stride and they're stuck on offense.
First killer taking this ball back over to the corner. Forces Squishy to stretch for it, but it's not a problem. Squishy's got no boost. Can't get back to the challenge. First killer getting bumped in midfield. It's going to make this follow-up slow. And Justin gets to it first. Crucial bump to give NRG some space.
Typical, what are you
big shot
doing?
from Squishy.
What?
Nobody from FaZe. They just let that ball hang in front of the box. And Justin.
Oh my goodness.
And Squishy deliver the first goal.
Oh, and Typical had 9 boosts when he was rotating back to net. And there was one moment where he could have turned to go for that challenge, but couldn't find the boost to go for it. I don't think he had the confidence either, so instead he went for that in and out save. It didn't connect, and that ball floated for way too long in front of FaZe Clan.
It's hard for me to say without being able to look at it again, but I wonder if his path could have had a lot of open small paths if there was a way he could have afforded himself a little bit more boost for that play.
Well, there's certainly a moment where he could have turned in Jory, but
Yeah.
like you said, if he got maybe literally one pad, could have changed that.
Reliance on the canister, maybe doing Typical a little dirty this time, but Typical got the pass out to first killer. He's had a lot of high impact plays for FaZe. They're gonna need a couple more. A lot of heavy 50s, even right here.
Yeah.
That ball away, first killer has to come back to it. Just no one really able to get a good opportunity, but that ball just skirted back to AJ. You got another 50 for Squishy, and NRG don't have to sweat too much on defense.
And I don't know how NRG are finding this, but the power on these pinches in the 50-50s. There was even that moment way earlier in the series, if you remember, where I believe it was Justin who just destroyed somebody on FaZe Clan with the challenge, and then Garrett G was able to capitalize. So that trend has continued, and also the trend of being physical and getting demos has continued for FaZe Clan. It doesn't lead to something from first killer. He went for the flip reset, didn't connect, and we're just stuck in this 50-50 battle in the midfield and a big clear instead of going for the pass there. FaZe Clan not utilizing each other as much as you'd like to see.
Just a little far away from Typical. You're right, had they been able to connect on net, could have been a deadly opportunity for him.
Yeah.
Look at those 50s from AJ. Actually, first killer's slow to this, and Justin gets back to it first. Nice carry from Justin.
Man.
Roller to Squishy, and he just couldn't get out of the way in time. AJ trying to protect this ball. That's a 50 right to Squishy. Another 50 in front, but the ball
AJ's
loose
up.
in front of the box. The rest of NRG willing to wait in midfield. Justin keeps it close. These side touches, not letting first killer get up for this ball. He's going to let it drop. Nobody's ready for NRG.
And I'm a bit surprised to see Garrett G not go for that double tap off the backboard in Game 7. I just want to remind everybody, when Typical joined FaZe Clan, especially Gibbs, who we heard on the desk, everybody has been doubting him and discussing how he performs in these clutch final moments. That Game 7 performance from Typical, he already had a huge mistake earlier on defense. Will he make up for it? And can he redeem himself? There's only 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Otherwise, NRG might find a spot in the grand final.
Oh no, first killer missed the ball. AJ's all by himself at the 2-on-1. Justin tried to do it, but AJ stays strong and got the save. No boost, misses the pad, tries to wave dash forward. Garrett gets over him. Another chance for Squishy. Pops up, he's out of boost. Garrett's in the air, denied by Typical, but Garrett keeps it close. Justin diving in front, denied by first killer. Counterattacks, Typical. First killer diving forward in the corner. He's got no boost. Gonna get back in front of that. Two touches in front above Squishy, and Garrett just barely gets in the way. FaZe, are they done? Oh my goodness, Typical trying to get in front of it. They're all caught out and back. First killer gets back to the wall. Justin pulled off. And first killer wins a big touch, but FaZe still need a goal.
And you can't doubt the ability for FaZe Clan to recover. They will send everybody on the field. There's Typical up for the challenge. 2 players go for the save in net. 30 seconds left. NRG, they just need to waste some time. And they will secure that grand final spot, but you know FaZe Clan want it badly.
The physical game coming in big time for FaZe. That bump breaks them out here. Here's first killer. He can't find the touch. And now FaZe might get caught out, but no touch comes, and AJ can get back to the ball. Oh, a couple of tight ones. Here comes Typical. AJ catches it with him, and first killer's left all by himself. No boost for Justin. FaZe got to do it now. Big demo, but AJ's now out of the play. Typical denied by Garrett G. AJ, last chance. Big clear down the field. What a touch. Typical got the catch. AJ throws in the flick, denied. Justin keeps NRG on top. First killer, another chance. Denied. NRG survive to the grand finals.
And they even deny the last second heroics from FaZe Clan. Typical caught that ball and had one flick, one final opportunity. He couldn't make it count. The defense from NRG, far too strong. And look at the smiles across Squishy and Garrett G. They don't know how on earth they got away with that last dribble, but they are darn happy to be here and to make it and make this run in the first regional event.
Turtle, I just want to say, in the pregame, before we went live, you were telling me that you felt like NRG's defense, they're like Floyd Mayweather. You know, they're able to bob and weave and move around and just somehow find a way to take your chances and completely nullify them. And we saw that. FaZe were able to find NRG a couple of times. But who wins the marathon? It's Mayweather. Exactly. It's NRG.
Exactly. I mean, you've got Mayweather in the ring, and he's just going to be taking the blows, taking the hits, and that's what NRG did at the beginning. How many incredible FaZe Clan shots did we see going? How many incredible passes, like the one from AJ off the sidewall? First Killer was getting involved. Sypical was scoring first almost every game in the first, 4 games. And that slowly started to ripple away, and the stamina wasn't there. Meanwhile, NRG, they were fired up and ready to go every single game throughout the whole series.
NRG, big test for them that they pass with flying colors. Who will they find in the grand finals later on? We got a bunch of matches to decide. Will it be FaZe or another? Find out after the break.
The best athletes. The biggest tricks. In Aspen, Colorado for the 21st year in a row. Whoa. How you do that? We're back. You're back. Can't wait. X Games, Aspen. January 21st through the 23rd, 2022. Let's go.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
I can't wait to wake up from the street. children of the sun. Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light than love. We're gonna shout it out to the
The best athletes. The biggest tricks. In Aspen, Colorado for the 21st year in a row. Whoa. How you do that? We're back. You're back. Can't wait. X Games, Aspen. January 21st through the 23rd, 2022. Let's go.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it. We upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Hello and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the X Games Open. I'm Leaf and Gibbs is still here beside me. Daz is joining us again and Corelli hopping on the desk too to talk about that last matchup. That one went quite the distance. Corelli, I'm going to let you talk first because these guys were wrong. I don't know what you predicted, but they were wrong. They don't get to talk yet.
That's crazy.
No, you know, I might have been wrong as well. I was really impressed with NRG here against FaZe because I felt like everyone was talking about FaZe yesterday and how good they've looked throughout this first regional. And I feel like for NRG, they still find the consistency against some of these top teams or up-and-coming teams where they make this roster change and there's a lot of excitement around them. And NRG did a great job of, I think, shutting down a lot of the shots that came out from FaZe. I think felt a lot of pressure. Don't get me wrong. First killer, especially AJ today, was insane with the shooting. And despite some mistakes from NRG, I still think this was a high-quality match for them and a good win over a very hot team right now.
Daz, you got some words.
I mean, yeah, you know, obviously I was wrong, but listen, I respected what FaZe were doing with the roster change, you know, how they brought it in, how they've looked so far in this tournament, and you have to give them that respect even when you're looking at predictions. That was their biggest test yet, and when you think about how it ended, it went the distance.
It was
and
one goal.
So for me, I think like they're not out, the tournament's not over. We'll see how things end up.
Yeah, Gibbs, I'm just curious what you think now that we've seen these two kind of go at it, because like this was still close, and I think people picking FaZe honestly had a lot of ground to stand on. I was on the fence myself too.
Just every game, 1-goal games outside of Game 5, that was 3-0 FaZe. I just want to see it again. I want to see a grand finals between these two teams, and I expect it to happen.
All right, to talk about that match and how close it was, we're actually bringing on special guest. You know, it's Garrett G from the General NRG. Garrett, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Congrats on the win. It seemed like you guys were a little relieved by the end of that one. That was a tight matchup. You know, seeing the roster moves that were made, did you think FaZe was going to be one of those teams continuing to fight for those top spots?
I mean, yeah, of course. I think I think they were already pretty good with Alu. I think Alu improved a lot, so I was actually surprised to see them make a move. But Typical he's super consistent, so I expected him. I continue to expect him to be, you know, in this match pretty consistently in the winners finals, or, you know, at least in the winners semis. So yeah, it was hard.
So we see a lot of roster moves across all of NA. So I need the Garrett G power rankings now. I need your top 5 outside of NRG, obviously number 1. But who's 2 through 5 in NA right now?
I think Spacestation's actually super good now. I think Daniel's actually a very similar player, except if I'm just assuming, I don't know anything behind the scenes, but it feels like Daniel is more in line with how Reddles wants to play. Like, I think Reddles wanted to start passing more, but Daniel still has that like mindset of the demo heavy play style, which I guess everyone's doing now. But so I have them. I have FaZe at 2nd, Spacestation 3rd, V1 4th, and G2 5th. I think G2 is going to be the one who bounces around the most. Like, I personally, I think Atomic's an amazing player, like top 5 player when he's playing good. I mean, top 2. It's just a weird move for me. Like, I valued Drees super highly, and I felt like he was continuing to get really, really good. He was just on an uptrend, and I thought he was really good at the major. So that's a surprising move, but I think G2's gonna have weekends where they're just unbeatable at the same time. But then I think they'll have weekends like this until they kind of figure it out, because that's a hard team. I mean, you have Chicago and JNaps who play super fast, and then Atomic on Envy, who felt like he was, you know, on the offensive third 90% of the time. So it's going to be, I think, a big adjustment period for them. But I just think it's going to flip-flop around between the top 5. I'm not going to lie, throughout the weekends.
Yeah, I like what you said about the adjustment period for other teams, but I feel like there's also kind of an adjustment period for you guys as well, just seeing for the fact that, you know, you guys did really well in the major all the way up until, you know, the grand finals, where it was, you know, a little shaky against BDS, but these teams are making all these different roster changes to pretty much beat you. Because beating you guys means that they can compete, you know, against the BDS and try to really fight for that world spot for North America. Does it feel like there's a lot of pressure on the team knowing that, you know, teams are making these crazy roster changes just to keep up with NRG?
I mean, yeah, there is some pressure sometimes. Like, I'm having a bad week. Sometimes I'm thinking like, oh, this is it. Here's the downtrend for me. It's been a good run. But no, I mean, if anything, like, I think throughout all this stuff, I've realized like it doesn't matter about the players anymore. There's so many good players. It feels like it's about how you play as a team. Like, honestly, I think FaZe probably has way more talent than we do, but I think we're just a crazy good team. Like, I think we play well together. I think we're getting into the state of the game where like you can't just pick up the best new player and then you just win on skill. Like, we're getting into like real team plays. Like, we used to win tournaments just because, you know, we had Justin, and which we, you know, we still win some stuff because Justin pops off, but. I think with the demo thing becoming a lot more prominent, I'm kind of realizing it is more about how you're playing as a team. And I don't know where I'm really going with this, but yeah, everyone wants to win, and I think NA wasn't happy with the major, so I'm surprised, but I also wasn't surprised to see all these moves happen. So I think hopefully, you know, we kind of settle down with these rosters. I think continuously making moves is not going to help the region overall. I think we all need to change a little bit more towards how we thought EU was behind. And I think they kind of figured out some stuff before we did. But NA's still good. And everyone's saying NA got absolutely clapped. I mean, we went to Game 7 laughing after we almost got eliminated by, you know, Vitality. So I wasn't too sad about that for NA. You know, FaZe playing so good. I thought it was a good major for some of the first rosters, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I guess I'm glad you brought that up, because kind of on a similar vein of what Daz was talking about here, you said in an interview in one of the pre-roll things that we have here on RLCS, talking about how you just want to make all the lands, you want to be there. Obviously, you want to win as many as you can. So coming into the split, knowing what happened at LAN for NRG specifically, not North America, and what's happening around domestically here in North America, what is it for you guys that you feel like you've had to change with the knowledge you've gained in the last couple of events here?
Honestly, like I keep talking about the demos, but they really are important. Like I didn't think honestly at LAN people would be as fearless to play these like really aggressive play styles, but I think we're kind of learning that it truly is kind of shifting towards that. But honestly, I mean, not much. I think we need to prepare better, but you go back and watch some of those series, like BDS was bad, but even like the loss versus Endpoint, we were literally just missing up on nets. Like we lost to a dunk on the wall that hit crossbar down, and we had almost scored an OT. Like a couple things change, and no one's saying that, you know, we did that bad. Like we just need to prepare better. I think we felt kind of shaky mentally at that LAN, it felt like, until we finally, honestly, we were shaky mentally until we gave up. We gave up and we were like, oh, we drew Kate off. Like this is rough. Let's just say whatever and go for it. And somehow we were in the finals the next 2 days. So, but I think the mental preparation is something we're going to take a lot more serious if we happen to make this major. You know, I don't want to jinx it. No, I'm not gonna.
You're on your way. You're on your way.
Yeah, just do this 2 more times and we're good.
Yeah,
but yeah, just mental preparation, I think, is what we're gonna focus on.
As Corelli said, you're on a good track for that right now. You guys find yourself in the grand finals here for the X Games Open. We're gonna hold you hostage no more. Thanks, Garrett, for joining us on the show, and good luck in your match.
Appreciate it.
Garrett G from the General NRG. I honestly think Gibbs could listen to him talk all day.
It's class. Like that was like a 50-minute long interview, but it was worth every single minute. Like anytime Garrett speaks, everyone listen because he knows what he's talking about.
I got scared for a moment because he kind of like said like, oh, sometimes I think I'm on the downturn. I don't ever want to think up to the day that RLCS doesn't have Garrett G in it at all. Let's take a look at the bracket now as they do make their way to the grand finals. The General NRG will wait for either Space Station version 1 or FaZe Clan all the way on the other side there. Daz, this is the final stretch for some of these teams.
Yeah, and they have to go against a team in the finals, that General NRG team that just no one's been able to beat them yet. And you know, I mean, I'll harp on that in a later time. But right now, I think the biggest thing is to look at, okay, every team still left in the tournament has made a change. This is their first tournament together. And some of these results are pretty impressive, I'd say. And V1 SSG, that's going to be really a big one to look at.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about this match then coming up here. V1 versus SSG. This is a fun one for me. Both these teams, again, making moves. Corelli, we got beast mode there for V1, place a gimmick, and then SSG taking Daniel on, a player that I know you've been talking about a lot, but everyone's been talking about too. So it's exciting to see them both in this top 4.
Yeah, and especially for version 1, I feel like when you talk about beast mode and where version 1 as a team has been so close to beating a lot of these top teams, they finally have taken down G2 twice now, and in a day rather, where I felt like G2 was probably one of the better looks that we've seen in a while until they actually ran into version 1 in the Game 7 loss. But for version 1, it does not get easier for them. They went through G2 twice. Now they have to play Space Station. If they win that, they have to play FaZe. If they win that, they got to play NRG. So it's great proving grounds for both rosters. But for version 1, they've been so close so many times. They've been knocking on the door against some of these top teams, a lot of these major qualifying teams, and they have struggled to break through even when they've brought them to Game 5 and Game 7s. They just haven't been able to break through. Now we're slowly starting to see that beast mode might have been that extra little push that version 1 needed to get over the edge.
So let's not forget that way back in fall regional 1, same top 4 teams included version 1 and Space Station Gaming. Both of them did not make major. They know how important it is to get as many points as possible because who knows what happens in regional 2 and 3. So absolutely huge game for both these teams.
Cat, need to get you involved. You know what time it is. Time for the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag SSG, hashtag V1 in the chat. Both teams looking good coming into this matchup, but only one can move through. It's elimination. You lose this and you're done. Who's taking it? Get those spams going. Now we're going to get the analyst thoughts. I'm going to start this one off too because I'm pretty sure Garrett G just mentioned you SSG is looking good. And I absolutely agree. I think this team is looking solid. I love the way Daniel slotted into that offense, that 1-2 punch that they were always known for, and it looks dangerous. And I think V1's looking good too, but I think SSG has a bit of that edge, and they will take him in my opinion here, Gibbs.
Do you like explosions? Because if you do, watch throughout the series. We'll see demo after demo after demo. Space Station, they're averaging 5.4. That's number 1 in the entire tournament. Version 1 is averaging 4 demos per game. That is number 3. And we heard Garrett G, you got a demo to win games. Probably except if you're NRG, because they don't demo that much and they still win. But everyone else does. Space Station does it more. I'm picking Space Station.
All right, that's...
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna pick SSG off of a demo stat, but what I am gonna do is pick them off based on the fact that I really enjoyed the Daniel pickup. I think that out of both these two teams, they've made moves that are obviously, we've argued, me and Gibbs have argued about how impactful Daniel is. I think he's very impactful, just as much as I think Beast Mode's impactful to version 1. But overall, with Retals and Arsenal playing really good this tournament, I gotta go SSG.
Okay, that leaves you, Corelli.
Yeah, sure, I'll do it. I'll go version 1.
Fair enough. Okay.
I
you didn't have to.
I don't think it's a crazy pick. One thing that I didn't like about Space Station when they went up against FaZe, and I know it's FaZe and version 1 isn't FaZe, but Daniel really fell to the wayside. It was mostly just Arsenal and Retals pushing the offense, and it took perfect setup from Arsenal or Retals to really involve Daniel on the offense. And I felt like that was a huge detriment to the team. I don't know if that's going to happen here with version 1, but it did feel like he kind of fell to the wayside. So version 1, I feel like they have the experience here with Beast Mode. And I mean, they have a lot of confidence, I think, coming off that G2 win. So I'm going to go version 1 on this one.
Fair enough. Hey, it's sometimes good to keep balance. We've cursed them enough before, but chat is in favor of it. SSG, we haven't seen some 50-50s today. It definitely has been lopsided as SSG takes it. Chat, you're doing good with your pick so far. Let's see if it happens again, because we do have this matchup about ready with Stacks and Subi to cast it over in the Verizon Skybox. Both these teams are fighting to stay alive as we get into our elimination matches. Lose and you go home. Will V1 finally rise to the top with Beast Mode, or can Daniel help SSG return to glory?
There have been very few players in this tournament that have had more physical play than the players you're about to see right now, Subi. Calm, over 2 demos a game. Arsenal, over 2 a game. Retals, over 2 demos a game. There's a theme here. Now we get to see these two playstyles go head-to-head once again.
Yeah, and I think the biggest takeaway is Calm sitting up top. Not only is he up there with Arsenal and Retals, but he's sitting right now 63 total demos inflicted over this weekend, and that is absolutely incredible when you think of how Retals and Arsenal have absolutely changed how RLCS has been played over the past year, and Calm picking it up with the best of them.
Retals will start things off with a blistering shot downfield, easily saved away by Beast Mode. Will that start the attack for Space Station Gaming? V1 seems to have weathered the storm. Arsenal can't keep control. Demos have been, of course, a huge part of this whole weekend. Retals talking about demolitions earlier in the week, saying he would be shocked if Calm didn't average 4 demos a game. He did, in fact, average 4 demos a game against G2. As Daniel scores here, the entire team moving downfield. V1's defense, what was left of it in Calm, frozen, trying to get around Arsenal. The rookie opens it up.
And I love that play from SSG. All 3 members getting involved, and Calm forced into a really awkward spot as he doesn't know who's going to take that shot. Is it going to be Arsenal? No, he's coming at me. Is it going to be Retals? Possibly, but he fakes it, and Daniel finishes it off, goes far post and in. Beautiful team play coming out there as Arsenal can't get that ground pitch, and Torment looking to get this clear, but Daniel keeping things alive for SSG, looking for a dish, but can't quite find it.
Arsenal, or rather Daniel, the lone attacker there, as Arsenal had come up a little bit late to join the play. Retals loses track of this up at the ceiling. Daniel's been a great defensive presence for Space Station Gaming, but he's also scored numerous clutch goals as he gives away to Arsenal. Now Daniel will try to set up Arsenal. No, he's going to get out of the play. And now turn back on this as the ball careens out to the side. Retals coming on as well. He'll try and keep the attack alive with Torment clearing this right down the middle. Beast Mode playing it even further on. And that relieves a lot of that pressure from Space Station, who we have seen constantly on the attacking third, not giving teams any time to breathe at all. It's kind of like the old school Peeps mentality coming out, of course, from Retals and Arsenal.
Calm and Beast Mode working downfield together. That's a great shot from Beast Mode, but better save on the back end as Arsenal sees Retals. Retals shoots and fires. Oh my goodness. SSG firing on all cylinders.
89 miles an hour. Dead center. No thanks. No contest. Space Station out to an early lead now. 2 goals. Version 1 trying to get going. We've seen them take their sweet time getting started in some of these series. It has worked out okay for them in the end. They're a team, their fans know. All right, you lose the first couple of games. It just means we're going to go to Champions Field a little bit later on. Here goes Arsenal. Blocked by Torment. Beast Mode trying to get going. The big offseason acquisition for V1. But it's calm now through the air. Beast Mode trying to get a piece of Arsenal and did force him out to the corner. He's still going to have a little difficulty recovering and getting back into position as this pass comes across. They're trying to connect with Calm again, but that goes wayward, and Reddles with a good stop on the back wall.
And yet again, another save from Daniel. You brought that up earlier, and he's sitting 3rd right now in all player totals for saves as he's sitting right behind Calm. But you got to talk about the game sense yet again. We brought it up yesterday when Space Station was playing Oxygen, and just the ability for Daniel to not only come in as a rookie, but a 15-year-old rookie coming in and playing Rocket League at this level. Not only the mechanics, but just the smarts. Absolutely brilliant. Is Arsenal going to slot that one under the crossbar? Great play. And what did it take? Just a beautiful demo on the back end.
You talked about the saves. There have not been nearly enough out of version 1. Sure, you don't want to rack up save totals. That means you're getting shot on constantly. Problem is, they're not saving anything either. Torment and Calm had come into this at almost 100 saves between them. Easily the best defensive duo of this regional so far. But they're not getting any offense. They're not stopping anything right now. Space Station scoring at will here over the first 3.5 minutes. Arsenal now has Daniel waiting in behind him. He'll just take this, burn a little more time off the clock. Calm does take out Reddles, but that still yields absolutely nothing. Version 1 has just not got out of the starting block so far in this lower semifinal.
Yeah, and when you think about that, just being shut out so far, they're not sitting too far behind Space Station in terms of shots, as Reddle's going to kill that in the box. Beast Mode going to clean it up, and Version 1 still down 3 goals, 40 seconds remaining here in game number 1. But I agree with you, Stacks. They have just been completely flat-footed, unable to get any type of offense going. It seems like every single shot that they have on target is just one of those kind of clears downfield to get a little relief from the pressure that Space Station has been bringing.
Critically important to get as much as you can out of this opening regional, as teams kind of jockey for position, try to make their way into the winter major at the end of all of this. A lot of points on the line here. An extra 40 for the winner, and that could make all the difference. Once we get into March, this ball will finally touch down, and Arsenal will kill it. Space Station Gaming, clinical in their Game 1 dub.
Space Station getting the first scratch here in the series. Version 1 looking like a different team than we saw yesterday, but you know, I just think in this one that they are outmatched. Just every asset that they have. I mean, they've got Space Station that is have so much more mechanical ability on both sides of the field, and Version 1 just unable to do anything offensively there. Stacks, I gotta ask you, what do you think Space Station can really do to improve upon their performance of this weekend? Because so far, it just looks picture perfect.
Well, first of all, it almost brings a tear to my eye to see you all grown up here today, Subi. But no, what V1 has to do, I mean, they've got to get out of their zone. They cannot let Space Station continue to rack up a ton of shots. There were a lot of looks towards the net that didn't register as shots. It really felt like Space Station Gaming had, maybe 12 really good opportunities to score in that game. You have to limit that, because you are not going to be able to continue to rack up save after save. These players have been far too accurate. Reddles is shooting around 30% so far in the tournament. 1 out of every almost 3 of his shots are going in. That is not sustainable on the defensive end for anybody. Certainly not for V1, as good as Calm and Torment are defensively.
Yeah, you got to figure out some way to slow down SSG, and these rotations are just crisp and clean, and Arsenal coming in from the top of the box. Nobody expects him to be there, and Beast Mode gets outplayed.
4 unanswered goals to start things off. We saw yesterday there were a lot of very one-sided series. We had a lot of shutouts. We, Subi, did not have a sweep. Wasn't that exciting?
No, that was all your fault.
We had Champions Field at the end of it all, of course, on
I
day 2.
guess it was worth it. I guess it was worth it.
It was
You
worth
broke
it in the end. We
curse.
saved our best for last.
There you go.
Maybe V1 saving their best for last, but they've got to show their best sooner rather than later. First minute has gone by in game 2. They still have yet to put one on the board and have not had many good looks. I think it was something like 4 shots total in game 1. And you can see Calm at least trying to get a piece of Daniel in the net. That didn't work out. Here comes SSG again. Reddles had a line to shoot through. Calm was going to get there. The shot goes wide, trying to draw the defense out. Demolition on Calm. That could slow things down a bit, as Reddles had to get that corner boost ahead of Beast Mode. The ball goes all the way across. Still nothing netward for V1 as Daniel watches Arsenal sweep this ball away. Beast Mode will try to lob one up, and Daniel's got that too.
And Stacks, I know we're only about a minute and a half into game number 2 here. Version 1, only down 1 in the series, but by the way that they're playing, it's time to sound the emergency alarms because they're not getting any control anywhere on the field right now. Yeah, they're getting a little bit in the orange half, but the way that their offense is lasting, it's just not sustainable at the moment, and it's not conducive to scoring goals at all. You're not going to individually beat out SSG. I mean, these guys are just too good one-on-one, and you've got to come out with some team plays, and so far, we have seen none.
Oh, we're seeing Arsenal on form, and that is absolutely terrifying. Got this in front. The demolition from Calm at least breaks up the SSG attack. Now he can try to score one of his own. No, denied by Arsenal. Paid him back for the demo. And now Reddles try to run onto one. He'll have this as Torment's taken out. And it's a good move by Reddles to get around Beast Mode's demo attempt. And then Beast Mode had to make the save. There's just no time to even look around and kind of gather your bearings here. This is dropped in front. What a pass from Arsenal, and it's 2-0.
Oh, just poaching up on the backboard. Sees Reddles streaking back towards the box and hits him on a dime. Spacestation Gaming bringing out the fun team plays.
Torment and Calm not looking like they're having a lot of fun against this SSG attack. Calm's got that high to the side where Arsenal is just waiting for it. Now Reddles gives way to Daniel. Up high to the backboard, Torment had to get this and did. And more importantly and impressively enough, got that right to Calm. But that's where everything ends for version 1, right at the center line. Maybe an opportunity here as Arsenal gets knocked into the net. Torment now looking for Calm, and everybody's just a little too slow getting involved in the attack. Ball ends up back on the blue half of the field, and version 1 has to go back to the drawing board.
Stacks, Space Station has 10 shots right now. 10. We're not even
felt
done
like
with
they
the
had
game.
that many in game 1. I was surprised they didn't.
Gosh. It's incredible what they're doing. And
Beast
speaking
Mode!
of incredible, Beast Mode powering his way through the back line of SSG.
Well, that'll get everybody woken up. Big time dunk out of Beast Mode. And the new acquisition for V1 has version 1's first goal of this lower semi. Of course, the road to the grand finals runs through FaZe. The road to the championship runs through NRG, waiting at the end. Daniel couldn't hit Arsenal. That goes right to Beast Mode. That might be the worst case scenario for Space Station, as that will kick back out. Arsenal just out to the side. Everybody hanging back now for SSG. Now they need to respect V1 just a little bit more, as Daniel couldn't get this out of the zone. Torment thought about turning, but he's got to get back and get boost. Beast Mode takes the midfield boost, and Torment has that save with 50 seconds left. Beast Mode and V1 have to work their way downfield quickly.
Whoa.
That's a good pinch. It got around, but Reddles is right there. All hands on deck defensively now for Space Station Gaming. Can they weather the storm from V1? Torment's going to have a look, and his shot saved by the post. follow-up is high and wide.
Oh, just a millimeter to the right, and that one's going in. Great team play there from V1, but the accuracy just not quite good enough as Beast Mode gets the bump on Arsenal, but Reddles gonna take that and slam it downfield and make V1 hit the reset button on offense.
Not interested in any fakes or slow play of any kind, but here's Beast Mode now. Needs another, doesn't get there. Reddles, downfield, empty net. He'll put it in with 1 second left, and that slams the door shut on game 2.
I mean, you can't blame version 1 there. 1 second to go, you're down by 1. You gotta send the house, but unfortunately, Reddles read it from a mile away and was able to slot it between the dotted lines. Spacestation Gaming gonna go up 2 games to nothing. And you gotta think, if you're version 1, is it time to call a timeout and try and cool off Spacestation Gaming?
We've seen teams do that at 2. We saw a team call a timeout after game 1 in a grand final over in APAC South earlier today. It will be a timeout called by version 1 here as they find themselves trailing by 2 games in a best of 7. It's not dire straits. I mean, we saw signs of life there, but that one big spark came from Beast Mode just getting a dunk. It wasn't a big team play set up. It wasn't after sustained possession in the Space Station half of the field, Subi. So now Coach Fireburner, accomplished as he is, experienced as he is, has to get V1 on the right track to try and stage a comeback here to at least get through 6 games.
Yeah, it's a difficult call right here, because if you're version 1, you try and slow up the gameplay and change what Space Station is seeing, because they are such a fast team. I just don't think that that's going to work against a team like Space Station. They are so good at controlling the field and dictating the gameplay. But if I'm version 1, I'm saying, hey, okay, we gotta fight fire with fire here. We've got to come out and we have to play as aggressive as we possibly can and as fast as we possibly can, because right now we're just giving Space Station too much time, and those team plays are having just a half second too long to develop. And for Space Station, that's an eternity. And you saw Arsenal, all he needed was a little bit of space up on that backboard, and he went uncontested for that pass down to Reddles, and nobody home for version 1. So I just think you gotta ramp up the speed just a little bit if you're version 1 to try to stifle what Space Station's doing on the field. And as I say, there's the Mobile 1 high performance replay, and we just saw the beautiful passing play and beautiful dunk from Beast Mode, the individual play, but it's gonna take more than that to beat Space Station.
Fireburner and Chrome, the 2 coaches of V1 and Space Station Gaming, respectively. They had plenty of their duels on the pitch. Now they battle as coaches. You can see kind of 2 different styles there. We didn't see if Beast Mode was saying anything, but I think we could safely assume Fireburner probably did a lot of the talking during that timeout, whereas on the Space Station Gaming side, you saw a lot of talking from Reddles, saw a little bit from Arsenal. Now we get into game 3. And mentally, of course, a must-win for version 1. After that timeout, we'll see if Fireburner's got them on the right track as they have the ball on the right half of the field so far.
Nice.
Torment shot denied by Reddles, just barely.
Yeah, I love what we're seeing from V1. The passing play is already coming out. Beast Mode putting a shot on, a little too inside on that one. But the demo coming out from Calm, and that's what I like to see, is Arsenal no boost left in the tank, and Calm gonna put that one away. All it took was 32 seconds, and V1 up by 1.
It's amazing how those timeouts can make such a difference, and you see a team just come out completely renewed. Calm adding one here. Beast Mode with the assist. Now V1 can try and pour it on here, and we'll see if Space Station Gaming has to make any adjustments mid-game or if it's just business as usual. Reddles, tough angle from high up there. Beast Mode got a piece of it. And now Daniel, I think, got sent careening up to the ceiling. That took him out of the play. So it's Reddles and Arsenal, as Arsenal just pops that one up for Daniel. That's a great set. He's going to run out of boost and can't keep this play alive as Beast Mode will collect. He'll lead a demo for his efforts, but he also took out Arsenal on the way. And Calm with another vicious dunk. Arsenal's got to get this out, and does.
That's what it's going to take from V1. Early challenges. Don't give SSG the time to set up. Don't let them have that ball on the top of their hood to set up a flick. And That's what they don't need is a double commit as Arsenal 1v1 against Beast Mode. But Beast Mode gets that back corner boost, going to do a lot for this clearance effort as he has Torment. And here we go for V1, setting up offense, and Calm narrowly missing that one, an opportunity to extend their lead by 2.
It was good to see Calm get the scoring started here in Game 3. One of the leading scorers in this whole regional so far. Arsenal gives that to Reddles. Beast Mode can't follow the play, but Calm can. Set up for Torment. And Daniel is all over it, not letting V1 get set up at all. It's got to be just a little bit quicker. Spacestation giving up that early goal seem unfazed to start getting back to Spacestation playing here. As Daniel will set up Reddles. Little lob, see what Beast Mode gives them. Absolutely nothing, but Torment put that right on Arsenal. That's happened a few times as Arsenal goes headhunting, and Calm had to be sure-handed with Reddles breathing down his neck. This is dropped in front for Torment.
Nice.
Big bump on Arsenal, but Daniel has the save. That shot had nothing behind it.
Yeah, Torment a little off today, that's for sure. No goals, no assists in this series. Still trying to find his way. So difficult against SSG because they're always keeping you on your toes and you can't get too comfortable out there. But here comes Calm looking for the bump on Reddles, but Reddles saw that coming from a mile away. So Torment trying to get things started for V1 in the corner here. And I'd like to see them get this ball out of the corner, go for some infield passes, because that seems like where a lot of success could be found, because the top of the box so far wide open as Daniel narrowly missing the upper 90.
Beast Mode couldn't pinch this through the corner, but he does stay with the play. More importantly, still has that in front. Daniel had no idea what to do with that, and Torment almost finished, but now they got to get back on defense. Calm with the initial stop. This goes right back out and across for Torment, but he can't get the midfield boost. He does have plenty in the tank to try and drill this through, and does! Torment with his first!
Torment doing his best copy of Beast Mode here off of the ceiling, gets the nice flick and just absolutely demolishes Daniel. Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
You got Daniel with all of, 4 or 5 series of RLCS experience, and then you've got Torment, World Championship MVP, and then Daniel comes right back down in V1's face and returns the favor to make it a 1-goal game, going over top of Torment.
Beautiful kickoff, though, from Arsenal, just killing that ball and getting it over the head of the cheating player from V1. Spacestation Gaming immediately get one back, but still down 1 goal, minute and a half to go. V1 desperately needing this game number 3 of the series.
Well, Beast Mode's pass not quite on the money. Calm took a demolition for it. Now Reddles gonna have a tough time with this ball. Calm couldn't quite play that in front. Torment hit from behind. That's gonna give Daniel all the time in the world. Beast Mode, though, getting on him quick. Down to 105. Calm maybe looking for the dagger. Not there. Torment just plays out to the corner. Wisely so as well. Not just taking the easy shot that's going to get saved away and maybe cleared downfield. Keeping possession and making Space Station maybe a little more desperate as time winds down in Game 3.
I love it.
Over to Daniel, and he hit the crossbar.
Oh, I love the unselfish play that we see from Space Station. Unfortunately, just a little too high, and crossbar denies yet again. But still, 30 seconds to work with. Space Station just need to get out of their own half, and that demo is going to help with their efforts. Daniel getting over the last one in Arsenal, playing Headhunter, and they don't even need him. Daniel putting this team on his shoulders.
Get in the backpack and watch him work. Daniel, downfield solo effort, helped a little bit by physical play. Version 1 pushed so far ahead with a lead late in the game. They're going to be kicking themselves after that one. Here goes Reddles, looking to maybe put this away in regulation, but denied by Torment.
Calm was upfield looking for demos, and that's not going to help with this effort on defense, but gets back in time. 10 seconds to go here. Stacks and Arsenal just going to launch it forward and hope for a last-second goal.
Beast Mode's got to clear this away. Daniel was lurking, and we are not headed to overtime just yet. We've seen this a few times today. Torment does just let this go. He's going to try his luck in OT.
Not a bad idea sometimes. Just get a reset, even though it looked like V1 might have had the upper hand at challenging that ball. Calm gets bumped off by Arsenal, but the demo on the back line going to open things up, but Torment couldn't get enough juice behind that ball to get that offense set.
Guide to the corner. Arsenal trying to get around Calm so he can play D, and boy, Beast Mode's shot looked like it was an open net for the most part, and now look at Daniel do it again. This rookie is absolutely unreal.
Take the hats off, throw them on the field, gets the Hattie with the overtime game winner.
And not just a hat trick, a natural hat trick. Nobody else scored in between any of Daniel's goals as he just about single-handedly dragged Space Station across the finish line for Game 3, and now they're one win away from a date with FaZe Clan. Another shot at Sypical in the lower bracket finals.
Telling you, the more we watch Daniel play, the more and more it's looking like we are just going to see a legend develop in this esport. So fun to watch. It is so fun to see this guy come out. And I heard about the mechanics. I mean, I feel like it was years ago we were hearing about this kid, but it always makes me wonder, okay, young kid coming into the scene, can he deal with the pressure? Can he deal with the ups and downs, the highs and lows? And so far, Daniel is marking a yes to all of the above. This kid is incredible and putting Space Station one game away from meeting up with FaZe Clan.
We've heard about it time and again from a lot of fans. You know, this player is going to be the next big thing. This one's going to be the next big thing. And you hear it enough and you just kind of roll your eyes like, yeah, okay, sure. He's winning a bunch of bubble tournaments against a bunch of bubble teams. Like, how could I possibly care until he does it against teams at the elite level? Daniel is doing exactly that. He is answering the bell and leaving no question whatsoever as to how wise Space Station was to replace Sypical with him. Give this rookie a shot. All 3 goals for SSG in Game 3, and now version 1, their heads have to be spinning because they can't imagine how they possibly could have lost that game. They're back in front, though, as Torment scores at the end of the first minute.
Just a complete whiff on the back end here from Reddles. Arsenal, not the greatest touch, but he did what he had to deny Calm. But Reddles should have had a touch there to put it in the back corner, and he knows it. You can tell by the look on his face. As Space Station give up an early one, but as we have seen, all they need is a second, and they can score in bunches.
Well, they need to score a little bit more here, does version 1. Beast mode, sky one up. Daniel collects on the backboard. No rebound. He'll play this over Torment. It's been a fun little matchup watching the 2 excellent defenders. I say defender when I talk about Daniel because that has been his role primarily. He's really had 2 key roles here for SSG. Number 1, defense, and he's done that brilliantly. Number 2, Captain Clutch, and he's done that as well all throughout the X Games Open.
Yeah, it just makes you start thinking of all-time greats in their respective sports and pressure that's been put upon them. And I know it might sound silly, Stacks, but it immediately,
here we
to
go.
me,
Yeah.
It makes me feel like LeBron James.
Yeah,
he came into the
figured.
NBA.
I knew that's where this was going. The Lakers fan. Okay.
Everybody building him up.
Yeah.
You know, and from day one, just had nothing but pressure put on him and constantly delivering. And I know it is way early for Daniel, but so far, this kid is doing nothing but delivering.
Wish Mac Jones was even half as good as Daniel has been in this series and in this Open. Here's Calm, stuffed by Arsenal. Can't get out of the zone. Reddles now to the corner. And more zone time for SSG. They do trail in this game, but it does kind of feel like only a matter of time before they get back into this game. Almost like they're biding their time. Arsenal around Calm. Beast mode can't get by Arsenal, and now it's Torment that has to make that stop. But again, next man up for SSG. Just the ball goes out to the corner. It's coming right back in. And the boost situation getting to be a real concern. Arsenal scores off the bump.
Oh, Rettel, so smart here, has a lot of boost and utilizes it to the best of his ability to get beast mode off of the line, and Calm not expecting that whatsoever. And just like that, version 1 give up the lead, and Space Station tie this game up.
Arsenal has time to work with the ball on the back wall. Torment coming up as well. Beast mode, the last man back. Had to play that right back in, but V1's got a rush back as Arsenal just got around Calm, and Space Station's turned this game on its head.
Man, it is just, you could hide nameplates in this game, and if you showed me it, I would say Space Station Gaming is all the same player. Everybody on the same page, everyone playing perfectly. The rotations are beautiful, the positioning is perfect, and right now, Space Station Gaming cannot be slowed down.
Whereas last game, it was all Daniel. He's taking a rest and letting Arsenal and Rettles lead them across the line. Rettles downfield. Torment now. Trying to set up Calm. Quickest time getting to this, and he's shot denied by Arsenal. You like the look, though, out of version 1. He had a lot of time to work with. The Space Station defense was forced back to their goal line. They had to wait. A few more like that. Version 1 surely will tie this game. Torment forced this ball through, and Daniel with the save yet again. That's just got to be frustrating for Torment playing against this young rookie in Daniel, who has stopped him at just about every turn, except that one time. I think it was back in game 3. Final minute. Rettles watching Calm. Calm going to work here. He has had plenty of clutch goals over the last calendar year or so for version 1. Needs one here, or at least needs to set one up. Torment keeps this in front, and Daniel's got that clear. Down to 30 seconds. Beast mode denied as well. V1 got to have their absolute best effort. They have to make this another 20 seconds of pain for SSG, but it's pain for version 1 as that one skipped harmlessly across. Now Torment drops it down. That goes to the corner as well, and just getting repelled like a punching bag every single time. Coming back into the center, back out to the corner, and then Arsenal puts it away. Erases any doubt as Space Station Gaming is going to sweep their way to a rematch with FaZe.
Oh, and Daniel yet again in the air, showing the mechanics, gets the bump, and it is all smiles for SSG. Version 1 need a miracle. They have to have this kickoff, and just like that, that is going to kill too much time. And Space Station Gaming looking strong.
Get this for a scoreline. 3 goals did it every single time for SSG. 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, 3-1. And all 3 players, Arsenal, Daniel, Rettles, 4 goals apiece. You talk about a balanced effort. There you go. I mean, hey, 3 of those from Daniel came as part of that natural hat trick that stole victory from the jaws of defeat for SSG in Game 3. As we look back at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, the one lone highlight for version 1, the goal from Torment. And you thought maybe this was the sign of things starting to turn around. Not so much. False hope like it was in Game 3. SSG absolutely dominant here in the loser semis.
Especially when we saw that sustained pressure from version 1 in the last 30 seconds. You thought, surely SSG can't keep up with these rotations to keep covering the goal line, but somehow they did it. And SSG looking like they're playing in peak form right now, Stacks.
Space Station Gaming determined to get into the Winter Major. This is a great first step. Now their next challenge, FaZe Clan. So don't go anywhere. That matchup's coming right up. It's the lower bracket finals right after this.
The best athletes. The biggest tricks. Oh, He-Man. In Aspen, Colorado for the 21st year in a row. Whoa. How you do that? We're back. You're back. can't wait. X Games Aspen, January 21st through the 23rd, 2022. Let's go.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
best athletes, the biggest tricks. Oh, He-Man! Go on in Aspen, Colorado for the 21st year in a row. Whoa. How you do that? We're back. You're back. Can't wait. X Games, Aspen, January 21st through the 23rd, 2022. Let's go.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it. We upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip your driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the X Games Open, and we are getting that much closer now to crowning a champion. A couple more matches to go through, though. We got to recap that last one. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs, Dazarin, and Turtle to do just that. Turtle, talk to me about what we just saw there. We went into it expecting explosions, but this one went by pretty quickly.
I mean, we also got explosions, okay? Spacestation Gaming averaging over 6 demos per game as a team. That is just rude. You couldn't even stay on the pitch if you're version 1. It was just an onslaught of offense. You saw everybody getting involved. I was specifically impressed with Arsenal. I think he's been playing fantastic. And it's great when you see a new roster come in and you can see the effects that has on the players that have been veterans with that team. And that's Arsenal and that's Reynolds. They are stepping up in their individual regards, and it is lovely to see.
You cannot stress, though, this is Daniel's first tournament, and he's finished top 3. He's getting hat tricks. He's getting game winners.
He's a beast.
I mean, we all had high expectations, but man, this performance is blowing everything out of the water.
It really is. Let's take a look at that bracket, though, as we get closer and closer to that finish line, because it was a journey to get here. There was a lot of teams in this, Gibbs.
But there is a gap between the top 3 and everyone else. And if you look at Space Station's run, and that includes group play, they have played 22 games. They've won 20 of them. But then when they played FaZe, their other 5 games, they've lost 3 of those out of the 5. So, like, Space Station, destroying literally everyone else unless you're FaZe or Energy. It just shows right now, it seems like there's a giant gap between this top 3 and everyone else. And we'll see in Regional 2 and Regional 3, like, if anyone... like maybe a V1 will step up or a G2, but right now we know for sure it's Energy, FaZe, and Space Station, your top 3 teams in North America.
We're not even talking about G2 or Envy. That's the crazy thing. Like we're talking about, top 3, and we're so used to seeing G2 and Envy in that conversation. They're no longer in that conversation, at least for this regional.
Turtle, Envy's not even on the bracket.
I know.
They're not even on the bracket. I don't know. There's already rumors like the season, this roster might be chalked for all we know. We got to see if they can bounce back. It's a lot of questions going on, but that's what's so exciting about, the esports. That trade window hit, and boy, did it have an impact.
Boy, did it. As we get further on, let's start talking about this next matchup coming our way. That's right. It's going to be FaZe Clan versus Space Station Gaming. Turtle, I want you to talk to me about this one. We've heard the other two's thoughts on this because we've seen FaZe Clan earlier today against General NRG. It was a pretty good matchup, and now they're going to face off against another speedy team in SSG.
I'm so impressed with FaZe Clan so far. They have really been taking this entire tournament, I'd say, by storm, besides obviously that NRG game. But even that was so close, it went down to game 7. It was going back and forth, and NRG, last minute, took the swing of momentum through their defense. And that's the thing. I don't know if Spacestation Gaming have that same defense. Obviously, Daniel, he's a menace on offense, but will they be able to withstand that same level of offensive firepower that NRG were able to on defense? I don't think it's possible, but then again, you never know with how today's gone.
That's true. And First Killer, we know that he's been a man to think that they're real good, and they got that confidence, they got that stature, and I'm sure that's going to be the same going into this. Speaking of First Killer, we actually had a chance to sit down and talk to him earlier this week, so let's take a listen.
When I look back at the major, I think FaZe's performance, was a bit unexpected for most people. It was just great overall, like just, amazing. It was an experience for me, especially that's my first RLCS LAN, and it was kind of a bummer to finish third, almost, winning the tournament, making finals, but, just you win some, you lose some.
Able to respond a couple of times now to NRG, but the longer the series goes, the more of a marathon it feels like. What an NRG top slot!
I think we as a team learned at the major that, it's the same game. Like, we just have to, play our game. But I think the meta from EU to NA is a bit different. Like, they play much slower, much controlled. They play off of your mistakes. The only team that kind of plays like NA is BDS. They're super fast. Like, they're so good. And I think they're NA's contender.
In game number 4, First Killer off the backboard. There's AJ! There's the Nets! FaZe Clan to the quarterfinals.
This trade window has been crazy for FaZe. Aleutian left, and we're bringing on Typical. He's like really smart player. So I think he's gonna just hold down the back, and while AJ and I just go crazy on the offense.
Seiko in front of the ball and slows down FaZe for now, but AJ wins a big one. AJ!
What you should expect to see from FaZe is, I think, a top 2 or top 3 finish. I don't want to, jinx ourselves and just say we're going to be first, but I think we're going to do really good.
I think he may have learned from being too confident. Can sometimes come back to bite you. So he's like, I don't want to jinx it.
He wants it though. He wants
Killer, man. First Killer is like, I haven't been to a LAN yet. Why not get top 4? It doesn't matter for him. He is so incredibly good, and just the pieces around him are getting better and better. FaZe is so incredibly scary.
I agree. I wonder if chat agrees though. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. You know what to do. Hashtags in the chat, FaZe or SSG. Go for the team you think is going to be moving on. This is elimination. Remember, best of 7. You lose, you're done. You win, you go face the general NRG, and then you'll have to bracket reset them to get the dub overall here in the X Game Open. So let us know your thoughts. Who's going to win this one? Analysts, I need to know your thoughts too. Turtle, I'm going to make you go first on this one. Fine. Okay, bro. You're the new guy.
I don't want to do this.
You're the new guy, so I was going to. Fine. I'll be nice to you once here.
Let's go.
First. So Gibbs has to take the brunt of it.
All right. lot of storylines going on, but I think that the one I like the most is Daniel, because everyone compares him to First Killer. He is no First Killer yet. He might get there at some point, but not here. I got FaZe.
You got FaZe. Okay. I'm gonna go next on this one.
Okay.
Because I'm really, I don't know. I feel like I love what I'm seeing from SSG, so I want to just balance out Gibbs off the bat to give you guys some.
Leaf. What do you feel in your heart though? I don't want to hear the balance.
I feel in my heart.
I want you to say it's
my
from
heart.
Like
is to go against Gibbs. That is what my heart is.
Okay, I'll take that.
No, but I do want to continue to see this aggressive offense from Spacestation. I love the physical play that we're seeing. FaZe Clan has a tendency to shut down sometimes if things don't go exactly their way right away. So if that happens, I think SSG can take it. Now's balance. It's out there. Daz, you had FaZe last time. It didn't go too well for you.
That's right.
What are you feeling here?
Yeah, this is tough. I've been thinking so much, and I'm still kind of thinking like this is kind of tough. Oh,
wow.
I think I'm gonna go FaZe on this one. I think we're just gonna FaZe up. I like SSG, but no, I got my connections.
This man has this lying around, bro.
But I think that for me, this one's gonna be close. Last time it was close, but I feel like FaZe, they got a point to prove here, so they got to make it to the grand final.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know how to do that.
What does your heart say, Turtle?
Dude,
what does your heart?
My heart and my brain are conflicted right now, bro. Do I go
Split
with
the
my
desk.
brain or do I go with my heart? What do I go with?
What does he
Do you need me to like?
My heart aches for Daniel in this situation, okay? I believe in my boy. I think FaZe Clan, I was just hyping them up, okay? But if I'm gonna go with my heart and oppose my brain, I'm gonna go for Spacestation Gaming because I feel the hunger. I feel the hunger from them. I think FaZe Clan, they're coming off that loss against NRG. First killer, even in the interview, was like, yo, top 3, top 2. They already got top 3, okay? I want to talk to Daniel. What does he want? Does he want a grand final win? I hope so, because if that's the case, they win. I'm going Space Station.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. You know, Rocket League, we said you turn off your brain, all of a sudden you're good at Rocket League. That's just it.
That's right.
It's just ball chase all day
What am I
long. You
listening
can't
to?
use your brain on the analyst desk either. That's what it is. Go with the heart.
Don't listen to Lee.
Hey, my heart
like
can
That's
be
right, chat.
intelligent.
That's right, chat.
Wait, what? That's actually crazy. Why is that so uneven to me? Is that not surprising anybody else?
That is actually pretty surprising. I busted out the foam finger and everything. I feel like the foam finger has like an extra like 2%.
You're gonna need 2 next time because
There's not a lot of FaZe fans here.
looking like not a lot of people behind him right now. That match is about ready. So we're going to head over to the Verizon Skybox. Of course, James and Corelli going to bring you the action. SSG is looking to carry that momentum into the match against FaZe, but FaZe knows how to steal it back. We'll see if they can accomplish it.
And Turtle talking about heartache. And Corelli, speaking of, you've got Sipical going against his old team, and you wonder, are the emotions a little bit, are they running high right now?
We asked that earlier in the group stage, and I don't know. I don't know how much bad blood is there, like we talked about before. I think really for FaZe, watching Space Station and specifically Daniel dismantle their previous opponents in version 1, you've got to bring your A game when Space Station is playing this way.
And Corelli, group stage is one thing, but when you're in that elimination bracket, that is when the pressure is on. That is when questions are answered. This series, an important one. Sipical against his old team. Daniel trying to prove his worth. You heard Gibbs say he's no first killer. Well, we'll see if that's true or not.
I don't know. I'm willing to say he has proven his worth. He has been phenomenal in most of these series, in most of these games. You just saw what he did against version 1. He had a lesser game against FaZe before, but he starts things off here today, putting away his first shot. Reynolds dishes it off.
He may be no first killer because he's Daniel, and he's showing you what he's made of.
What a way to start things off. And like we said, he was playing so well just a moment ago against version 1. That has carried over clearly here against FaZe. Like I said, FaZe are definitely going to have to pick it up here. Space Station is a much different beast than NRG. I thought the desk was very right to talk about the demo specifically. That's a big component, I think, of the Space Station game right now. And we'll throw off a team like FaZe, especially for a team that expects to win every single challenge, who expects to have a player in the right spot at every single moment.
And there's a demo playing a part yet again. Arsenal punches it through. The second goal for Space Station. Arsenal, even on that play, you saw AG trying to bump him. It didn't even matter.
Here it is again. Physical play, like you mentioned, coming out. Reynolds taking out first killer. I mean, all of Space Station, FaZe was in the same spot there, so it didn't really matter who he picked. Someone was going down, and that ball was certainly going in. And for Space Station, things just working out for him right now. Beautiful physical plays leading this game right now, 2-0.
See how FaZe respond. Excellent start from Space Station. They fell to FaZe in the group stage, like you alluded to, Corelli, but they have been on a tear through the lower bracket. First killer setting up a pass to the middle. Reynolds powers through. Arsenal flicking it by. AJ in a 1v1. It's a battle in the trenches between Arsenal and AJ. Arsenal staying there, getting in the way, and it's still going for the play. Arsenal, that grit and determination.
Can't get the ball. You can chase some of the players as well. Make it difficult. Make them think when they're on the ball all the way down the field, even if you're out of boost. And that's where Arsenal shines. Now Reynolds will beat the defense again. It is 3-0 for Space Station here in the first 2 minutes.
Tough start. You see first killer trying to back pass it with all his might. AJ putting all the chips on the table, going all in, and they lost the pot. The third goal now for Space Station. They're pulling away. Only 2 minutes gone. Did you expect to see this, Corelli?
I mean, I expected Space Station to play well. And for FaZe right now, I did not expect them to throw up a bunch of zeros on the scoreboard. Typical, the only one with a stat line with a save and a shot. Everyone else, zeros for FaZe. Of course, only coming up on halftime here in game 1, but you got to give credit over to Space Station. The physical gameplay and the pressure that we're seeing from everyone between Arsenal and Rebels especially. It's really throwing off FaZe. It's difficult for them to find their bearing and get downfield cleanly. Here's some opportunity now for AJ, but denied by Reynolds with the poor flick.
And you talk about, and you see a double commit there. FaZe not on the same page. Daniel right towards net. Another shot that's going to test the defense from FaZe. But you said it, Arsenal and Reynolds, they are the core of that demo style play. Now a rebound out. The light hit off to the side, almost getting another one. Arsenal and Reynolds continuing to make a difference with that physical gameplay. And then you have Daniel. You spoke of pressure as well. That shot off the bounce was really difficult for him to put on target, but he did, and that made FaZe scramble. They sent more players at the ball, and it seems on all aspects, possession, forcing shots, the bumps, everything in favor of Space Station at this moment.
FaZe trying to get some control here, looking for the backboard. First Killer has an opportunity, but immediately Space Station all over it. AJ picks up full boost. He'll try his chances on net, and again denied by Reynolds once again. They can't even get off the ground without Space Station being in their face. Now a shot comes out, still turned away from Daniel off the crossbar. Space Station not giving FaZe an inch.
Even defensively, Space Station making plays, but offensively from FaZe, that is what they needed. It was a nice setup. First Killer getting the pass out to AJ, who has been scoring most of the goals for FaZe. Another shot will be high. Rebound's going to be blocked by Arsenal. Life starting to be shown from FaZe. Still not managing to break through.
It was such a hill to climb. FaZe certainly getting desperate for their first goal here, and it pays off to come out so hot for Space Station. Like you said, it feels like FaZe getting into this series now, getting into this game, but with 30 seconds left and down 3 goals, it's tough to get back into it. Reynolds wants to make people dance on the goal line, but all of FaZe got back.
Smartly handled by Typical. That would have been a tough one to swallow. You're already losing by 3 if Reynolds shakes and bakes and puts you in the oven, cooks you up and eats you for dinner. Going into game 2, you might feel kind of bad, but Typical able to stop that out. FaZe making it look respectable in the end. But overall, Space Station looking like the superior team in game 1.
And it's an interesting concept here for Space Station, because when we talk about them bringing on Daniel, all of the focus was Daniel, right? The rookie coming in. He's a great player. He's already proven to be fantastic for Space Station. I think even now, before the series is even over, I think you can make that claim. But I think the bringing on of Daniel has improved Arsenal and Reynolds as well, even if it's just a more of a mental thing. It feels like they're so comfortable on the field, as we're in previous rosters with Typical on there. It was very, especially in the last split for Space Station, it was very choppy from them, very inconsistent. It just feels like Space Station are kind of entering this flow state. So the point is, bringing on those new players can sometimes help your players from before that have been on the roster for a while, right? Arsenal and Reynolds, I feel like, have improved their gameplay now, knowing that they're comfortable with Daniel.
Yeah, like you said, Corelli, sometimes even if you have all the same abilities, all the same mechanics, you're the same player, if the only thing that shifts is perspective, sometimes that can be enough to unlock the next level of a team. And you look at who was the icebreaker in that first game, the very first shot, Daniel putting it top corner. So Space Station, they are looking threatening in game 1 FaZe. In those final moments, we did see some good passes from them. We saw also some poor passes from First Killer, that back pass attempt that led directly to a goal, but also had a brilliant pass to AJ. However, the defense from Space Station has been rising to the occasion. FaZe Clan still hunting for their first goal, and they get it from Typical 2 seconds in.
I had this one going for Typical 2 seconds, like you said, off the kickoff. And that one stalemates right in the middle of the field. Arsenal can't get back. The backwards flip shot comes out from Typical. Great speed behind that one, and a kickoff goal will start things off for FaZe.
So that is just what the doctor ordered. FaZe Clan getting back in it. It's not necessarily the prettiest way to score, but
we'll take it. And this is where I think the game is going to start to even out. I know FaZe is up by 1 now, and it's hard to say that, but it feels like even in that previous game, during game 1 late, FaZe really got their bearings, and now they're going to show that offense. That went off the crossbar. Daniel makes a great save once again. He's been called upon a few times to make some spectacular saves. Now First Killer wanted to give it back to AJ as FaZe trying to ramp up this offense.
It's good vision from First Killer, but that sense from Arsenal, he sniffed out the pass, positioned well to shut it down. We've seen some speed from SSG. Arsenal perhaps looking for a flip reset. Pressure 2 going, First and Typical. Corner boost there you saw from Reddles. And now Daniel popping over 1. Flip reset off the backboard. First trying to clear it out to Reddles. Low shot.
Wow.
And he finds the gap.
Brilliant shot from Reynolds, and he came all the way from his back line. This one popped out. He saw AJ jump and then tried to put it to the left of First Killer as well and snuck it through. Brilliant vision from Reynolds to find that shot, and we're tied up.
And again, it was Daniel leading that charge. Corelli, the flip reset going for backward, forced that touch back from First Killer. Daniel, that was going in, but typical. The sixth sense was ready for that shot, and that was a shot, but typical matching it with that save.
Yeah, it's really
AJ.
great. Oh, it's really great to see Daniel. I think a lot of people peg him as a defensive player, but boy, has he shown off the offense here, at least today and in previous series as well. He can really do it all. He's the full package here for Space Station. Having a player like that makes Space Station so much more fluid, but as soon as I start complimenting him, Arsenal has to make a tough save off the whiff from his own teammates, but they bail him out. Oh, man.
I mean, you're talking about bail. Oh, my goodness. They turn it all the way around. Reynolds scores. This has to be frustrating for FaZe. That was almost a certain scoring opportunity. Arsenal paying the $1 million bail. Oh, my.
Out watching the player cams there. Reynolds and Arsenal on the screen during that goal. They were hyped. I mean, they were hyped against version 1, but I think this series means a whole lot more. Taking down one of the top teams, projected top teams in NA. And they are hyped up scoring that goal, especially in the circumstances given on defense.
Well-oiled machine. And like you said, Correa, that was a miss defensively. You're thinking that certainly, and AJ does snipe this through, going to the near post. Typical, nice drop down. Wow. That was a lovely pass.
That was great from Typical because it really made Arsenal think. Because Arsenal, in most cases, is going to expect you to go to the back wall. And that's where he went up the back wall very quickly and then dropped back down when he realized Typical wasn't going to get there. And that just put him in no man's land and allowed his teammate to come back him up and take the shot. So good work there from Typical to be creative and throw off the defense.
Arsenal off the ceiling, shut down, double commit. Daniel with the dagger. The double commit proving to be fatal for FaZe.
Oh man, this is going to be a back and forth series, James. And this time, Daniel to lead the charge again on the shot. Put it home. Space Station in front. But as we've seen, these teams have traded blows here in game 2.
It has been a slugfest. Right now, Space Station landing more punches. Now rebound out.
Oh, he got them both.
Awkwardly
He got them both.
Typical. And you're seeing how hard it has been for FaZe to deal with some of these approaches in that final third on the offensive end. Space Station being patient and also making smart plays.
Wow, he is really getting the better of the FaZe defense right now. So speedy behind the ball on those air dribbles. It's a little deceiving getting those touches, and he's beating players to the back wall on FaZe and setting up his teammates. Still FaZe down by 1 with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to try and make a comeback here in a game where, like we've been saying, been back and forth, and Space Station been full throttle throughout.
We have seen some flashes of brilliance from FaZe. That typical pass, it's exactly what FaZe needed. However, the counter punch from Space Station came moments later. A demo. Reddles taking out AJ. And the shot coming in.
Wow.
Bar down off First Killer. And now AJ trying to dribble it out. Shut down by a Daniel who had no boost. Redirect chance, but Reddles breaks that up. FaZe kicking it into high gear. Blocked by AJ.
Doing a good job of making it tough for Spacestation to break out. There's the back post shot from First Killer. You can kind of feel that one coming on for FaZe, as they had blocked every clear attempt from Spacestation. A poor touch there from Daniel allowed First Killer to find the space and the shot. We're back to being tied up here with less than a minute to go.
This is such a crucial game. Space Station giving up that first goal. FaZe Clan having the lead, giving it up. And now for Sypical to make that pass, Daniel to make that mistake, and First Killer tying it up. And now Daniel in the final minute. Corelli, what happened?
He's so good. He just steals it from First Killer, gets the second touch off the ceiling. Nobody on the FaZe defense expected that to be so clean for him. The poise to stay with that ball, to know that you could go over the defense, is incredible from Daniel.
He made Sypical look silly. Sypical was bamboozled on that play. Daniel taking matters into his own hand. Another shot will be deflected off to the side. FaZe, they're trying to battle back. The pass in and it's missed. The right idea. First Killer was there, flipped towards it, but couldn't make contact. That was the right play. Execution just short.
A couple of those plays have come out from FaZe. Now 15 seconds left. Looking for one last opportunity, but it might not come. Spacestation might not let it happen as they throw it into the FaZe side. Sypical has opportunities downfield. He's got First Killer to his left, trying to dish it off. First Killer's there to put it home. 5 seconds left, and we're tied up.
And it's Sypical who is rising to the challenge. You see Daniel thinking that Sypical might be going for a flip reset, might be going for a shot. He's trying to shut him down, but that last touch from Sypical, enough to get it over the defender, and First Killer had to shoot that without hitting his own teammate flying through the air. FaZe, they're back in it, and now we're poised for overtime. Unless Sypical can keep this in the air, and he does.
Oh my.
Musty out to the middle.
First Killer's there.
First towards net, and it touches the ground. A hold your breath moment, but we do have overtime.
I'm pretty sure both of us held our breath during that one, as FaZe were that close to stealing this one away, even in a game where it feels like Spacestation have really had FaZe's number. They've put up 12 shots to the 11 now of FaZe, and FaZe really getting the last 4 or 5 shots here in the last 20 seconds or so. Now double demo from First Killer. Daniel to bail his team out with the long clear.
Light tap down First Killer. Airborne, AJ going for the bump. Arsenal being challenged, and Daniel will street back, gets credit for the save. You saw AJ looking for that bump. FaZe, they're not backing down in this overtime. They're willing to go for it all. Ball up, Sypical racing Daniel. Daniel getting bumped out of the play. It'll fall down to AJ, trying to dribble out of his own corner. Reynolds with the steal off the ceiling, gets the demo, but the clear comes through. Hard hit off the backboard. AJ does get the touch. Great finesse from AJ on that.
Used all his boosts though, and that, really came back to bite him there. Didn't have anywhere else to go. It's a great touch off the back wall, but here comes Daniel now. It has to pass over to Reynolds. Arsenal punches AJ out of the way. Reynolds, can he go all the way? He almost got through Sypical, but cleared downfield, and now here comes FaZe. Can they set something up off the corner? Sypical accidentally gets a second touch, and that'll slow down FaZe.
And that was such a nice double tap from First Killer on the defensive end, trying to buy time for teammates, even threatening the shot. We've seen him score crazy double taps from possible angles. Both teams elevating their gameplay.
I would say almost literally, James, as everyone's been taking it up into the air. A lot of fake air dribbles coming out, and not a lot of boost to go around. Players taking the ball up in the air just to scare the other side, even if they don't have the boost to take it. Now a big clear comes out from First Killer. Maybe an opportunity here for AJ. Can he work his magic as it gets cleared away? FaZe trying to set something up in the midfield, but Spacestation too rock solid right now, shutting down the long clears, shutting down the passes, and now a big clear from Daniel. Maybe not the best touch from AJ, but Arsenal
nice demo
will get demoed out of the play, and FaZe here to collect.
Pass over. AJ was retreating out. If he recognized that pass lane, that might have been a shooting opportunity for FaZe, who does look to have the upper hand so far in this overtime. 2.5 minutes gone.
Oh,
pop up. It looked like a side flip from First Killer. And now a demo. Light hit down. Daniel, the 50, it's going to pop it up. Arsenal has to bail on the play. Hit down to Reddles. Reddles. Extra tap. Gives up control. Sipical. Now to Daniel. Daniel has the bounce out to the middle. The bounces right out to first killer. Things getting a bit unstable for FaZe on defense, and now you see the demo come out by Reddles.
Very patient there from first killer, not diving in. Very patient from Daniel as he works the corner here, trying to make his way through FaZe's defense, and he'll give it up to first killer. Tries to work his way into the Space Station side, but still FaZe have struggled to hold possession once they get on Spacestation Gaming side.
No way!
No
way! What? Oh! Devastating pinch from the corner, and that is how the overtime ends.
Disappointing, I think, as a fan for that one, but for AJ, or for Daniel, a quality challenge, earns himself a goal here on his own.
I mean,
that was a good challenge. That was a good challenge.
It's a good challenge, but how many games have you seen end like that?
Hey, my guy had he had to get over 1,000 points, okay? He had to drop 1,000.
Wow, Daniel running up the score. 1,017 points, a hat trick, 2 assists, 4 saves, 5 shots. Is that not production?
What more? I mean, look, what more do you want from him? You know, I mean, he just dropped 1,000 points. I know he got it off the pinch goal there, but even before that, doesn't matter about the 1,000 points. The way he's been playing, it's been incredible. And for Space Station, I mean, at the end of the day, it's an earned win here. They went back and forth with FaZe, who everyone's predicting to be top 2, top 3 at worst. And so for Space Station, I think they could be pretty happy with the Daniel that they've gotten so far.
No doubt. I mean, Daniel playing such a leading role. You know, usually when you have somebody come in, they can take that supporting role sometimes and let other players kind of step up and shine, and you try to be that glue that holds the team together and just find your spot. Well, Daniel has been leading the charge for Space Station, and honestly, it seems like an all-out charge from every member of Space Station. You're seeing the bumps, demos, the aggression, but FaZe, they brought that back. That seemed like they were going to win that game, especially early on in that overtime. You saw AJ trying to go for bumps, trying to make that gap open up, but we just saw a little bit missing. There was the pass opportunity for first killer who looked like he was in a scoring position and
he
just didn't make contact.
Oh, he certainly was. And he couldn't really catch up to that one. And now here comes Space Station right off the rip, trying to score early. And if the last game was any indication, you know that it's going to take more than one goal. And you would love to have the advantage. If you were going to go back and forth, here's Sipical now with no boost, wants to take the challenge. Needs help with AJ as the first 30 have come and gone. This one comes out the first killer, and Arsenal all over it to prevent the shot.
One thing that FaZe Clan can look to with some confidence is how well Sipical played, especially on the passing game. We saw that amazing pass off the ceiling using the under part of his car, and then that last second play passing it down to first killer for the equalizer. So Sipical, he's the one who came over to FaZe trying to make a difference. He has been in this series, but the question is, will the rest of FaZe step up and take it to Space Station? We see Space Station looking so confident and firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, that is the question. Is FaZe going to play up to what Space Station's bringing right now? And certainly FaZe can, and they have in some of these games. But you talk about execution, the ideas are there, but when the opportunity arises, especially when they're not getting a lot of opportunity against the Space Station defense, they have to execute.
Chance here. AJ trying to pick the ball up straight into an air dribble. Panic clear. Sipical waiting for the pass back. It comes. Sipical will get blocked out. But that creativity from FaZe Clan almost yielding some results.
Oh my, everyone's just getting blown up right now. Now full boost for AJ, and he'll be taken out as well. Arsenal will take care of business, and Space Station march downfield.
It's like the 4th of July. So many explosions. First killer, pass across. AJ there to put it back down to the middle. Light touch. Sipical the shot. The team bump, and Sipical will get the go-ahead goal. And you said, oh no, I saw that team bump as well.
I don't really know if Reynolds could have gotten back to this one because he just landed, but Daniel bumped into him. I think Sypical was putting that one away either way, but for FaZe, slowly breaking down Space Station, and a very rare mistake of teammates running into each other there. FaZe find themselves up 1-0.
Arsenal going for the air dribble. Almost got the dunk on First Killer, but now First Killer having some space. Pinch will go off to the side. Arsenal up to Reynolds. Reynolds bring it back to the corner. Makes it a bit awkward for FaZe. The shot blocked by First Killer. First Killer reading the play, predicting where that shot was going to come. It was a hard shot and a good setup, but First Killer, the game sense to shut that play down.
The demos coming out from Space Station right now is really what I'm giggling at, because you know, I'm watching FaZe players having to look around the field to make sure no one's chasing them, and now this one's free as AJ will have to catch back up to it, but it really gives the defense an extra thing to think about when you're headhunting like Space Station are, as that's a traded demo. This one played dangerously across the box from First Killer, but he didn't have a lot of options with no boost, and FaZe feeling a lot of pressure right now after they went up 1-0.
Not getting the demo there, but the bump on AJ as he tried to take that into an air dribble. Space Station bringing that trademark aggressiveness into this series. So far having the advantage. A nice flip from Arsenal. He'll bail out and go for the corner boost steal and the bump. Gets a demo. Arsenal now turning, trying to feed that into the middle. And a nice respawn there will help get the ball out for FaZe. Still not out of trouble yet. Arsenal slow play. First Killer half flip back. Going for the 50. Sypical helping him out. Now a chance for FaZe. First Killer off the ceiling. Arsenal cool, calm, collected, catching that on his hood. And Reynolds going for the demo. I don't know if he was just angry there or what.
Yeah, I don't know. He still got him. And that's good communication from Space Station, especially on defense. When Arsenal's able to bring that one down, knowing no FaZe players are chasing after it, except for First Killer, of course. It's good work there, but they've got to get some work downfield. They're down by 1. That one's going to be played off the back wall. No follow-up from FaZe. Daniel will flick it on as it falls back into the hands of FaZe. Arsenal throws it to First Killer. First Killer with a weak touch towards the Space Station corner. Now less than 20 to go, and FaZe looking to hold on.
Oh, that's a nice setup from AJ to himself. Didn't have enough boost to get behind it, but a chance generated. Arsenal against First Killer. First Killer with some boost. Slowing the play down. A tap high. Reynolds gets bumped by First Killer. Feed out to Daniel, and the block is going to send it back. Arsenal keeping the play alive is demoed, and that'll do it. FaZe Clan respond in Game 3 with a shutout.
Little taste of his own medicine there right at the end. AJ on Arsenal. Just to make sure, just to hammer it home in the demolitions, as FaZe squeak one out here. Was not easy for them, but I mentioned in the beginning, it's going to take more than one. I was wrong. It took one for FaZe. It was very close here. And again, I still feel like that Space Station defense has been rock solid. They just need a little bit more of that offensive pressure. I think FaZe actually cleaned up their defensive side a lot more here, just to allow, or to not allow, the space that was given previously to Space Station here.
And also a big save from First Killer on that shot from Daniel. First Killer predicting where that shot was going to come. Easily could have been the equalizing goal. But overall, FaZe Clan, Corelli, it looks like they might be turning the corner, especially in that last game. Seemed like that was theirs. It seemed like they had the slight edge, and it was that pinch from all the way on the other side of the field that ended and decided things. But FaZe Clan, have they turned that corner? It looks like they might have. So going into this game, FaZe, do you think one more goal is going to be enough, Corelli?
No, I don't. I think that was an anomaly here for this series, but I feel like for Space Station, the defense has been good. The offense is what needs to pick up. We saw a lot of demos that were great, but they didn't hold possession to capitalize on those demos, and it's important to have both. And I'm not saying they should stop the demo game, but more so find more opportunities where players who are on the ball can make a difference.
Well, here we go. Space Station and FaZe. This one's shaping up to be a close match. 2 go from FaZe. Daniel denied by Sypical. Sypical had to make that stop, and not only that, prevent the rebound. And he was able to make the play.
with Arsenal in his face as well. Arsenal is falling from the sky. He had to dodge Arsenal. Now FaZe with a passing play. Almost worked out. Arsenal came through to save the day. And now just lob it downfield as Typical will easily pop that one up. But here comes Daniel. Maybe an opportunity. Wanted to drop it right side. It just went wide as FaZe let it go.
They were at the mercy of that shot. Amazing the double tap. Rebound on the goal line. And it's saved again. The ricochet. Typical getting in the way. Even on Space Station, we've seen Typical play that rock-solid third-man defensive game. And we're just a minute into game 4. Typical making the same plays as he used to.
And those are the scary things with FaZe when you talk about their defensive structure. It sometimes feels like there's a glitch in FaZe where all of a sudden they just struggle to make the saves. This time now Typical diving across his goal line to turn this one away in a low boost situation for AJ as he watches Arsenal carry this one across the box. Daniel trying to make the difference in the corner won't happen as Typical clears it away, but FaZe have to keep that structure on defense. Otherwise, it comes crumbling down quite quickly.
We saw them double commit. Typical bailing them out, just like Arsenal bailed out Space Station earlier on in this series. Typical playing well from the get-go. And FaZe starting to tighten up the ship. AJ, lob towards net, easily handled by Daniel. This will be a pop-up for Arsenal. Back to Reddles in the midfield. Back down to Arsenal, but Arsenal, you saw him perhaps hunting for a demo or a bump. It's a tug of war in this game. Neither team really in a position of dominance.
Yeah, the game has certainly slowed down to stop the mistakes coming out from defenses. First killer almost gets the flip reset. A lot less scoring happening here. Typical wants to find a way through Arsenal. Space Station, the challenge game defensively has still been so strong. As they do find a way out. FaZe now Typical. The shot on target. Daniel dives across the box to make the save.
That wasn't comfortable. Daniel with a block that shot. We've seen AJ up in people's faces, going for bumps, going for boost steals. Reddles getting taken out by AJ's second effort, but now Arsenal on the attack. It'll pop up. First killer sees AJ in the middle. A pop for AJ off the ceiling, loses control, and now Reddles with the dribble. Daniel, and you see Reddles perhaps losing control of that ball. So tactical. You're seeing SSG slow the ball down, looking at the positioning of FaZe, trying to figure out if they need to boom it, if they can take it, control it, go for the flicks. This game feeling like a chess match, and the move almost paying off, but well defended. Double tap ball for Arsenal. And Typical again getting a piece of the ball.
He's got 5 saves so far in this game. Typical keeping FaZe in it, certainly. With how they've played on defense and the pressure they felt, you know, I asked for Space Station to show more offense, and they certainly have, but FaZe, specifically Typical, are not letting them through at the moment.
The bounce gets through. Reddles stopped again by Typical. Daniel, a tip over. Hit high by first killer. Arsenal down to Daniel. You see Daniel getting a bump. Reddles against first killer. Bouncing high off the ceiling, low boost situation for AJ and Typical. Daniel had to get too far away. Arsenal going airborne. 50 ball, bouncing down to first. First, tap out. Second effort, trying to dribble. Reddles passes it out to AJ. This could be bad, but is able to jump back on the ball.
Here comes the counter. Space Station, they put up 9 shots so far to the 4 of FaZe. They've been knocking on the door all game long. 15 seconds remain. Maybe the last drive here for Space Station if Daniel can get a hold of it. Didn't have the best takeoff there as FaZe will not let him out. 10 seconds to go. AJ threatening on the back wall, and a good clear from Arsenal. Might give opportunity now for Space Station. Arsenal to the back wall. Here comes Daniel. The shot on target. Oh, he beat AJ. 0 seconds. Daniel to win the game for Space Station.
And it doesn't look like you could fit a piece of paper between that ball and the ground. How that was not an overtime and how that did not bounce, I will never know.
Wow.
another shocking ending to the game. FaZe Clan, if you're a FaZe fan, I'm sure this is going to hurt. You saw the pinch all the way across field. 0 seconds now when it looks like it hit the ground, but it was just enough. And guess who it was that had that game-breaking play?
Stack said it. Stack said it the previous series. He's been clutch for Space Station, and that's what you want. I mean, that is best case scenario when you pick up a rookie to be clutch in big time situation. Let's just start at RLCS. That's a big deal. But to do it against a team like FaZe, that's a completely different beast. And I think there are very few players that are going to be clutch in their first season, their first weekend in RLCS like Daniel has. And, you know, say what you want about the way these games have ended for Space Station. They've always ended up on top.
They have it, and you just look at the fact that Sypical left this team looking for greener pastures. Daniel comes in with something to prove.
Yep.
I think there's more than just points and money on the line out there on the field, Corelli.
A blessing in disguise, maybe, for Space Station, as they're going to have to do it one more time here against FaZe. Up 3-1 in the series in Game 5 here. FaZe certainly been no slouches here. It's been very, very close. It has not been complete destruction by Space Station by any means, but they have been better in most cases as they try and march through this best of 7 into the finals.
And it took NRG all of 7 games to get through FaZe Clan. Space Station might do it in 5. And that one rebound out. Reynolds too close to the play. FaZe, despite taking down Space Station in the group stage here in this lower final, with the grand finals bid on the line, find themselves trailing. Sypical has been playing well all series, but offensively, we have not seen First Killer and AJ produce what we expected them to in this situation, but it's not too late.
Yeah, specifically AJ was very quiet in that last game. At one point, he only had like 78 points with like a minute left. Not getting a lot of touches on the ball, not getting a lot of opportunities downfield, and he's been the big playmaker for FaZe this weekend. As Typical, he'll pull it off the crossbar. What was that save from Daniel to keep the sheet clean? Incredible stuff again, but he's got to go again on the back wall to clear it out.
We're going to have to break out the film from the high-speed camera to see how the heck Daniel kept that ball out of net.
Oh, he can do it all. He's clutch on offense. He's clutch on defense.
And that was a lovely shot from Sypical. It just seems like FaZe cannot catch a break. There's something special about this young player, Daniel. And we're seeing the magic on the field, Corelli.
Yeah. Yes, we are. As they are threatening once again. FaZe really need to get something going here. I'm surprised no timeout coming out from FaZe. So they're going to have to do it here. Trying to find some semblance of offense right now. They've had a few shots. 5 to be exact in this game as we approach halftime, but the saves coming out from Space Station have been tough to beat. It's First Killer looking for more space. Typical there on a couple of touches off the back, or sidewall, excuse me, looking for the back wall as Daniel has time to collect.
FaZe so close to pulling this off. This series would look so much different if it weren't for those 2 plays that happened on the edge of a blade. Daniel defensively looking good. Touch, taking it across, and now into a dribble. AJ, no boost, so he got the stop, but be overpowered on the follow-up. Now demoed, First Killer over Arsenal. Daniel taking it up high, First Killer, patience, waiting. Sypical's, his shot will be shut down by Reynolds, who's been speedy to get up and block those shot attempts right at the origin. Daniel slowing down, popping it over his hood. Patience from Space Station, the trust to allow those teammates stay in longer than you'd expect. Speed flip from First Killer and the mid boost. Something shaping up potentially, but slowed down. And Reynolds forcing Sypical into an awkward defensive position. Space now. Arsenal bailing out, letting Daniel take a turn, and now it's cleared all the way back. Another low-scoring game that I would not be surprised if it was decided by a single play.
Yeah. You mentioned the previous game was a chess match. This one, the same exact way. Not a lot of opportunities for both sides as a big clear comes out from Reddles. Sypical having to deal with it awkwardly.
Even that play, Corelli, to not only get the difficult read off the backboard, but to put a shot all the way on target and force an awkward situation. Space Station looking good. Now 50 rebound out to first killer, and that's going to be good. The pressure forcing that 50 on the goal line.
Oh my.
That is exactly what needed to happen. Well done by Sypical.
Well done by Sypical. Well done by AJ as well. When he came back to the ground, he flipped into a player to remove him from the equation. Sypical coming in as well, and first killer to put it home.
Oh, fake kickoff. Will this work? Sypical can't get to it. Still fighting for possession. 50 off the corner, first killer. Denied the boost as well.
Oh no.
It was a valiant effort there from Space Station, but an overextension. They go all in and it doesn't pan out. And FaZe will stay alive for another game.
That's such a tough read for Reynolds. I can't blame him for not getting that one. It came off the ceiling right before it caught the edge, and it made it tougher. Space Station faltering here to close out the series. And FaZe, it took them to the last minute to really turn on that offense. They put up 10 shots. Hold on a second. Reynolds almost put that one away. But some good work here by FaZe. A lot of physical play coming back out. It seems like in the beginning of the series, it was a lot faster, a lot quicker, especially with that physical play. It's coming back out here, but first killer gonna put this one to bed as FaZe Clan fight back here in this best of 7.
And that last goal, it might be an example of what's to come. FaZe Clan stepping up on the elimination game, saying we're not going home just yet. And Corelli, looking at all of these games individually, this very easily could be FaZe Clan closing it out if it weren't for those 2 games that Space Station won by the thinnest of margins. If that had gone the other way, FaZe Clan, they're playing well enough to have already won at this point. These teams so close together, so closely matched.
Yeah.
And this seems like one of those situations where we might be going to game 7.
Yeah, well, first of all, let's say what you want about the pinch from Daniel, but let's not take away from the clutchness he had on that second touch to give Space Station the win in game 4. So for Space Station, though, this game was something that we had talked about earlier. When you go up against FaZe Clan, you're going to feel a lot of that pressure. You're going to kind of get put in the blender a little bit, and Space Station really struggled to keep possession downfield. It's not that they didn't have opportunities. It was just that FaZe kept Space Station pushed back so much, put them in so many awkward opportunities on the ball that it just felt like Space Station could never break out cleanly. That was the difference here. FaZe didn't do a great job of putting on the pressure or putting shots away, but they had enough opportunities where they finally cracked through.
And the defense has been the difference maker for FaZe in these latter games. But as I say it, 7 seconds in, Reynolds with the go-ahead goal.
Arsenal, that's a quality challenge coming out from him, and you can see Sypical kind of got sent for a loop. He thought his team was going to win that challenge, and then he had to loop back into the net, and by that time, Reynolds was picking out his spot on the far post. Space Station with an early lead.
Air dribble, the 50, coming off the ceiling. Sypical up quickly. Both players missed. Still tough situation for FaZe. Trying to get out of that debt that they incurred after going for that ball and missing it. First killer had it over his head. This one rolling towards net, and Reynolds will come through to get the challenge.
Space Station happy to boom this one downfield, but again, not able to hold on to the ball. That's a great challenge from Reynolds, but you would prefer not to have it. Now Daniel, he'll find the spot. They really made that one work from Space Station, and they're up by 2.
And Sypical's been so good, and your heart breaks for a player when they're playing such good defense, and then to make that mistake, you saw him awkward on the wall. He was reversing, jumped from a position you don't normally find yourself in, couldn't get to the ball. And that shot, upper 90, beautifully done. Space Station, 2-goal lead, just a minute in. Will it be 3? No, it will not. Pinched out by first killer. but it's already looking dire for FaZe, who have their back to the wall. They cannot afford to lose this game. Space Station, a few minutes away from marching on to the grand finals to play NRG.
Very reminiscent of game 1, where Space Station just came out and smacked FaZe right from the get-go. They're up by 2 here in the first minute and a half. I believe they were up by 3 at one point in game 1. And they're just looking for more. It's up to FaZe now to make the changes. At Space Station, they're gonna put away a third. 3:25 left on the clock, and it's all Space Station right now.
And you see Daniel calling the bluff. He's faking it. Typical thinks he's playing it slow, shadowing properly, and then Daniel bumping him out of the way. Easy goal for Reynolds. Daniel making another high-impact play. 3 goals now for Space Station. Both games that FaZe won in this series were shutouts against Space Station. They've only managed to score more than 3 goals a single time. This one looking to get out of hand. Space Station hunting for the 4th. Rebound out to Reynolds. The shot will be blocked by Sipical, but Space Station, they're in such a dominant position right now.
Yeah.
It's tough to imagine FaZe digging their way back into this one.
And they're talking. You take a look at the player cams when these goals are going through for Space Station. They are hype. And you look over at FaZe. Very, very quiet at the moment. Needs something to ignite this team, and they're going to need it quickly if they're going to come back in this first killer. Got to pick the spot. He will. And that might do it for FaZe to get back into this game.
A glimmer of hope. You saw AJ trying to get the redirect, ended up going back out to Sipical. And first killer, the hard shot. Didn't have as much height as he was probably looking for, but the power was there. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. 2 goals that FaZe need to score to at least force overtime. Let's sit tight and see if it happens. FaZe find themselves battling out of their own corner. Reynolds, the boost steal. And he side flips, opening up a window. The give and go, and
beautiful.
It's good. First to AJ, back to first. FaZe within 1.
And this is where I think FaZe have really leveled up their game from split to split. When we did not see a lot of this in the fall, it was very, very direct from FaZe. Now the selfless plays, finding each other and trusting their teammates to be at the right spot and reading the play properly. That has spelled so many more goals for FaZe. They're within 1.
In a moment ago, I thought this was over. And just like that, FaZe are back in it. The side flip from Reynolds at the midfield, opening up that chance, but that was a gorgeous passing play. Typical 50 against Reynolds, first killer. Does he have enough space to go for the solo play? We'll find out. Flip reset, didn't look good. He gets dunked on. Sipical had just enough boost to hit it high, but still, they have to battle the rebounds. On 0, Sipical looking for a 50. Can't get to the ball. He's being harassed by Reynolds as well. Daniel, pre-flip out, going for the bump, but first killer able to dodge it and clear it out.
Dicey situations here on the FaZe defense. Typical out of boost for most of those plays. Still able to field it now. A demo on Daniel will lower the numbers on the Space Station side as on their attack. Typical trying to hold on to this one. Again, first killer jumping after it. Miscommunications coming out from FaZe. Still no threat, but maybe it's yet to come. Arsenal gets under 1. Makes the defense think about it, but AJ picks it up. Daniel to take a shot on target. It's weak. And first killer to turn it away.
The patience from Space Station all series long has been marvelous. You see Arsenal, one of the most patient players, dribbling that ball, making it awkward for the defense. Daniel almost scoring that shooting opportunity. Less than a minute left. This is it for FaZe Clan. Their tournament life will end unless they can put one more in. That one off the crossbar. It bounces down. Rebound to Reynolds. It's wide. Life still for FaZe.
The demo on Sipical, that was an open net. Nobody was home from FaZe. Space Station still up, now a big miss. Daniel, can he put it away? A huge save from Sipical, and now FaZe have to get down the field.
It's coming down to the wire here on Neo Tokyo. The bounce pass into the middle. Arsenal 0 boost. He's committing heavily towards the backboard. Sipical hard out. Reynolds back pass. Arsenal beat by first killer. Last chance here for FaZe. Sipical will have a look. Arsenal Clearing it to the sideline, gets the block as well, and that will be it. Space Station take down FaZe Clan and will be heading to the grand finals to take on NRG.
Wow. Gibbs saying he's no first killer. And like you said, James, he's definitely not. He's Daniel and Space Station. Looking strong against FaZe here and a worthy contender against NRG.
And I'm glad we got a glimpse of what being Daniel is all about. The clutch factor, the pinch from his own goal line all the way across map from downtown, and that 0-second shot. And you even think about starting off this series with a goal, that dribble, the bump, setting up Reddles. Daniel did so much for Space Station this game, but in the end, it was a team effort. You saw Arsenal slowing down the plays, the aggression from Reddles and Arsenal. A few mistakes, we did see it. We saw Reddles with that side flip and the give and go for FaZe. FaZe played Space Station so closely. You know, I think this series was worthy of a Game 7. Both of these teams so close. It looks like the top 3 in North America, at least after this X Games Open, Crowley, it seems like FaZe, Space Station, and NRG are a cut above the rest right now.
Oh, absolutely. When we talk about Daniel all the time, the gameplay of Arsenal and Reddles has been elevated. Like you said, it's been a team effort. We talked a lot about Daniel, very clutch here in this series, but Arsenal and Reddles were just as amazing for Space Station. Like I said, looking to be very worthy contenders when they go into NRG here.
So FaZe Clan's story here at the X Games Opens ends, but for Space Station, it's still being written, and we're going to find out the closing chapters after the break. We've got NRG taking on Space Station Gaming.
The best athletes. The biggest tricks. In Aspen, Colorado for the 21st year in a row. Whoa. How you do that? We're back. You're back. Can't wait. X Games, Aspen. January 21st through the 23rd, 2022. Let's go.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip your driver.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. Hey, you don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. This is the X Games Open. I'm Leaf, that's Dazarin, that's JamesBot, and there's a very confused analyst wondering if he gets to keep his job.
What just happened? Daniel just put on the performance of a lifetime. It's his first tournament. Daniel, I praise you. I am sorry. I praise you so much.
It was good
Where's the
stuff.
apology? I think that's what everyone's looking for. You know?
Yeah.
I think
There's no
Just
apologies here. I'm praising you. I am not sorry about what I said. Wow, what a performance by him, though. Wow.
Yes, sir. James, talk to me about what we just saw there. That was, I mean, we got a rookie coming in and showing up huge.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Daniel was making huge plays. Really, all of Space Station was making plays. It was a team effort. And you look on the FaZe Clan side of things, we really didn't see the same level of offense that we saw from FaZe Clan in the previous series. We saw some glimpses of it. The give and go play by First Killer and AJ was lovely. And we also saw some great passes from Sypical, but really a lot of this series felt like it was Sypical doing his best to keep the goals out of the net. And then FaZe, you know, AJ, the lead scorer for FaZe, in all the previous series coming up to this, when you're expecting him to have a similar level of production if you think that they're going to win. And so I think for FaZe Clan, the offense fell a bit short from what we would expect. We even saw just some opportunities that they had that they didn't put away. So it wasn't necessarily all of what Space Station was doing, which was good defense. They just were not executing at the level that we have seen them in the past. But overall, FaZe Clan still looking incredible. These top three teams in North America, FaZe, Space Station, and NRG, they look like a cut above the rest.
Des, you look like you had something to say there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really hard. James said everything, literally.
It's true.
But what I will say here is, James, you know, I respect the fact that you said it was a team effort, but my goodness, that man Daniel did something different there. I mean, there were games where he dropped 1,000. You go to that game 6 on Neo Tokyo. Sypical is being bullied by Daniel. Daniel is replacing him on the field, literally, as well. He's like, get out of here. That's going to be an open net for my team to score on. This guy is a big time player. No one expected him to have this impact. And if you look at Space Station Gaming's run from lower round 1 to the grand finals, you cannot just say, I mean, you can say, yes, it is a team effort. Arsenal stepping up, Rel's stepping up as well. But Daniel has come in and made SSG back to one of those top teams. I am so beyond impressed with him.
Gibbs, we're all impressed with Daniel, but you weren't earlier. And I'm just curious if you want to reassess
I didn't
that
say
rating you gave.
I didn't say I wasn't impressed by him. I said he was slightly worse of an upgrade for the whole roster.
There was all along the lines of he's no First Killer as well.
Yeah, exactly. First Killer's best player in NA. All right, so I had a 4 for you, Daniel. I will change it, okay? I'll change
it's
that
gonna change
roster
to 4.
move.
Good.
Okay, all right, fine. All right.
It's about time.
All right, what is it? What do you change it to?
5.
Oh, my God. Dude, just cut his feet.
Get him out.
Get him out. Like,
Dude,
he can't be
FaZe
taken
had
serious.
Daniel at a 4 because they chose Sypical. Space Station would have never made that roster move if he didn't leave. Space Station had Daniel at a 4. I don't want to hear none of this. None of it.
Okay.
And we don't want to hear none of you. Let's look at the bracket. Get him off the screen. Get him off the screen. Give us the bracket. Let's take a look at where we're at, because you guys know it's getting close. It's about time for that grand finals. We just saw Space Station take down FaZe Clan to find themselves there. They got to climb to the top now. They have a challenge ahead of them. Daz, we got a bracket reset. SSG has to win 2 best-of-7s to take down the general NRG.
That's true. But if there's any team today that has shown that potential, it is going to be Space Station Gaming. You talk about the sweep there for V1. You also talk about the fact that they beat FaZe Clan in 6 and looked extremely dominant when FaZe Clan struggled to win against NRG in 7. But I mean, you look at SSG, it doesn't start at today. It goes back into when we first started the bracket phase. Even when they were in groups, this team has been in a constant, consistent form. And this is the best team to take on the general NRG in this grand finals. There's no doubt about it.
We'll start breaking it down then. We got the general NRG versus Space Station Gaming coming up here. You know, I'm glad that we got our NRG boy on desk here, JamesBot. I thought Daz was supposed to be my guy earlier, but he defected. He left us, and I need you to put some words on the
Well,
table.
you know, I say it to the point where I feel like I'm just repeating myself every time I'm up here. I have to talk about so many NRG series because they're on the broadcast so much because they win so much. Even at the major, they just win. These guys, they're the top dogs in North America. You can call me biased all you want, but at some point, you're going to have to ask yourself, is it biased if NRG just keeps winning and just keeps getting these results? And even here, they're going to have 2 chances to put away Space Station. Now, if Daniel plays at the level he played at, I honestly think Space Station has a really good shot, maybe better than 50-50 shot at taking down NRG if Daniel's playing at that level. But the question is, can he do that again? It was such an out-of-this-world performance that we saw from Daniel that, to me, when I see that, I think that that is a special performance. If that's his regular, then I think we can say Space Station won't lose anything, even if they go to the majors. Yeah. So this is up in the air, but I still think you gotta go with the respect on NRG having 2 chances to take down Space Station.
That is true. Well, it's time for the Verizon fan vote. Let's see what the chat is going to think about this one. NRG is always winning these fan votes, but you know, it might be closer with a lot of the love going to Daniel and his run here at the X Games Open. Hashtag NRG or hashtag SSG in the chat. And us analysts, we're going to put them on the board. Now, I think I know one is a guaranteed. We're going to start off with James and his prediction.
So again, you're going to call me biased. That's all right. I accept it.
Is it bias if he's right?
That's how it feels. But and also, I have been watching Justin play all weekend, and especially on Friday, there were some situations where NRG let some teams that normally you don't expect them to be competitive get close. But even in those situations when the pressure is on, NRG does seem to show up. You even saw it at the majors when they were going against the other best team in NA, fighting FaZe, looking for a shot in the grand finals. They were able to get that win. I still think more often than not, if you're just looking at it from a, you know, do I back this team in a bet? I'm going to, even if I'm betting my house, if I'm betting my cat, if I'm betting my car, it doesn't matter. You know, that's what I'm going to do. I think NRG has the best shot at getting this win here. I don't think we're going to see Daniel do that every series. So I'm going NRG.
That's fair enough. And I went with him first because I feel like his is going to be regardless. But, you know, there could be a bracket reset. So, you know, who's winning this one? Maybe you think a bracket reset's going to happen. And I think that's going to happen. So I'm going to balance this out. I think SSG comes in with gusto. I think they got momentum. And I think they're going to do good in this first one. But the general NRG, I think, will pick it up in the second one after that. But first one, I'm going SSG. I'm going to give Daz last. So I want Gibbs to go here because Daz is back and forth. I want to give him time to think on this one.
Scaraggy talked about demos, and that is like the new meta, but NRG, they don't really care about that. They don't demo that much. Like even when they played FaZe Clan, they got demoed 4.5 times per game. Didn't matter for NRG. They still won that series. Space Station, they're averaging like 5.8 demos per game right now. It's absolutely insane. But NRG just doesn't care about metas. They play their game. They win. They always do. I'm going NRG.
You're going NRG? Okay, they take it in one. All right, Daz, it comes down to you right now. You stepped away from before and it didn't treat you well.
Listen. Okay, let's talk about the timeline here, right? Yes, I did have FaZe Clan in that series, but that doesn't mean I had NRG out of the tournament. And I think you guys should know automatically what I'm doing here. I'm going the general NRG and the grand finals. You should have known that when you saw me on the desk. But guess what? SSG, the goal here is to simply, if not win, push NRG. Because right now, we thought that was going to be FaZe Clan because they had the similar performance yesterday. They weren't able to do that. Right now, the general NRG is the best team in North America until somebody dethrones them. And that's going to be the task for SSG.
You guys thought it was FaZe Clan. I picked SSG. I've been doing good today.
Whatever, dude.
56.
Wow, that is
the lowest. That's the lowest ever. I bet.
I actually am shocked. I think it's like accurate. I'm shocked that it's relatively accurate.
Yeah.
That's usually not how it works.
That is nuts. This is going to be a good grand finals. Regardless, though, guys, you know that we got an explosive match coming your way over in the Verizon Skybox to bring it to his Wave and Achieves. Daniel finds his way to the grand finals in his first ever RLCS event alongside SSG, but can they take down the Kings? Let's see who grabs the crown.
Get up and get loud. It's game day. It's time for NRG taking on Space Station for the first regional of the winter split. Waypoint joined by Achieves, and we've got two Titans in peak form right now, Achieves, and they have paused the game.
I wasn't quite ready for that, but fair enough. I was kind of thinking it's fair to say that, like, yes, NRG, Kings of North America, you got to dethrone them. Yeah. It's all true. The thing about it is, can you do it for very long? And that's always the question, right? There's very, very few teams that can hold NRG down for longer than temporarily. You know, you think about back in RLCSX, Space Station initially came out in the fall split, absolutely crushing people. We're like, Space Station's best team in North America. Okay. And then we go forward, and there's a little bit of time where it's like, all right, Envy's the best team in North America. But the one constant is that NRG is fighting everybody for all of this. And they adapt so well, and that was a big part of their win against FaZe earlier today, that adaptability and flexibility to pressure, and that could come in spades here to help them against Space Station, because Space Station, I would say so far throughout the tournament, has been looking like the best team, but you gotta win 8 games, and that's not easy.
You do gotta win a lot. Again, bracket reset, coming from the lower bracket, Space Station has to win twice. NRG with the privilege of only having to win 1 best of 7. They win it right here. We'll be done. Daniel looking to start off in hot. Gonna get that first goal in. He continues the hot streak.
Great start for SSG and Daniel. Garrett G, really not a bad option. Was just trying to get the distance. Unfortunately for him, though, Daniel in a great spot for it. Saw it coming and just threw it right back into the net. Nobody quite ready. Couldn't ask for a better start.
4:24. Off to go in game number 1. Neutral kickoff here. Justin going to take it. 1 touch. Now looking for 2. Arsenal will stop him off to the edge. Garrett G through the sky will get first touch. He's got 30 boosts left to chase this down. And Reynolds will take it out from him. From the third man, follows it through. Gets past Justin in the corner. Look at that separation out to Arsenal. But Arsenal not quite able to get through the front line defense. Going to lose control of the ball. Squishy will have the clear.
Good understanding there from Squishy, realizing Arsenal just trying to waste time and could just turn around and take the challenge as soon as he got the floor. Big bump as well to try and open the door, and a lot of people giving a lot of praise, and justifiably so, for how well Daniel has been playing so far. But you gotta say, Arsenal and Reynolds have absolutely stepped themselves up as well in terms of gameplay, and almost able to jam that one through Garrett G.
And Reynolds, a player who is usually pretty consistent but simple, I'd say, like in his approach to the ball. He's been going for demos and passes, you know, goes for the simple shots right in front of the net, just doesn't miss. He's been hitting bangers this event, absolutely popping off. Everybody on Space Station, a huge threat here. NRG's gonna have their hands full. Currently trailing by 1. Garrett G through this guy off the ceiling. He's got Justin across the field, gonna hold on to it himself, get 2 defenders to challenge. Everybody out in the front of the box for Space Station as Daniel holds on to control. Squishy with the high pre-jump, chasing this down into the backfield, nearly tucks it around the post. Here comes Justin with the follow-up, still wide of the goal. Follow-up again, no! Reynolds gets in his way.
Not a lot of boost here for NRG to work with. They're just firing shots as hard as they can on target, seeing if something will stick. There's one into the middle. Justin can't quite make contact. Garrett G on follow-up actually goes for the shot up towards the back wall to set up a second chance, and it's the right move. Space Station caught grounded in the net with this touch off the wall.
All right, so shot 17 finally goes in. What a barrage as NRG ties up the game. Kept that trap in the back third for so long. Way to hold on to it. Bring us back to even.
Great pressure.
Yeah.
NRG as well. I mean, a lot of boost steals necessary to keep Space Station locked down there and not able to make any type of approach and transition for Space Station. Daniel thought about it, realized Garrett G probably had it.
Here's Daniel off the wall. No support, up in the front by himself. Wins a challenge on second touch, steals a boost and rotates out. Squishy trying to get the clear, drops it. And Garrett G will pick it up after Arsenal's touch, sends one on target. Daniel makes a stop, but it's still dangerous. Reynolds can't get it out of the way. Garrett recovers and scores his own setup.
I thought Justin was the one who put this one into the net with a dunk, but no, it was just Garrett G. It's kind of that product of Daniel not really having a good choice, and Reynolds actually coming out on the wrong side of the ball, definitely trying to challenge Justin, but the jump a little errant, and he ends up going out in front of the ball instead of trying to pop it out, and he's the one who tips it in.
NRG on top. As Justin advances the midfield, sends the shot on target. Daniel makes the save and a clear to the corner this time. Garrett G back around the woodwork, looking to dunk it himself. Arsenal gets a soft touch, and Reynolds will pick it up with space.
Squishy to
man,
take it away from him onto the backfield. Look at the trap. Arsenal, dangerous moment for him. Nearly own goals. Keeps his wits about him, doesn't touch the ball, and gets the clear off to the side. Space Station dodging that bullet, but NRG still pressuring this absolute suffocation they've been able to build over the course of this game, but the long shot nearly going in. Garrett G gets it away. They are getting a lot of those boost steals over on the Space Station side, and you can see there's the aggression from Reddles. He was pushing the net first, and then he rotates out, gets the demo in the corner, and that's all that time that Space Station needs to really get themselves set here, and we'll see if they can string a couple of challenges together. Justin pushing this to the outside. Daniel moves to midfield. Oh, but misses Squishy. Puts this high. Justin able to extend it in midfield. No follow-up. Arsenal off the wall. 20 boost as he dumps it to Daniel. Looking for the infield pass. Garrett G blocks it at the front of the box. Reddles to pick up control in the corner. And he slows it down. Justin gets baited in, but Squishy has the clear, and Daniel has to retreat. Arsenal out of goal. And the clear back to midfield. NRG slowly regaining control. Ooh, actually a real smart move there from Daniel. Realizing Justin was going to pull off. He had time to go for the trap. Means that they get a much better clear and can grab the boost in the midfield and make sure that this ball is going to be stuck here in the middle, and everyone's going to have to fight for possession. Daniel plays it back to the wall. Here's Squishy. Daniel finds Garrett G on the demolition. Garrett G set up in net. Daniel looking for him again here, trying to hound him off the ball. Not able to get the demo this time, but Garrett G low and boosted out of position, has to make for an awkward touch, and now Squishy extends it over the front line. Daniel rotating back around. He's on every side of the ball. Impatient as well, dotting one on Reddles. Justin required touch, could not go forward. He would have got dunked, and a tight one at that. And NRG definitely doing well to handle the option Space Station's thrown at him. It's nothing crazy, nothing they haven't seen before, but it does require precision on defense. Big stops, 8 seconds left. Space Station hounding and looking for more and more demolitions, just trying to open up the goal here, but the two-man defense staying strong as Arsenal puts it back down. Clock expired. Long play to midfield. Daniel holding on to it in the sky, but Justin able to take it away from him. Out of boost, dumps it into the back third. Reynolds will slow it down, pick up boost, dribble this one around. He's going to have a long way to go. He's stuck on one. Out to Arsenal on the edge, trying to get the pass back into Reynolds, putting it high. Where's Daniel? Into tie and send it to overtime. It's in! What a play! Space Station keep him alive! All right, Reynolds the control on the dribble out. Perfect. The dump to Arsenal. Perfect. And then it's all about, can you beat NRG on one last go? And Daniel's able to squeeze one into the net. Oh, man. That is irritating for NRG because they were in position. They could see it all coming, and they just got outplayed. End-to-end perfection for Space Station, and we're in overtime in game number 1. Garrett G at midfield. For the stop, Daniel touches it back to Justin, who just blasted to the goal. Arsenal sends it to the sky. This ping pong could favor NRG as it goes out to Squishy. Now to Justin. Into the sky. He's got Garrett G moving it up and looking for the read. He was taken to the sky now. Puts it on target. No! Just a bit high. Arsenal makes the save. Justin puts it high again. And the one thing Space Station cannot afford is another NRG onslaught. Ooh, they may have just allowed it, though. Reddles real aggressive dish to Justin. Bar down, out, and around. Doesn't have the boost to get back. And Space Station gonna hang on, if only just. And where was the rest of the pressure from NRG? Every Space Station player piled up under the ball after that crazy bounce. No pressure from NRG. Now Space Station advancing down the field. Daniel looks to create chaos, possibly redirect it. Nothing there, but here's Reynolds off the sky. 70 boost to work with, bounces off the ground. Garrett G in the way. Justin will reposition himself in goal because here comes shot number 2. Squishy with another block, and then a second one to follow it. Oh my goodness, NRG holding on to now breaking out down the field. Daniel with a stop, and Reynolds to quickly turn on it, trying to take over control. No, it's Daniel holding on to the ball. 1v1, back to Reynolds, blocked by Justin. And this is a tough thing to handle for both teams. I mean, everyone needs just a few extra seconds to grab boost, and now Squishy Charge was buying even more time, and Daniel really got the measure of him there, forcing Squishy to just delay even further. And SSG in a great position here. Unfortunately, they can't get unstuck from the corner, and now they just got to play keep away. Just on the outside as Daniel picks up control off the wall. Holds on to it to the ground. And now looking for demos again. Can't find anybody but Space Station's classic formation. Justin finds the opening, though. It's off the post. And has to take another bounce, but NRG will eventually sneak away with game 1. You got to see here. Arsenal's going back. Yeah, there's Reddles. Ooh, and he just has a bad line to the challenge. Justin, I think, deceiving Reddles there. Reddles thinking he didn't quite have that quick of a recovery to get back on the opposite side of the ball. He was taking that challenge a little more straight up and less about, I need to potentially block a shot there. And Reddles, he's trying to get aggressive there as that third man really put the counterattack pressure, let himself and Daniel be in position to maybe force the power play back the other way, but he just doesn't even get a piece of it, and Arsenal doesn't have time to get back to the net, and NRG gonna stave off a comeback victory with the 0-second equalizer, and that was a tough game one for everybody.
One of the best 0-second drills I've ever seen, just clean from end to end, absolute perfection. But ultimately here, it's going to be NRG taking it down there. Very narrow in the stats margins here. 13 shots to 12, 9 saves to 7. Very close. Space Station actually with 2 more saves, NRG with 1 more shot. So really just came down to the one play there at the end. My goodness, if that's a statement or a microcosm of what we got in the rest of the series here at Cheese, I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, I mean this really was the game of cat and mouse. You know, you had so much. I felt great map control from NRG. I think they held a lot of the boost, and that was kind of preventing Space Station from getting things started, at least for very long. But when Space Station did get that going, they were getting that playstyle that they like. Get that ball out into the middle, get the demos going, put the pressure on NRG, opening up space, giving themselves opportunities on target. And even if they didn't all come to fruition, that's the exact type of game that both the teams like to play there.
I will say, NRG was doing a very good job avoiding the demo game of Space Station in the last half of game 1. If they're able to keep that up and avoid the situation, get the bumps themselves, just opens the door, and Garrett G scores goal number 1.
Not fair, unfair if you're SSG. Nice little chip, and Justin out in front of Arsenal, and what are you supposed to do as Daniel? You have to dodge the bump, and Garrett G's just coming right behind the middle of the ball. He's got so much advantage in terms of how that physics is going to work out.
He loosened up both players, making the situation so much easier for Justin. Oh no, now he's looking for goal number 2. For Garrett, rather. Now it's Squishy. Ball just ping-ponging around. Bouncing off of retreating players. A demolition onto Reddles. Man, and NRG giving SSG a taste of their own medicine here. It's Forbidden Temple has seen some of the best goals of the weekend.
Yes, there's been some real stunners here over the course of the past couple of days. That is for sure.
So we get another one. Garrett G down to Justin, blocked by Arsenal. Now Justin in the corner, back pass to Squishy. Overextends his teammate a bit, though. And Squishy's got to just play for control.
He's got him. Oh,
fakes out Daniel. And then the demolition onto Garrett G will help open up a lot of space for Space Station. They'll pick up control in their corner, pop it over Justin, and go to work on offense.
Ooh. Yeah, okay. Garrett G, I was on his camera that whole time and kind of just watching his Space Station work through the midfield defense of NRG. Garrett knew that he could not get aggressive there. He needed to see how things were going to play out, and that patience rewarded with an easy save.
Garrett G with a stop now in the corner. Justin extends at midfield. Garrett G trying to get this one away from Daniel. Goes for the dribble again. Up against Justin, loses control. Arsenal in the second man. Plays it laterally. Reddles tries to pick up control. Garrett G with a miss here on the side. Daniel's going to try and take care of this, but he goes backwards, so Justin will get a touch onto it. And now it's Squishy through one. Reddles reaching for the ball. A bit of back and forth here. Neither team really holding on to control for very long. Not seeing consecutive touches from one side. Here comes Squishy with an opportunity. Taking it to the sky. He's got Reddles kind of pinned on the back. We're only 13 boost, but it'll be enough to reach it and get the ball away from Squishy.
Nice play from Arsenal there, not panicking too much. And there's again a demo that even if Justin's the one that got it, it takes NRG off the ball, and there's extra time required, dished up to him and not able to squeeze it through the defense. What a shot it would have been. They heard you wave. They were trying to go for the clip.
Here's Arsenal. And he'd be the one to hit the banger. He's got Daniel on the far side to go for the pass here, or does Daniel just go for the bumps? Looks like Daniel kind of like went for both, which means he didn't really do either. Reddles out of the side. Justin looking for bumps. Daniel not going to get the best of control. Now Arsenal up to Reddles. Squishy out of position, having to chase Reddles from behind. Reddles is going for the slow play, trying to pin Garrett down. He gets him to get a kind of awkward save. The Squishy's there on the follow-up. NRG keeping their net clean here as Reddles gets demolished in midfield.
Yeah, big demo actually as well. It lets Squishy have this ball on transition for free. Really get set for that challenge against Daniel. Boost and I as well, but even still, Space Station refusing to let go. Dish to Arsenal, bumping the net. That's going to turn it in. Way to work out of the demo. You get the challenges just enough in your favor. You buy time for Reynolds to respond. And there he is with the bump on Justin, making sure Arsenal has a nice, clean look at it.
Yeah, Justin being passive there in the corner, I think is really what opens that up. He lets Reddles have the pass off the backboard for free, and then Reddles can just focus entirely on taking care of the one defender back. Justin challenges in the corner, maybe a better chance of that goal getting blocked, but such a difficult situation for Justin, especially facing the wrong direction. So Spacestation able to take advantage of a small decision that Justin made. Tie up the game now. Daniel with an opportunity back in front of the net. Arsenal looking for the goals. Ooh, looking for the bumps. Here's Reddles putting it high. He's going to need a follow-up. Squishy's up for it to play to the corner. Misses it, actually. And Justin will find the clear to the edge. Squishy, long play. Reddles reaches for it. Gets the clear.
Love that clear from NRG. They definitely like to see things coming their way. And they're okay with the punt strategy because they do approach the ball generally so consistently. Little double commit there, but Squishy's got the command to work it back through and buy some time to reset.
Yeah, if Squishy doesn't get that second touch, it's nearly a guaranteed goal, and it still might turn into something for him here. Squishy the arrow with another catch. And dump. Garrett G with the boost from midfield. That'll reset things, and then the pass down to Justin. Going to be covered up by Reddles, but Energy back in control, back with their wits about them. Tie game in the final minute of game 2.
Man, Squishy is fighting for the ball, and he's really making it tough for Space Station to get out of their own half for free. Kind of hoping that Garrett and Justin can figure out something behind them to really get things going back in their favor, because SSG, I think they've been really crushing the challenge game here in game 2, but again, as alluded to earlier, defense was what won them the game versus FaZe. It's what's keeping them in it here in game 2, excuse me.
Here's Justin with control. 25 seconds left. Daniel has to punt it high, and Squishy's up for it. Extending it over to Justin. Towards the goal. Reynolds can't quite reach it in time, and it goes in. NRG on top in the final seconds.
Frustrating here for Reynolds. Drives forward and kind of goes, I've just pulled myself off the line, and he tries to get back. Doesn't realize with that the ball over his head, since he pulls himself off the line, doesn't have the cleanest sense of where that backboard is, and he goes up when he really doesn't need to. That was going to bounce, and he put it off and in.
Or will it be the mistake that cost him a game? 9 seconds left. Space Station already hit the magical 0-second goal in game number 1. Can they do it again?
Oh, they got him.
They want to see overtime a long way there. Squishy can't make it in a second buzzer beater, a second game in a row.
Squishy, he just put his hand on his head like, oh my gosh, why did I go for boost in the midfield there? Which, like, yeah, if there's time on the clock, that's not a bad play. Justin is challenging it. You know, you want to be there to support, but that's kind of just that autopilot that turns on sometimes, and you're not really thinking about the situation of the game. And I don't need to go get boosted the midfield. I need to make sure we don't get scored on. Is that one also off the wall? Garrett G to clear. And NRG going to work themselves out of an early kickoff jam. Pass to Reddles and saved by Justin.
Man, and Justin recognized, despite Garrett G winning 2 master challenges. Oh dear, and it's in.
No
Daniel
chance.
over the top. And the overtimes go 1-1.
Squishy, absolutely no chance for this one. Rotates near side of the net. Even if he rotates back post, there's no way he's ever gonna make that save. That was perfect.
Man, I was complimenting Justin there. You saw Garrett G get 2 really solid touches in the corner against challenges to win the dunks to push the ball into SSG territory, and yet Justin, as he's moving up the middle of the field, just turns around. He realizes I can't do anything with those. They were good challenges, Garrett, but we can't use them. And he makes the first save because of it. If he hadn't just doubled back immediately, if he didn't try to be aggressive at all, he would not have been there for the save, but did not matter. The follow-up from Space Station was there, all on top of each other. Well done as they equalize the series.
That's so tough. That's 2 games in a row now where they're going to view it as throwing it at 0 seconds, right?
Yeah.
And you can make the argument that the first one, not so much a throw, definitely outplayed, but the second one, that one's the one that really sticks in your head, because Squishy knows, like, that's a dead mistake. No reason to go for boost in the midfield. You can make any save in the net with 30-40 boost, and it's just the product of the situation. So now they're sitting here thinking, man, we've let 2 games go at 0 seconds. We're having to work overtime to get this series done.
Yeah.
And to boot, you lost the second one.
Yeah, it really cost him. If you keep winning the overtimes, it's kind of easy to overlook those situations. I mean, it's crazy. It's pretty rare to see buzzer beater goals in general. To have them send them to overtime, even more rare. 2 in a row. Crazy stuff. But if you're winning the overtimes, you don't care. That second game gonna hurt for NRG.
Big comeback, though, for SSG. And again, I genuinely think they played the better game in Game 2 anyway. It was just an early lead for NRG, and they were doing well to hang on to it. So Space Station, you really just need to keep going back to the well, I suppose, because they've got so much in their bag of tricks. The only thing that kind of feels like it hasn't really come to fruition yet was that Arsenal Reddles combo that's been so effective on day 1, 2, and we might just be it right there. Ask and you shall receive.
Arsenal with control. Reddles just paving a road in front of them. Open up the gates. And Space Station's on top for game 3.
That's hard for Justin to read in the net as well, because when you look at the timing between when Reddles gets that demo and when Arsenal is going for that flick over the defender, that smoke screen totally obscures exactly how Arsenal's car is recovering back behind the ball. It makes it real tough for Justin to get a good read on how he should be approaching that challenge, because he knows he has to go, just doesn't know where.
Justin to the outside. Here's Garrett G. Up to Justin again, somehow wins a 2v1, and Arrow Squishy in to try and put it around the post. Can't quite sneak it around the woodwork. Justin now back to Garrett G. Justin doesn't have any boost to go and pick up for this pass. He'll have to rotate out.
Did he go for a bump? Did Garrett G just go for a bump on Daniel to try and open up extra space on rotation? That's a very Space Station move, Garrett.
Yeah. Now, both teams been very, very physical in this series. It's been a joy to see it. Not just one side. Oh, Squishy's got to get this off the backboard. He'll clear it well. There's Daniel now, putting more pressure on him. Continuing. Yeah. We saw such aggression from NRG in game number 1. Space Station starting to find ways to match that siege. Keep the pressure on.
I gotta say, I agree with you. Space Station doing a great job, for one, putting the pressure on NRG, but I do have to love the patience with which NRG are approaching the situations. As we alluded to in game 1, they're delicate, and oh my gosh. Daniel, goodbye. This is not your fault. This is your team losing a couple challenges in the midfield, and you get put in the impossible situation. Wow. And then you get the no way in any universe are you stopping that one.
No, the perfect play. He dives across the net, the only thing he can do. And Justin knows it's the only thing he can do. Places in the one place he can never save it. The upfield pass is good, and Justin nearly found another one. Garrett G with a follow-up shot. Puts it onto the backboard. Looking for the double tap. Going to strand Arsenal. No, but Arsenal gets it away from Squishy. Now Justin in the corner, trying to put more pressure on Arsenal with the tear down the field. Looking for the counterattack. Reynolds was trying to find bumps, but going to come up with nothing. NRG going to stave off, going to survive the counterattack. Oh, no. Reynolds nearly scores on himself.
And Arsenal showing a lot of familiarity with how NRG likes to play offense there. They know that NRG is very focused, beat the man, and that's always kind of been the perspective. Make it as easy as possible to actually shoot the ball. His pathing up towards the backboard there to take away that touch off the wall before Garrett G even makes contact, that's when you know you played against a team a lot.
The doink pass from Squishy. Garrett G and Justin going to try and make use of it all the way down the field, but lose control. Now Daniel, over 1, chasing this down. Garrett G will take it off of his hood, but Reynolds on the follow-up. Now Squishy, can he get it past Reynolds? No, it's going to drop dangerous, and Justin will have to clear away. Arsenal, follow-up shot. Man, Space Station reading the touches from NRG time and time again. More and more pressure. Look at this.
There's that more sweeping pressure down across the goal line, trying to get NRG to yield a little bit of space, see if they can capitalize on any of that extra ground. And wow, you're having to work overtime to even just get possession right now on NRG, and they find a way, but how long does it last?
That ball control from Daniel. I really thought Garrett G had done a good job getting him loose off the ball, but it did not matter. Managed to get the dunk on Justin on the following challenge as well.
Oh, they let it roll. Smart.
1:23 left to go. Tie game here. Winner of this game takes the lead in the series. Reynolds finds a demolition, but Squishy in the corner. Get it away.
You know, if there's one guy I never want behind the ball with a demo coming down on me, it's Arsenal.
Yeah.
I never want to be thinking about how to defend against Arsenal with a demo headed at me. And that's why I think he's so good. But what a titch! And Arsenal, again, big stop defensively.
The defense has been so strong from Space Station. Here's Justin in the corner, trying to hold on to it, but now Daniel, with more boost, gets bumped off the ball, but is the damage already done? Garrett G gets up in the sky, finds the block, wins a challenge against Arsenal, and now Daniel with boost again. Taken care of here. No, back down to Justin. Ball dead in the box. Garrett G gonna have to get off this backboard quickly. Finds Squishy. Nice. The small pass upfield again. These soft touches from Squishy. So instrumental in breaking down Space Station's pressure.
It's required as well. I mean, they have to find ways to work themselves into a position. What? Are you kidding?
No! Arsenal, this is a catastrophe.
Okay, wait. Okay, so
Is it-
here's Arsenal's camera. He's rotating back. Cool. Justin, easy. Oh my gosh. I mean, he's literally just trying to cut out of the way because he thinks Daniel's going to take it on a dribble. He's literally just saying, I need to get out of the way. And Daniel just catches it a little fat, and it just goes right in the back. That's a gift for NRG.
Look at Chiefs. It's simple. It's really simple. They just want to keep the buzzer beater streak going.
Yeah, there you go.
Do that if they're tied. So.
It's true. It's true. Well, you
saw all the
can.
laughs.
You just avoid OT.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is true. That's true. They could level it up here, but oh my gosh, they're making it threatening with 5 seconds left. That's a rough bounce for Space Station. Squishy over the top into no man's land, and NRG finally will win it at 0 seconds. Take the lead in the series.
Now here's the best part. You think about a game like that where you're thinking we don't really have any concrete plan on how to break down Space Station and all the looks they're giving us. And then you have, the rarest of happenstances, just honestly a complete fluke from Space Station. And that kind of completely erases that last game in your head. It's the funny thing.
Yeah.
Like, I would completely forget about how you threw at 0 seconds and just be like, thanks for the win, and just move on now. Like, that's, I think, the greatest gift for the mental of, because NRG, they really are getting pressed a lot here. I mean, they're still out here generating shots. Let's not get it twisted. They've got 10 shots. But Space Station are out here making it so hard to get anything done. Like you were saying, those small touches from Squishy required to get through people. And it's only by virtue of those that they're able to get more operating space on defense to continue to hold Space Station at bay and just go for that pot shot transition and maybe pop a couple shots here and there and then have to rotate back and handle Space Station all over again. It's hard work to win this right now. But that's always been the case against Space Station for NRG.
It is, but if I'm remembering correctly, I think this is the second own goal that NRG has kind of like forced out of Space Station here. I believe there was one in game 1. I might be wrong here, but you gotta feel good.
Kind of.
You gotta
kind of.
Yeah, it wasn't a blatant own goal like this, but there was a bit of like coming. It was like a Reddles was up.
It was Reddles over his head, was just thinking, I gotta touch it. He ends up tipping it.
That was in game 2. I remember now. So if you're putting enough pressure on them to have them kind of make panicky mistakes like that, you're doing something. You're doing very well. Love the pressure here. I will say, looking at the cams from Space Station after that own goal, they were laughing at themselves. Their mental is solid right now. I'm not worried about that own goal affecting them.
That's good. You definitely want to be able to, have that mental resilience and handle, honestly, a situation that is never going to come up on at any level of consistency that you should be worried about.
Yeah, exactly.
That ability to just kind of brush that one off is very powerful because they know that they're playing a good game right now and they know that they don't need to change anything.
You've played a lot of Rocket League when those sorts of little moments of variance can just be brushed off to the side and said, not to worry about it.
Yeah.
As here we are in game 4, NRG with the lead in the series. 2 more wins, they'll have the title of first regional champion.
X Games Open winner.
X Games.
Get more medals.
Man,
does it get better than that?
NRG and winning the X Games,
it's a thing.
They got a history there. Here's Garrett G back into the box. Daniel holds on to control, not just a simple clear, but manages to dribble this the entire length of the field. Now Squishy with a pop over Reddles. Arsenal, the third man's got to stop this, and he'll take to the sky. Squishy low on boost, gets a challenge across the field. And it'll be Garrett G with open space to try and take control. Awkward bounce to work with, but manages to dislodge Daniel from the play. Now Reynolds trying to connect.
Don't like it.
Justin is Squishy with a pinch.
Yeah, a little divey though for NRG. That's kind of what I've been appreciating so much about the defense, how controlled it's seen, and see a little bit of chaos in there. Even if it ends up working out, is not something that you want to see. You want to feel like they're always in control.
3:09 left to go. I believe the longest we've seen about a goal being scored. Squishy and Justin, season 5 vibes in the corner.
Don't put that evil on him now. Come on.
It was on offense. It's fine. They can't hear me. At least I hope not. Daniel trying. Oh dear, this pinch going very, very dangerously close to the Space Station net, but look at a post bounce now. Squishy. Ooh, Daniel with a fake over 1. And now looking for 2. Does he make a ball by Justin, the only player with his wits about him? Follow from Arsenal, blocked by Squishy. Daniel absolutely dismantling NRG's defense. They got to hold on by the string of their pants.
Big challenges as well from Justin to work out, and they're through Daniel. Arsenal thankfully back in time, and Space Station will have a moment to breathe here. And now I take it back. There might be 2 people I don't want to handle a demo coming at me with behind the ball. It might be Daniel and Arsenal.
This entire Space Station lineup is just so deadly. Is Arsenal through 1? Garrett G to slow down, try and take control. Reynolds takes it off of his hood. Just into the back wall. We're across halftime still. No goal on either side. 1v1 though, Squishy versus Daniel, and Squishy will find proper read on the flick. Arsenal now in a 1v2. Not gonna be able to get through either player. Squishy demolished in the sky by Reynolds. But Garrett G still doing work, pushing this down the field and pushing the issue with Arsenal, putting pressure on him. Justin demolished again. The Space Station demo game just continuously buying them more and more space.
So valuable for them because they really are trying to find a way through NRG's defense. It's been great. I mean, the goal line challenges, the way that they approach the ball, there's not really been many openings for SSG, and that means, very limited outplay potential. It takes some inspired approach. There's an old chess axiom. You cannot have brilliance without mistake. And NRG are not offering many openings.
Arsenal push this across midfield. Just on the outside, Squishy not quite sure what to do with this, but he'll find the touch. And then Daniel, on the moment where possession was lost, able to take over. Garrett G on the backboard. Justin not in the goal. An awkward situation here from NRG, but Garrett G with a wonderful dismount. Gets that away, and now Justin to the outside. Squishy quickly turns on this one. Arsenal's there first. He'll connect back. And then demo Garrett G. In the corner here, Justin in an awkward spot. Gets off just enough. Plays it away. Garrett G now to the goal. Reynolds trying. He'll make the stop.
Ooh, love it.
35 seconds left. Still no goals achieved.
This is probably the most stalemate game that we've had in this series so far. And
the scoreboard would agree with you.
Yes, I'm glad. It's good for Space Station as well to have a game like this, I think, because it means that, even if they're still not operating, they know they're not offering many chances to NRG. And there are some teams who are going to say, look, if we're driving the offense more and we're making NRG play defense, we're in the better position. It's just a matter of, does it translate to a win here?
Daniel, 5 seconds left. Can they keep the 0-second magic going? Garrett G with a stop. Arsenal, though. Oh, the ball's on the ground. We'll go to overtime here. Third overtime in 4 games.
I was going to be it, though. I mean, they had NRG dead right there. The last man was going to get bumped out. They had a guy setting it up for an easy pot shot at net. That was the chance. They just ran out of time.
Oh, so close here, Squishy. The clear up to Garrett G. He's got a little bit of boost to work with here. They've only got one defender, and the Arsenal manages to get up in time, dodge the demo, and make the save. Daniel now off the backboard as NRG continues to press the issue. Here's Squishy. Open net. Arsenal on the back post.
Oh, he missed the boost. This is so awkward.
Stalls him now. Yeah, Squishy now stranded in enemy territory. Garrett G low in the tank as well. It's going to be only Squishy with boost, or only with Justin with boost on NRG's half. Daniel long play. Let's take it away from him on the retreat. Now Squishy, getting breathed. No, just chased down. You can feel the hair on the back of his neck raising as Daniel's trying to nip at him. Here's Reynolds up against Justin. Yeah. We'll save that one, no problem. Eliminate Arsenal as well. It's going to be all up to Daniel in the backfield. Daniel versus Justin. Can he fake him out? Tries to. Daniel hits the brakes on him. Arsenal with the flick to block the follow-up. Space Station survived through minute number 1, but here comes Justin trying to finish it off on the double tap. Open! Daniel put it in. NRG on match point.
It all was one transition. Daniel did great to hold him off on the first go, but that second challenge just goes wrong enough. Justin and Garrett able to combine to get it done there. The speed out of the midfield, the positioning favoring NRG, and Reynolds gave it his best shot on the goal line, to be honest. But what are you going to do? There's so many options there on how you want to place that in the net. Do you go straight down into the corner? Do you go back across? Do you go in the middle? Reynolds just picked a spot and hoped it was right, and NRG going to squeeze out another victory here.
This has been, so I mean, I think the thing you said about, brilliance and mistakes, I mean, NRG really has, other than the mistake that genuinely cost them game 2, played 9 perfect Rocket League achieves. This has been very impressive from this entire roster. Space Station's doing their absolute best, but this game I really feel like flipped the table on. This one was NRG through and through.
I still think it was Space Station playing a great game. I mean,
they did.
It's NRG through and through, I would say, in overtime. I think in regulation, they definitely gave as good as they got for both teams. And that could be virtue of the overtime being relatively short, but what can you say? NRG get a reset, a chance to kick off again, set themselves up in a different position. Maybe they got some type of advantage with a boost steal at the start or something like that. Who knows? Maybe it's just they won a couple of challenges in a row.
Yeah, no, I think you're right too. Like I like replaying the whole game in my head, remembering a few moments of Why did NRG not follow up here? And then, wow, Space Station really did follow up there, but the NRG defense held on. I retract my statement. I do think Space Station matching as good as they could give, but then in that, I don't know, it's so interesting. It's fascinating to me that the trend in Rocket League of a kickoff just kind of causing a reset, that both teams have to like reapproach the game, and NRG just able to get the start and finish off that overtime better than Space Station was able to. But into game 5,
and to be honest, in game 5, NRG ahead, but I'm still looking at Space Station with a good shot at winning this one and pushing it to the next. I think they've played the more complete game in terms of pushing NRG constantly, because it takes a lot of mental fortitude to play defense as well as NRG are playing. And don't get me wrong, I know they're a good team. I know they play great defense. It's just hard to do that all the time. And I think Space Station definitely have the tools to wear them down. And if NRG can hold them off again, hey, fair play to them. You deserve to win.
They are on match point. A win here would end the regional and give the title to NRG. Space Station with a long road ahead of them. They got to force game 7, win game 7, and then win the next best of 7. But it's happened before. Here's Justin in the corner. Daniel. Take the ball away from him. Push it back to midfield. Squishy with a stop. Garrett G lurking and trying to move up, but out of boost as he advances and just chooses to think better of it. Falls back. Justin, narrow, clear window, but he finds it. Now Squishy on the follow-up. Daniel makes the stop on the goal line there. 2 touches from save, clear, and shot for NRG. Maximum efficiency.
It's that deep defense as well. Everyone knows that's very possible. Daniel denied with a great stop from Justin. Thinking for sure maybe there was going to be some type of gap. Arsenal trying to weave his way around NRG in the corner as well, and just refused to budge. It's so difficult without some type of external force. You need some type of demo, a boost steal. You know, someone on NRG to misposition themselves or make a bad approach on a ball. It's just not happening.
Space Station, though, pressing the issue here, looking for Reddles. Justin will get this away. Now Daniel back to Reddles here, the 2-man offense. Can they hold on? Reddles with a full tank of boost, everything to work with. He's got 3 defenders in front of him to work through, and Squishy will take it away from him on the first challenge. Garrett G with the follow-up against Arsenal, wins 1, but then loses it to Daniel from the 3rd man. Justin now advancing from the back.
There we go. There's
the full tank, but can't get it through Daniel. The demolitions opening up the gates. Space Station trying to get this ball into the box. 2:10 left to go. Still a scoreless ball game. Justin with space now. Empty backfield. Daniel should be able to get there. It's wide anyways.
I think he's lucky.
Thank goodness it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I think allowing Justin to have a free long shot there when I think Daniel just overestimated how quick he could get back and how hard Justin could hit that ball. If that was in between the posts, he wasn't making it.
Demolition on a Squishy. And trying to open up space. And now another demolition on the goal line, man. The demos continue to open the door.
It has been a drought, but another double demo. I guess that doesn't really get the demo on Justin, but he makes it easier for Arsenal to get the demo. So another double demo required. And this time Space Station get that demo to come through when they've got the ball at the midfield. They're not having to work out of their own half. They're already set up to try and take an opportunity on target. They convert it.
Into the corner. Space Station looking for another one. Daniel finds the bounce that eliminates a defender. There's no follow-up on the far side of the field. Justin. Long blast. Straight downtown.
Got a beat.
Here's Daniel with space.
Oh, he's got it.
Gonna beat Squishy. Justin's got to save it on the goal line. Out to Garrett G. Reddles trying to take over control, but heading the wrong direction. Oh, Arsenal beats Justin. It's up to Squishy here. What a miss. Arsenal must have been out of boost. Now Garrett G gonna try and find a counterattack up against Daniel, but he gives him space, and Daniel with a full tank takes to the sky, looking to extend the lead. Runs into Garrett G on the retreat. And NRG starting to show chinks in the armor. Final minute, can they find the buzzer beater?
Unsurprising they're showing chinks because now they're in a position where they must score. With a minute left, they're going to open up a little bit more, try and get a little more aggressive. Squishy, cheeky touch to Garrett and trying to go over the top of Reddles. This time he rotates the car back, so he's a little more vertical so we can stick with it. Justin over the top. Daniel's trapped on the backboard, and Squishy gets a missed touch.
A mistouch is a critical one too. A big old double commit from Space Station. Now Squishy on the backboard. Open net here. Reddles, oh dear. Squishy respected Reddles so much he didn't even move after he hit the backboard. Arsenal now with the ball lofted. Can anybody go for it? Justin's going to try, but Reddles takes it away from him. Final 15 seconds. Space Station trying to hold on, keep their tournament life alive.
I think NRG really expecting NRG to bomb that ball away, and no one did anything, so a lot of time wasted there for NRG. Do they have a buzzer beater in them?
Justin's going to try here. Up to Squishy.
Tough.
Back to Garrett G, but Daniel over the top of him. Squishy's going to find a read here. Hold on to it. Out of boost. Arsenal into the ground. Space Station will take game 5. Send us to game 6. Staying alive.
Well played, Space Station. You get the win you feel like you've deserved for the past couple of games. It plays out nicely again, though. Pretty much a dead stalemate, to be honest. Like we said, it took a double demo for Space Station to even have the space to even think about scoring. So, great game again overall. Space Station have just apparently called a timeout. Could be for any number of reasons. You know, maybe someone's got to use the bathroom, or maybe they just need to, you know, time to sit here and. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the bathroom.
Yeah, okay, it's the first one. It's the first one.
I was gonna say, I was excited to talk about like the strategy behind like winning a game and then calling a timeout. Like, it's so rare to see that. So often teams are just calling timeouts because they need, because they're losing. But no, here it's just bio.
Yeah, we do see Arsenal sit back down, and I think he's been playing a phenomenal. You know, we've been giving a lot of credit to Daniel, a lot of credit to Reddles, of course, throughout the course of the weekend. But this series and all the series leading up to it, Arsenal, get that ball on a dribble, man. He's got just such a tricky way of approaching a lot of challenges on the ball, and it has been a handful to even consider how you even approach him on a challenge. Dude's got mix-ups for days. He's terrifying on a dribble.
When you think about the question of like, which is there a player that needs to step up for their team? I genuinely am having trouble coming up with any name for either team right now.
I think everyone's playing good.
this has been a clash of play styles, a clash of decisions, but not a clash of consistency or errors, which is exactly what you want to see. As we go into game 6, we might go the full distance here in the first set. We might even go to another set. NRG 1 game away from clinching this up, which would be, I feel like it's going to be such a hard bounce back if we do get to a game 7 and see a Space Station win. NRG knowing they were 1 game away back in game 5.
Yeah, it could potentially, but I just feel like through this point, I think all of those guys on NRG have been through so many, you know, wins, losses, deep runs in tournaments that it might not even register that, like, you know, it's the win right now, right? It's like that absence of pressure from, ooh, this is to win, because it's just kind of like, I mean, you saw it at the fall major, right? They're out here getting, you know, playing a great game against BDS. NRG's out here just like, okay, Monkey Moon scored again, fine, and then they just shrug and laugh it off. It's like, if you can do that at a major, it's like, I think the X Games Open here is just a means to an end to make the next one, right?
They are professionals. It's another day at the office. Can they close it out in style? Close it out quickly. That's an open net.
Oh my goodness.
Justin. All right, I think there might have been a bump from Squishy following kickoff on Daniel.
I think Garrett got it. Yeah, he's tracking Daniel all the way, and he forces Daniel to jump up the wall. He doesn't actually hit him, but he does give Justin a great look towards the net, and cheeky smile from Squishy saying, Garrett, why you bullying the rookie, you know?
Yeah, he's been the problem. Well, he's not been the problem. He's been one of the 3 problems that Energy's got to deal with right now. Zoning Daniel. We need a goal number 1. Is it everything NRG need? Can they hold on? We've had a series of 1-goal games.
Oh, wow. Did that help?
He bumped him into it.
I think Garrett G hit Squishy, and that gave him a little more height, a little extra power. Almost got over the top of Space Station. That's what's up again. Yeah.
I want to take a look at it. Arsenal with a stop here, but this touch is going to need to get a second one. Else Energy will say thank you very much. Through one player, Reddles taking the stop. Nice. Justin with a bump. Energy drives past the ball. And then Energy will have to go back to the drawing board, back to defense. Here comes Space Station. Daniel taking a shot, gets 2 defenders to bite. Arsenal up for it, but can't put the follow-up shot immediately on target. And then Squishy's able to get his wheels under him. Get back down the field. NRG now on the counterattack.
Ooh, delicate situation. Oh, and that second touch from Reddles. Oh, you love the ability to get back to the ball when you catch it a little heavy off the wall and get that extra bit of power, almost always going to throw off people chasing you because they're thinking, oh, he's kind of dropped that on the air dribble, and just allows you so much extra time on defense. And Reynolds, great control.
Here's Just on the outside. Getting 2 blocks. Out of boost now. Going to have to rotate out and leave space for Squishy. Squishy on the ground, loses control to a Space Station player. Rotates through, finds a demolition. Daniel will take it to the wall, trying to keep space on this one, but Justin, look at that. Daniel backing off, recognizing Justin already in the air, hits his brakes, waits for Justin to hit the ball into him.
That's
so
1 by 1.
Hold on to it. Yeah.
It's just understanding. I hit it too hard. This guy's about to take it. I just got to wait for him to hit it back.
Brilliant. Brilliant player. Demolition on Squishy and goal, though. Justin alone with the corner. I'll try to hold on to this ball. Pick up a little bit of boost in midfield. Now taking him to the ground, looking for Garrett G. Reynolds to the outside as we approach halftime. Space Station yet to get on the board. Critical game, match point. They've got to take it. Here's Reynolds with an opportunity on an open net. Squishy trying to reach for it. The ball was wide. Squishy able to keep the clear into the corner. Garrett G inside out. Underneath one, down to Justin. Up to Daniel. This will be Squishy in the backfield. Ooh. And Daniel keeping close proximity in that ball. The speed of Daniel is been something that's stood out to me throughout this whole series. Moments of him playing on offense, and then he's the first player back on defense as well. Keeping his speed up, but here they clear him out 1-2-1, and Squishy puts in a second goal.
Yeah, really good support here from Squishy. I mean, Reynolds goes for the bump on Justin to make it easy, but Daniel really has to play that pretty much straight up. And unfortunately, Squishy's got, you know, the support coming right down the middle again. Unless Daniel can find a way to squeeze that out to the side, I don't know how you avoid that goal.
No, and I love the pressure from Justin. Says, hey, there's one defender in front of me. How do I get him to come at me right now? I can lose control of the ball and go for the bump, but Daniel's probably going to successfully dodge that. I'm going to force him to make a rough, unfavorable save. And then knowing Squishy's got me on the follow-up here, that shadow offense. This one back in front of the goal and a touch over the top. 1:45 left to go. Space Station's tournament life hanging in the line. NRG, a minute and 40 away from the win.
Okay, big demo.
Arsenal through one. Reynolds trying to go for the fake, and look at the stop from Justin. Now on the counterattack, he and Squishy moving upfield, looking for goal number 3. Can they find the security? Daniel off the backboard's got the clear, and Garrett G will slow things down a bit, lofting it into the sky. Arsenal will find Reynolds on the outside. A Space Station back to work. 1:20 left to go. They got to find 2.
Ooh, and it's tough because now you really need to see Space Station push. 2 goals in a minute against NRG, no small feat, especially considering how this series has played out. And when Reynolds not converting that one chance, especially when you feel like it should have been a goal, I mean, he just really didn't hit that ball as hard as he should have back around. And Space Station wasting time. Squishy getting cheeky, wasting a few precious seconds off the clock as well. Bumping people off the ball out in front. Justin is just able to squeeze enough out, and Justin has the help of his teammates behind him, and NRG going to work out of a jam.
Wow, it was such a great setup, but it took all 3 players to get the setup, so there was nobody there to take the shot. Space Station still.
Ooh, here we go.
Up against the wall. Here's Daniel. He's got to have his highlight moment, but no, Garrett G takes the ball away from him, and Arsenal will put it onto the backboard. Garrett G with a follow-up. A demolition on a Justin, opening some space, but they bump into each other. Oh, somehow Reynolds emerges with control, and Justin takes it away from him. Final 30 seconds. Space Station, they have to score now, and they cannot afford another goal. As Reynolds down the field to Daniel. To the goal, Justin's up for it and makes the save, and that one just might do it. 10 seconds left. Reynolds has to put it in on this touch, but gets blocked by Garrett. A demolition from onto Squishy, but it doesn't matter. The clock has expired. NRG gonna take home another X Games. They'll put in the buzzer beater as the nail in the coffin.
Wow, what a display of challenge mechanics from NRG to close out this series. I mean, always consistently focusing on, we are not taking these challenges to win the ball. We are taking these challenges to prevent Space Station from gaining better possession and more effective possession of the ball. And that really did stifle a lot of Space Station's opportunities there at the end of the game. A couple of good setups, nice passes out in the middle with space to operate. But NRG approaching those challenges so efficiently and effectively leads them to an easy closeout.
Those gentlemen sitting there, just another day at work. the professionals. Closing it out, put another medal in the trophy cabinet. Goes right next to
It's just $30,000. Who cares?
Just $30,000. I mean, hey, X Games medals. They've gotten a few of them. There's not many Rocket League X Games medals, and genuinely, Garrett G's got at least 2 of them. He might even have more if I'm memory serving me.
He's definitely got at least 2. I know you're right about that.
What a play. What a day. What a game. What a series. Congratulations. NRG taking that one down and closing out our X Games Open here for North America. And did not require the bracket reset here at Chiefs, though Space Station did their absolute best to get there.
Yeah, and all credit in the world to NRG's defense throughout the course of this day 3. It's what got them the win versus FaZe. I mean, everything in the kitchen sink against them. Same thing against Space Station. Everything you could think of, and that defense held through it all. And they were not easy games to win, and so to have that type of fortitude in a lot of tough situations, well-deserved victory here.
Brilliant stuff. NRG emerge as champions to close out the X Games Open. Let's head back to the desk.
That was a great match. I thought it was going to go a little bit further. I did indeed, so I was wrong there. But regardless, I think we got a good showing there, and you NRG boys can be real happy.
Oh, of course I'm happy. I mean, I was telling you, Justin, I was watching him on Friday. I was watching him on Friday. He is just playing at a different level. And I mean, you could see it there on the one play in overtime, getting that double tap, 0 time to think, goes up, perfect double tap. And Justin, he's just built different. Obviously, Daniel maybe built with some of the same parts. He had some moments where I was like, oh my goodness, the 0-second goals, he was bringing them out again.
Nuts.
So,
Nuts.
it was a crazy series still.
But we talk about demos. We talk about Garrett G. He's talking about that is the new way to play. Space Station, V1, and FaZe, all top 5 in demos. Energy, 13th in demos per game. They don't care. They don't care about metas. They know how to win. They do it here again. We talk about all these roster moves. It's to be the best in NA, and Energy's like, we don't care. We're just going to continue to be the best, and they do it here again.
Guys, I want to see if you a chance to get any thoughts out on that match before we
I mean, obviously, we had NRG in the win. I don't think that should be too surprising. I know a lot of people are always talking about the NRG bias with me and James, but to be honest, NRG has North America in a headlock. It just doesn't seem like anyone is able to stop this team. Teams have come very close, and teams have definitely challenged them. And I think a lot of us were really looking for SSG to try to push NRG to different bounds and challenge them, maybe even get a bracket reset out of there. But I mean, they always show up when it comes down to it, and it's starting to get like a procedural at this point.
It's not bias if they're right. I'm sure that's a logical fallacy, but it sounds good. So we're going with it. On the line now to talk about their dub, Garrett G is here yet again. Welcome back to the show. Congratulations on the win at the S Games Open.
I appreciate it, Leaf.
We were talking earlier just about how you perceive these teams, super demo heavy. We saw it again. We saw these teams do that in a lower bracket as well. V1, Space Station, they kept demoing on the way through. And you said a lot of teams are doing that as if that's a new meta, but you guys stick to your game plan. You hold true to what you guys are. You continue to adapt around it. How hard is that process to continue to change around these metas that move and shift?
I mean, well, we kind of don't stick to our game plan because we keep saying it's just. I think that last game I said I'm just gonna go for demos off the rip here, and then I got one or something.
Maybe you're just bad at it. Yeah, I don't know.
It's just hard. It's just it's hard to make it a habit when you haven't done it for. It used to be Classics was the only guy doing it, and we were like, Classics getting a cheap demo. Classics, the GOAT. But it's just hard to make it a habit, and it is hard though. It is hard to do it because it's easy to troll doing it. There's a few goals when teams do it. They leave one person back and it's a counterattack. So I think someone who actually does it the best, and it was so hard to play against at the major, was Mark. He does it at such good times where he doesn't really leave anyone in a bad spot. So it is a skill. I mean, it's kind of, people call it cheap and stuff, but doing it in these finals is really hard.
Talk about all these roster moves, but did you think that was an advantage for Winter Regional 1? Where you guys don't have to do these roster moves and don't have to figure out a new game plan? Or do you think that you were worried about that honeymoon phase of these teams?
Yeah, we were definitely worried about the honeymoon phase. I think a big part of it too is that all those teams, you want to go 100% in scrims, but it's hard to for year in, year out. So we were getting destroyed by Space Station in scrims, destroyed by G2, destroyed by FaZe, which doesn't matter, win, loss record in scrims. But we were definitely worried about the honeymoon phases. We were saying this is going to be a battle of the honeymoon phases. I honestly did not expect us to win. Like going to this, I thought almost all the teams with roster moves were looking better. We had a rough week of scrims, so we tend to get the regional wins when we least expect it, to be honest. So.
Yeah,
and just talking to, I'm sorry to cut you off, Daz, but just talking about the regionals, obviously, this is the first regional of the winter split, and it's a new format. So just, I want to get your ideas on, how was it for you guys going through this format and kind of, how that compares to your past experience with what we had in the fall split?
Well, I mean, a lot of people try to discredit us because of the group we drew, even though we're first seed, which made no sense to me. But the group stage was hard. I mean, those teams are hard to play. The Vibrances, the RBGs, like I'll admit we weren't looking too good, but we always have a tough time against those like bubble upcoming players because they play the new playstyle really well. Like they're all bump heavy, they're all really fast. So you lose 2 5-minute games and all of a sudden you got to reverse sweep one of those teams. So I personally am kind of like iffy about the format. It definitely has made group stage the most important ever because like you go 2-1 and another team goes 3-0 and now you have to bracket reset regardless of how good you are the next day. So it's interesting. I like it a lot more now that we won. Yeah, hopefully we get a good group going to the second one. And Squishy was saying if we get second, he thinks we lock in for the major. So I don't know if that's true, like mathematically, but that's definitely going to be the goal, is to be in the final again next regional.
Yeah, and you during this tournament, you played against a lot of new rosters, of course. I mean, half of the teams in this regional had new rosters, but definitely want to talk about, in specific, playing against Daniel as he had a pop-off tournament. What was that like for you guys and how you were able to adjust to it?
I mean, Daniel's obviously insane. Like he was very scary. It's kind of similar feeling to Sipical that one summer, like when we played in Dazzler's tournament. I forgot. I'm losing track of years, to be honest, getting old. But it felt like that. It felt similar to that, to where like, a new player, scary. You're still scared of Sip when he goes up in the air, but it's just another player we have to worry about. So he was insane, and I think the fact he did it his first tournament in a final, it's giving me a similar feeling like how First Killer showed up at LAN at the major and looked just as good. So I think it's good for NA, bad for us individually. So we'll see how it pans out.
Fair enough. Now, at this point, you've done it a million times, but you guys won. So I want to give you the stage. You got anything to shout out? Anything you want to say to the world? Stage is all yours.
Same as always. Shout out to my family, my girlfriend Chelsea, my team. They're insane. Sis is really good coaching. So appreciate everyone who supported us. Shout out to everyone who said we have an easy ride and we're lucky. Still get lucky. I made a career out of getting lucky. So let's keep it going. Appreciate you guys.
And you got the gold. Congratulations on the victory here at the X Games Open. Garrett G, thanks for joining us. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Garrett G again, as you said, I like talking to him.
There's no luck. What luck, man? That's skill, baby.
I gotta say something real quick. James, it's 1, 2, 3, and then you. Okay, you always cut me off in every interview. You do it all the time.
When I see Garrett G's face, man, all the plans are out the window. It's just like him going into a series. He's like, I'm gonna get demos out the get go. It just sometimes it doesn't go as planned. I'm adapting, Dad. You gotta do it too. Don't call me out. Let's rotate, all right? We rotate. Sometimes I cut rotation. That's fine. Just get back, and we'll keep going.
I think James is going for demos. I think he's trying to demo attack.
Let's split them up. Let's ease it out. Let's take a look at the bracket because, again, this was a journey on the way there. Daz, look at this. All these teams, man. We saw in day 2, we watched some of these matches. It was 3-0s, 3-0s, 4-0s, 4-0s. It was crazy. But then we finally got some tighter matches as we went on.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about, again, half the rosters or half the teams in this tournament went through roster changes. I think 9 in total, and seeing everybody come out with new teams versus some teams coming out with similar rosters. You talk about a team like Complexity. They didn't do so well. Got to obviously, put in the work when it's, the season is starting. That was their big thing. Rogue debuted with Aqua, G2 with Atomic, V1 with Beast Mode, SSG with Daniel, even Rebellion, who people really didn't think would do well They come in with Parf and kind of shake things up. There was a lot over the course of this event in this X Games Open that really, I think, is showing kind of a change in the bounds here for North America. But at the end of the day, so the top teams who have been battling are still there. NRG on top with SSG and FaZe still battling it for those second and third place spots.
And sorry to jump in again, but just looking at this bracket as well, you see how important it is to win those groups, the short journey that NRG had. So that means Fridays that much more important. So if you don't have a favorite team stream that you're watching, find one, because Fridays, that's where a lot of the success is going to be determined.
But they're only important if you don't have Daniel, because if you have Daniel, you're just going to run through the entire lower bracket. If you see what Space Station did, they destroyed everyone down there. It was fantastic to watch that whole run.
No, it absolutely was. Let's just get caught up here. You know, Garrett G was talking about points, so I just want to bring them up to see where they go. Obviously, we're trying to collect points as we go through the entire season here. We're into the winter split. What he was mentioning, I'm going to put you on the spot, Gibbs, with these points now. Yeah. What he said, is that true?
I don't know for sure, but I mean, it's very likely. Like, if you make 2 grand finals, you're very likely going as a top 5 team. But you have to remember that winter major, the only thing that matters is winter points. It doesn't matter what you did in fall split at all. It's a brand new clean slate for all of these teams. So right now we see an Oxygen and a G2. Sure, like Oxygen was not a top team in fall, but right now they're on the bubble for one of those major spots. So 2 more regionals, and that's it. So you got to get the points when you absolutely need them, whenever you can. And we saw that with Energy pulling out a 351 here.
Yeah, and you know these teams, again, after getting a taste of that fall split land, they're fiending for the major coming up. So I'm expecting some really, really good battles, especially with all these new rosters, with all these refreshed teams going into these regionals. I think we have some really good North American Rocket League coming ahead. Maybe it takes some time to build, but it's already off to a good start here. So I want to give you guys a chance for some final words here now that we've gotten to see those rosters in action, because we are at the end of the X Games Open here. So let's get some final thoughts off the bat. I got to say, man, I was excited to see these new players show off well. A lot of them slot in real good, especially Daniel. That's real cool. And I guess vindication for everyone that was speaking out for him before. So real cool to see that. And if we want to go down the line, James, start us off. We can go down Daz and Gibbs.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because I was about to jump in anyway. So, but no, I just think
rotations, man.
You know, it's again, it's just great to see Justin and even Garrett and NRG. You know, we were talking in the green room about the strategy of bringing in these young guns and trying to make this super team out of the gate and just hoping that, you know, you catch fire. But NRG is a team that's been sticking together, a team of veterans. And Justin, Garrett G, Squishy, they always continue to impress, particularly the plays Justin did. NRG just seems like they're on top. And I love this new format. It makes Fridays so important. So if you want to check out the Friday streams, please don't be afraid to do so. It's a lot of fun. So hope to see you on Friday. Not for EU. I'll be watching. I'll be viewing. But yeah, over in NA, catch you.
Yeah, I mean, definitely got to jump in on James here. You know, the Fridays are very important, so obviously make sure you support your favorite team. But at the same time, at least for North America, it looks as if we are witnessing a bit of a shift here. Again, new talent coming into the scene and teams doing their best to make pretty much these super teams. Because yes, this is a battle for North America, but it's also a battle for the World Championship, and you're starting to see teams do whatever it takes to get there.
And then Energy, they won the Honeymoon Regional, but now these teams get 2 weeks more of practice. And a lot of these teams only had a week and a half of practice because they made these roster moves. So these teams are going to get better unless you're Complexity and you decided to have 4 days of practice. What's going on there, Complexity? Anyway, I want to see Regional 2. I'm very excited to see all these new rosters and Complexity get those weeks in of practice, and we'll see who can contest in Regional 2.
There is a lot of Rocket League to come. It's not just North America. Of course, we have Europe kicking off next week for their first regional, and so many other regions. This is an international esport. They're going on all the time. Make sure you're finding all the different channels. You're hitting the follow button. You're hitting the subscribe button. And the best way to do it, of course, is hit up the Twitter as well to find out all the information on RL Esports, because there's a lot going on, frankly. So next week is Europe, but North America, the X Games Open is done. I got to say a huge thanks to the team at ESPN. Be sure to catch more X Games action live from Aspen, Colorado next weekend. But that's the end of our show today. Thanks for watching. We'll see you later.
The best athletes. The biggest tricks. Oh, He-Man. Go on. In Aspen, Colorado for the 21st year in a row. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How you do that? We're back. You're back. Can't wait. X Games, Aspen. January 21st through the 23rd, 2022. Let's go.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip you, driver.
I